Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the start of week 3 and day 9 here in China for Division 2. We're going to be starting off Holy Grail taking on IG Vitality. It's a series where we've got 2 series of action, I should say. We don't have that beautiful 3 series days of entertainment. Nonetheless, though, we're still getting closer and closer towards the finish line. Only 1 more week, which means 4 more days left, and hopefully some tiebreakers as well. There's Holy Grail. They are the team that are looking to try and cement their position at the top, and IG Vitality, they are fighting to not be relegated.
That is indeed the case. And, you would have to assume that, this is just going to go very smoothly, this first series. Holy Grail haven't dropped a series so far. IG Vitality haven't been so lucky. Basically, the script is flipped for both of their scores. And, I kind of like these 2 series days, right? You get a chance to watch all the Chinese Dota. Then you get a chance to go over and watch LGD demolish people over in Europe that they're playing. They're putting on absolute spectacular performances as together. And even for the sports watchers, I've been watching a bit of the Ashes as well.
Oh, very true. I forgot even they're going on. I'm a big cricket fan, but I'm honestly a very big cricket fan. But with them not in Australia, it makes it a little bit difficult. So. Who cares about other sports at the moment, though? We got esports, we got Dota, we got a recap as well of the previous series that went on with Sunday's action. Of course, IG Vitality, who we get to see now. They took on Big Brain, and, well, unfortunately for them, they weren't able to get the series victory. Did go the distance, 3 games, but they just weren't able to call their first victory in.
No, they weren't. And I mean, it was close, right? We saw that there was chances for them to be able to come back and forth. We were thinking, Big Brain, you're really going to let this one slip? Because, IG Vitality, they feel strong at a lot of these points in time, but there was just this point where, Butterfly Effect, he was able to get it done on his, I want to say the Queen of Pain in this series, yeah. But, on the back of combinations like that, what can you expect? Have we seen an Earth Spirit win 1 game? Because I really feel like this hero gets picked and it's just not reliable at all. Like, why would you pick Earth Spirit when you could pick, I don't know, a Tiny or something like that? That's a lot more reliable in response.
Let me actually see what the win rate of this hero is.
Because that has to be for what we have cast, it has been 0.
That has to be super wrong. At least Wikipedia in Division 2 says it has 5 games and has won 4.
What? No, not for us.
Are we getting some... Maybe, are we mixing Western Europe?
Probably.
And the start of Eastern Europe? Maybe? I don't know. But I very much agree. I know the Earth Spirit games we've watched has not looked very good.
It's just your default is to say that I'm wrong, though. I don't know how I feel about that. But then we just see this high ground push. I mean, they just ripped through them. And this was the infamous game where TZY, you can see it there. He's got the refresher shard available for himself. But I think I counted maybe 2 dooms this entire game. At 52 minutes, it really wasn't his best showing.
No, not in the whole series as well. He had a very rough game 1. Game 2, played the Beastmaster and looked a little bit more comfortable. Even then, that was a difficult performance from him. So we'll see how he's going to be able to overcome that previous series and if he can look a little bit better, of course, in this first one. But the second series on Sunday, we had Supernova taking on the Last Dark.
And this is a lot more what we were expecting, out of Supernova, right? We can see here, obviously, at this point in time, the net worth doesn't necessarily represent the overall outcome of the game, but we were thinking, Supernova, they are a much better team than what they come to expect. I mean, we see there the time just changes about 5 minutes, and then suddenly the net worth's had a 22,000 swing, and they're pushing it onto the high ground to try and end the game, and end the game they did. They were just able to pick them apart one by one, and get a surprise game 1 victory. But I mean, it didn't even stop there, did it?
No, it didn't at all. They were able to get the second game victory, which is huge because that bumps them into the middle of the pack, and just really importantly means that Last Dark, their chances of being promoted into Division 1 are very slim now. We thought they were going to be the front runners. We thought they were going to be the team, competing with Holy Grail, competing with Team Zero for potential tiebreakers. Now you are just praying that those 2 teams lose against some of their other opponents in the last series.
Yeah, and it's not like the Last Ark are a bad team. And we could see both of these games going to like the 45-plus minute mark. We could see Ember Spirit has a Divine Rapier in this one, and it really just did come down to the wire at the end of the day. You know, some really great performances coming out from Han as well to be able to get them across the line. I gotta say, like, we have seen a lot of these like lesser-known mid laners really start to shine a little bit more. You know, obviously you've got Han with Supernova, you've got, you know, Han and Garn coming through on Holy Grail, who we're about to see. And, you know, for you and I, with a little bit of Southeast Asia pride as well, coming through from Gun, representing Malaysia. He had some pretty decent performances on, was it Team Vision, God King's team, in last tour in Southeast Asian region. So I'm happy to see that he's able to continue that momentum rolling into the China Div 2 scene.
Yeah, we've this is 2 seasons in a row. We've really... The mentality for us, and I'd imagine a lot of the players as well, is just development overall. This was really the big thing about China for a long time, that you've always been praised about your academy teams, and you've had a lot of third-party tournaments, which unfortunately we're not really seeing at the moment, but that was really where these young players were able to shine and make a name for themselves. So hopefully Garn is able to continue with that, and then, you know, we get some players out of these 2 teams as well. Unfortunately for Limit, they're still very much struggling.
Less likely for them.
Yes.
Less likely that we'll see. I mean, this is the streamer stack, right? Like, this is the one that you're not really expecting to see quite as much of that growth from there. And I don't think they really want to grow. They want content, you know, and if they're playing Div 2, if they're playing against the likes of Ice, that's the content that they want, even if they are losing games in, you know, 25, 26 minutes.
Losing with a 41,000 deficit, is that content?
I mean, anything is content, bro.
But is that good and bad content? Like, I don't know, man. Like,
if people are able to go to their streams afterwards and, you know, spam memes about them losing in 25, 26 minutes, and it's like, yeah, but I played against a TI winner. Have you done that, you know? True.
Have you done that? But at the end, I
have. I beat him twice on LAN, just to re-emphasize that point.
Twice now? I thought it was only once.
Oh, no.
When did the twice happen against Seb?
In my mind. When I dreamed about it that night.
Oh my god, no way. Okay, the classic. So, besides, you know, your own, what occurred to you, because we don't really need to always bring that up. It's not always about you. We have other players who are the shining light here in Division 2. And well, for this series, it was Team Zero, like expected, with those TI winners with Blink and Ice there, and of course some other very well-known players as well with 7E and beyond. So they're able to get their 4th victory. They're going to be in 2nd place currently, very, very close to Holy Grail, which again, they are the ones leading the charge, and they are the ones with a pretty easy-ish run home for Holy Grail. They've gotten the 2 most difficult opponents out of the way, which is huge for them now. If they can just, you know, close these last couple of series, they will be the first team to be promoted into Division 1 out of 2 or 3.
Yeah, the one today is probably the easiest of the 3 that they've got remaining. In addition to this, they've got Team Disillusion. They've also got Big Brain. So, you know, Big Brain, they're sitting 3-1. They're not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. But I could certainly see, well, actually, those are both of the teams that we're going to be seeing later today. So certainly Holy Grail will be watching that with keen interest as to see, you know, I think they're hoping that it goes to Game 3, I think, just because it gives more opportunity to be able to scout out their big opponents and what works and what doesn't against them. So I think Holy Grail, they're still the favorites to be able to take it overall, 4-0 against 0-4 in this first series. But you know what? Anything can happen. And I'm sure that with that surprise loss, the Last Ark is going to be praying for some losses coming out of the likes of Team Zero and Big Brain, just so that they can, at the very least, force tiebreakers if they win out from here.
Yep. That is always the unfortunate thing, though. Well, you put yourself in that situation where you're now just praying that the other teams lose against some opponents that maybe they should not have. So, the Last Ark, not the position they'd hope to be in.
From IG against Ukyo from IG Vitality. I mean, Ukyo is drafted for him, right? So you know he's going to give him one of his favorite heroes if he gets the opportunity.
I like this. They take the Beastmaster as well. In the first pick, we had a series or even a game where Dome on the Beastmaster just absolutely took over, like top of the net worth. You could say he dominated. You could definitely say that. That's I appreciate that one, even though it's a little bit cringe. Like, at least you can. But
you know, you're feeling a little bit down today. I need to lift your spirits up a little bit. Techies, unfortunately, will not do that for me. I'm going to be down in the dumps as a result of this. But you know what? Strong hero. If it wasn't picked up here, I'd be like, IG Vitality, what are you doing? I mean, I guess one of the better ways to be able to counter the techies, at least somewhat, is the Beastmaster, because, you know, in a few of those, you know, scary high ground pushes, you can actually just send the boars to be able to pop a lot of these proximity mines, so that maybe some of your smokes aren't quite as obvious, or you know, you go onto the high ground near the Roche pits, for example. It's a lot easier just to be able to contest up into that, even into the high ground potentially, to be able to do it. So don't hate it as an opener. What do I want to pair with it is the key question. And it's weird, right? Like, this is where first pick really does come out on top if you pick a really strong laner like the Beastmaster, because you don't really want to go your position 1 here. All right, I like this a lot, right? It's something that they can play mid or off lane, and it's going to be viable. And it doesn't necessarily reveal too much about the lanes, right? If you just went your position 1, Holy Grail could counter that with like the biggest counter. Like if you go a Slark, there would Bloodseeker, for example. So something that has a little bit of flex, like the Timbersaw, A-okay with me. Please get rid of Quap and Storm.
Do you remember what the previous shard was on Pugna before the Glizzy 3000?
I don't know if I've ever heard it be called that. There's the Storm God. God, what was it? Wasn't it? No, the magic damage used to be inbuilt to the base shard.
Was there something to do with Netherworld, like reduction, or was that built in?
That was built in. Okay. That was why it was so busted. That's why people were picking it POS 5 and just maxing it in lane.
Because the reason why I bring it up is because I heard Amar speaking about if he, and keep in mind he's top 5 Timber players, I think. He was mentioning that he feels like Pugna is one of the biggest counters to the Timber. He was saying it's a little bit different now with the particular change. So I can't remember what the reasoning was behind it, but a big reason, at least that he brought up, was that he says Timber really doesn't like to build BKB, and Pugna kind of forces you to do so. So
just because you're casting spells so often, right? Like that is the thing. And Timber isn't really a hero to be right-clicking the Netherward. So previously, before it was, what was it, the Glizzy 3000, it was if you channel the life drain on one hero, after 1.5 seconds, it goes to another hero. And then after 1.5, it goes to another hero. Okay. So it's like the chain Glizzy. Never mind. It must not have been to do with the shard. I should have listened better. But he did say that he felt like the Pugna was a good way to be able to address the Timber. And we see this hero not really go for the BKB. And also we see currently this hero doesn't seem to have many heroes that can address it. You know, your classic lane counters with the Monkey and the Ursa are very different now. Timber can just go, if you're playing in that lane in particular, you go Whirling Death and Timber Chain and actually just look to man fight and spam spells. But honestly, we're seeing a lot of mid Timbersaw, and there is yet to really be a big answer to that position 2 Timber. So we'll see if the Pugna is going to be a way to address it as the game goes on or not. Yeah, I mean, the Pugna certainly is one where you need to be a little bit more cautious about, like, your spell casting. Maybe you just get someone on your team that is actually quite good at being able to focus down that Nether Ward in a lot of these fights. Because, I mean, even the techies, right? He's going to be casting pretty frequently in a lot of these engagements as well. I'm just thinking as well, so they didn't ban out the Quap, which I'm a little surprised about, because again, it still feels pretty solid when paired together with the Pugna. You can hit that Aghanim Scepter timing really early. You're not horrible into the Timbersaw. I don't think you're going to bully the Timbersaw out of lane, but you're still going to get plenty of farm for yourself and probably not die. And I think that's all you really need.
Are there any like other Pugna pairings that you would like to be picked up here now?
I mean, Leshrak's a hero again. We saw it have a lot of success for the Western European scene, did we not?
I like that suggestion. I think it's also one of the better ways to enter Timber. You have a lot of damage when Timber is strong early on. So We shall see. One thing I do want to quickly mention is that, again, IG Vitality are playing with a stand-in. It's going to be Marblu with the boys instead of TZY. And last time he played the Timber, you actually highlighted in that game that you felt like his spell casting was a little bit off.
He didn't feel comfortable, I think.
No, he did not at all. But he has also played the Spirit Breaker a decent chunk as well. So there is a potential for him to play the Spirit Breaker, give it a butterfly effect. Regardless, so you're going to be playing that into a Bloodseeker, which completely counters all your mobility. I think this is a great game for it. I just wonder if they're now considering like some forced repositioning, because that would be a great tool to be able to definitely kill the Timber. Rupture him, get all that pure damage out of the Rupture movement.
What are you thinking in terms of force movement? Because the ones that are available, like maybe a tiny mid, as long as you've got full mana to be able to make plays, it doesn't exactly take a lot of life drain to be able to do it, then you could just stay roaming around the map.
They banned it, never mind. I was going to say Dark Willow. That was my suggestion, but
Willow
I don't know how...
Magnus doesn't fit into the draft, really.
Yeah.
I don't want to see an Earth Spirit. Oh, okay. I was wondering if they would go for this. So I was really thinking like, all right, are they going to be able to get away with an Oracle? Because one of the ways to beat the Timber, especially Ags rushing Timbers, is offensive Dispel. And Oracle has that easily, you know. Also great against the Spirit Breaker, decent against the Techies with the reactive Taser. I was just wondering, like, can you get away with it in the lane? Like, yes, level 3, you've got some decent kill threat for the Techies, but prior to that, I feel like you're just going to be harassed a lot without too much recourse for it. At least the Bloodseeker pairing feels pretty decent, right? Fortune's End into the Blood Right. It's a lot of damage that you're going to be dishing out. So I'm interested to see how the Oracle fares against the Techies, because I feel like up until that level 3 point, Techies just can completely bully out the Oracle.
Are you looking for like a hero with a lot of mobility now to be able to jump the backline? Because both Oracle and Pugner are going to be able to provide Holy Grail a lot in the team fights.
I mean, you got the Timber and the Spirit Breaker, right? I feel like you've already kind of got that. It's just a matter of getting vision of that sort of situation. So something like a TA isn't horrible either, right? You know, you've got the traps to be able to provide vision on the backlines. All you need is a brief glimpse of vision. Doesn't even need to be able to get it off for the slow and the damage component. Just enable that charge to be able to go through. Might be IG Vitality waiting for like a Spirit Breaker, Shadowblade timing before they really feel like getting aggressive.
So I wondered when IG Vitality were going to start to do this. They've gone down the TA route, which if we think about to the end of 2-2 when Butterfly Effect was playing on Cactus, they were putting a lot of priority on his heroes to be win condition heroes in the mid lane and just to carry. And Summer would play a little bit more of the sacrificial active position 1. So there have been games that we've seen from IG Vitality where teams have banned out the TA, but finally they've put some emphasis on it and picked it up early. I mean, Ukiyo can play it, but I'd be a little bit more surprised. So I wonder if now IG Vitality being 0-4 feel like, all right, it's just time. Butterfly Effect, let's give you some carry heroes and let's see if you can get us over the finish line to potentially stick around in Division 2.
All right, I'm going to make a bit of a prediction here from Holy Grail. I think it's either going to be Lesh or Viper in this mid lane, because the break pretty decent against that old Timbersaw as well. You know, you really don't want to lane the TA into it either. Feels pretty solid to me. Obviously, TA can make your life a little bit more challenging later on, but you've got the Oracle to be able to protect that, right? Fate's Edict onto the TA. As long as she doesn't have BKB, you're going to be laughing. So you can even just look to, like, most of the time you want to be rupturing the Timbersaw, but if you rupture the TA, she just can't chase, right? It's going to be a whole lot more challenging. They do ban out the Leshrac. Really like that ban. It was great synergy together with the Pugner.
Can you Huskar? How does that match up as Timber? That's my only concern. Because I mean,
if you get Ags, it's great, right? Like, that's the big thing for mine. You just want to taunt him, make sure that you're getting a lot of those right clicks in. I don't know. That Viper just feels good to me. You know, I feel like you can just get really greedy with it. You can look to pick up a lot of farm. You could shove out lanes relatively well.
I prefer the Viper. I'm just bringing up suggestions. I think the Lesh was the best pairing because also with the Oracle. and with the matchup versus the Timber we mentioned. So, very cool. This is the hero that we're seeing. For some reason, LGD are first phasing. I really didn't think the buffs were enough.
That's why they're doing it.
Well, but what's going on with the hero? Because the Pulverize got buffed up. I didn't even think in 7.33 as a whole this year. I didn't think it got nerfed, but we've just seen no games out of him at all. And all of a sudden, OGD just playing with it and looking incredible with the Primal Beast. First phasing it as well. It's getting respect first phase ban. So what's going on with this hero? Do you like it overall and the current state of Dota?
I like it overall, but the big thing is, I think it happened in 7.33. They actually made it so that if you offensively dispel him during the start of the onslaught just doesn't happen. It instantly stops. So, like, you could play an Enchantress into it, and if he charges, just enchant him, bam, no movement. So that's a pretty big deal to be able to stop him. They don't have any of that this game, though, outside of maybe the techies with the old taser. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's going to be Butterfly Effect playing the TA. I don't think these are the best supports, though, to be able to pair together with a Primal Beast, right? Like, you're not going to be making too many big rotations to be able to lock down the TA. Honestly, it might even be SJ on the Oracle making that first rotation with the Fortune's End just to hold the TA into place so that when Guard goes for that trample, he knows that you're not going to, like, be running back behind a tower or anything like that.
What do we make of the last pick there from the Chaos Knight? Do we feel like it is a nice hero to outround the IG Vitality's draft, or do we prefer the Holy Grail 5-man?
See, I don't hate the Chaos Knight pick. I think it absolutely needs to be like a armlet BKB Blink Dagger style. Maybe not a BKB. You don't exactly have a ton of damage that you need to avoid. Your job is basically kill the Oracle, kill the Pugna, right? That is just the crux of IG Vitality's draft. Make sure that that happens, especially the Pugna, before the Netherward is able to get dropped down, because then Timbersaw has a much easier time in a lot of these engagements. Yes, you still need to deal with the things like the Rupture, for example, but I think you can then, with all of that attention being taken away, rely on Butterfly Effect to play his role, to be that big team carrying hero, and he is the win condition on his TA to be able to pull them across the line.
So I think another big thing that the Chaos Knight provides IG Vitality is just the lane domination aspect. I'd really like to see the CK paired up with the techies, because we have seen Beastmasters that can be a bit of a concern. Like, you can be strong in a lane depending on who you're going up against, and I think if you go up against a Chaos Knight and a techies, you could just feed over and over again. So, and we all know CK, like, you are a hero that you do struggle with keeping up in farm if you have a bad lane. Like, you can dominate, but if you fall behind, then all of a sudden you're going to have some issues. So I do have concerns. So as the game goes on, there's a lot of AoE. Like, I think Primal Beast is a great hero to be able to deal with the Phantasm illusions. So I think a lot of it just needs to come down to the lane. And I think that's just a big reason why they wanted to pick the hero, just to dominate the Beastmaster.
It's very possible, but I mean, it's Hara that's going to be playing the Spirit Breaker. So Ponyo, he's been playing POS 4 for the majority of things. So looks like he probably is going to be getting paired together with Marblue. I just feel like, kind of like what we were talking about previously, I know it's a Timbersaw, and I know Timber's very strong in lane, but Bloodseeker, Oracle, that's a pretty decent lane as well. Again, once you reach level 3, so it's really just about making sure that Timber has the decent enough start so that you're able to start making these rotations, so that you can build up a lot of these stacks. So, you know, ideal situation, absolutely agree. Techies would be great up top. I just don't know if you're going to get the freedom to do it. Well, maybe they will.
Looks like they will.
I'm interested to see how this this bottom lane goes then, because we were both a little hesitant about Marblue in his previous Timbersaw outings, and now you've got, I mean, Spirit Breaker, it's a decent support, but not for another melee, and not against a Bloodseeker. You know, Bloodseeker is one of those heroes that can really just look to wreck your life. You know, he's even got a blood grenade picked up on himself, so it really just shows the mentality from Holy Grail here as to what exactly they're looking to do.
Well, it's already a good start mid lane for Butterfly Effect. Got his range creep CS and got the range creep denied. So he's off to a good time. And then we'll take a look at how bottom is able to shape up early. You mentioned like level 3, right? That's really the big thing for SJ in summer. Is there no difference now with the Spirit Breaker being here instead of the techies?
Well, I just feel like you're going to be able to get into a timing that's a little bit better on Holy Grail off the back of this. What is SJ doing?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I mean, I know he's trying to connect the waves, but, you know, he's giving up his career in the process. He's making it so that Summer might miss out on a bit of XP. I mean, this is what you have to do on Hara, right? Because this is, like I said, not laneable. I'm sure they scouted out the fact that they did have those couple of blood grenades as well. So they're like, they want to fight, we're not going to give them the opportunity to. What's going on?
I'm so goddamn glad we don't get this anymore.
What do you mean? Here it is, right here.
It's so rare. It's just so rare that this happens, where we have these goddamn lane pulling shenanigans going on, where just there's nothing going on in the actual lane. You're fighting in the jungle. So yeah, we've got it now, but we don't see it too much anymore, which is nice. It's nice to see.
Lane, are they going to be able to connect it? Of course it is. What is a lane these days? I mean, Timber's cleared enough that it's been wide enough there. They might be able to get a kill. I mean, it's still a level 1 Timbersaw, and they still have both blood grenades, I believe, but I guess really just wanting to try and get up onto that level 3 as quickly as possible. Of course, though, that's going to probably bring Marblu up to
top
that
lane.
Oh,
That DQQ should be able to give her first blood. Azukio crits him down, so already a good start. We were mentioning this should be a pretty strong lane here for IG Vitality.
I didn't quite see because we were so enthralled with what was happening at bottom. I'm guessing that they had been trying to do a similar sort of thing. There's really no other reason for a Pugna to be there if that was the case.
I do care about, yes, it's first blood, but look at the wave for Dom. He's got double ranged. He also pulled the creep wave to the hard camp as well, so he's going to have great position with the creep wave. I feel like he really doesn't care about the Pugna going down.
You say that, but CK's got like a 600 net worth lead off the back of this. Yeah, he got the first blood, but, you know, early game, solid early game is not what you want to give a CK.
And you might also give away a kill now as well with the jump in. Dom's in some danger with the braces. Stats not enough. They will get a return kill though from DQQ. So maybe them going down is not what you're hoping for, but at least DQQ is able to get some solo experience now. We'll see if the Pugna can make good use of that or not.
We will indeed. And I mean, in the mid lane as well, with the... Is that Pugna? Yeah, Pugna TP'd to that mid lane to refill the bottle for Garn, I believe. So obviously that lane as well is going incredibly well for Butterfly Effect. Early on, Primal Beast is lacking a little bit of armor to be able to play around with. Basically only has the bottle at this stage. Butterfly Effect is just dominating this lane. And this is the issue that we were talking about, right? Like, who is actually going to be the one making the rotations towards this lane to be able to help you out a little bit? Like the fact that DQQ didn't get greedy and go for the water rune pickup himself, realizing that he would have been absolutely in harm's way if that happened. Just trying to make Butterfly Effect's life a whole lot more challenging. But at least Garn now has the boots of speed coming out to him. I don't really think it's going to enable him to go for any sort of kills, though. That's the downside. It's more of an escape mechanism.
Yeah, because it's if you leave the lane, then you just have a TA beating onto your tower. Like that's the one hero you don't really want to leave alone. What do we want to see Hara start doing over the next couple of minutes? Because we'll get to a stage shortly where you need to leave the Timbersaw. There's a hero that can, is very self-sufficient at around level 5. So you're wanting to see him rotate top. Does he need to consider about making stacks as well for Butterfly Effect?
You're not the greatest at making stacks. I mean, you're a Spirit Breaker, right? I think this rotation is really good. And you see the time that he does it right at nighttime. He instantly cancelled his charge, though. So a little bit off the mark there with the spell casting. It's going to be another 15 seconds as a result before he's able to do anything. And, well, I mean, that might just give them the information that, hey, he hasn't shown down bottom for this last little bit in time. So, be prepared for it. Make sure that you're playing very defensively. Maybe set up a ward. And you can see DQQ, he's already got an Observer Sentry combination ready to come out to him. He just wants to get the boots of speed as well. Not much you can do against that.
It's really not. So, have they been stacking? There's a double the Ancients, double the Hard.
It's blocked though.
And that is all they
Ponyo's
got.
Sentry. Should be able to see this as
oh,
well.
Yeah, I just saw that, yeah. So I'm like, where's the Sentry? What are you speaking about? I didn't see it. Is it the Hard camp though? And you've got a regen for Butterfly Effect, so not a crazy room, but at least you take it away from the Primal Beast.
Things are going incredibly well for Edge Vitality, we have to say, right? 3k lead, 6 minutes in. Primal Beast really isn't working out in the way that we thought it would. And I was honestly a little surprised with this pick when it did come out, right? Into the TA. It's not the greatest. If you do have setup for it, again, like it is pretty solid, but they just haven't been able to make these rotations, right? They didn't get the kill onto the Timber Saw. They haven't used either of their blood grenades that they started the game with. So big props need to be given to IG Vitality for like dissolving the lane in the way that they did, right? Just making sure that you couldn't just look to man fight up into this Timber Saw and get the first blood for your team.
Dom's in trouble again. They already got him service, so as soon as he TP'd in, there was a charge coming out from Hara. SJ is nearby to provide some assistance, and this time Dom's going to be okay.
Use the blood grenade too.
Wants to try and step in just in case it's required, so you got 3v3 up top, but of course this net worth lead, it's not going to shrink anytime soon. Now that Butterfly Effect can shove the mid lane out and go back and free farm in the jungle.
It's already taken the Ancients as well off the back of this. Anyone set up to be able to take that 7-minute rune? Looks like Pugged is in position to be able to do so while building up stacks. Hara as well, looking to address it. I mean, he's the one that's really sacrificed his game the most. Just not even level 3 up until this point, so this Wisdom Rune will provide him a nice little boost there. Comes a little bit more challenging, though, to be able to like put pressure on this bottom side now that Summer's hit up onto his level 6. Really the only one that would be happy with the start to their game so far is this Bloodseeker.
And that Observe Ward again. Scats out the Dino rotating top. So first movement we see down to Gone. Will not be rewarded with the kill. Uku is able to step back into the jungle, so this game just getting even better for the boys on IG Vitality. Maybe we'll go for Ponyo though. It's like with the damage coming out from the trample, should be enough, so there we go. At least Garn's going to be able to get that kill. Does have the greatest resources though to take a fight by this power rune that's going to be up in 10 seconds.
No, he doesn't. And I mean, SJ, I guess he is looking to join the rest of the team, right? They're still not going to scout out that sentry blocking up the hard camp. Are they going to be lucky, though? They are. Spawns up top, not going to be able to get a kill onto DQQ either. So, you know, little pluses coming through here. SJ, I hope that he would have a sentry ward, and looks like he's got one coming out to him to be able to remove that block. Who do you give this farm over to, right? I feel like it's really important to get this Primal Beast up to like level 8, I would say. Just a 1 value point in the uproll, maxed out Trample, Phase Boots, and Magic Wand completed. And then you could look to maybe make life a little bit more challenging for, honestly, any of the cores, right? They all can die as long as you've got that high amount of damage coming through. But you just don't have the net worth to be able to do it just yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to make an attempt on Ukyo by the looks of it. You've rotated in Summer to try and avoid that movement down bottom from IG Vitality. You got to be quick though, because Garn's in some danger as well. The rotations coming out. Hara going to be able to drop the sentry inside his backpack. I mean, he's still in range of the sentry radius regardless, so it will not even matter. And top lane, Ukyo is being caught out. He's going to try and stand strong. TPs are starting to come in. They'll be a little bit too late though, but Marblu might be able to clean up. He'll get the first onto SJ. He will not be able to stop the TP. What? Wow, that's a huge crew from the Phantasm. Okay, they will stop the TP.
Still does the max damage.
Do you like this build from Dome? The Helm Dome? I really, again, I don't have a great read on when you go Overlord or where you go Scepter, but I thought this was a Scepter game in my head.
What, just magic damage against Timber, way to break refractions, way to deal with CK illusions, that sort of mentality?
Yeah, that's, and I like, you can kill the Helm of the Overlord creep this game. It's not like you have a difficult way to defend towers on Dire. They're very strong early on. That's what I don't particularly get.
I think they just feel like they need a bit more space. The downside is that it's not like TA and Timber hate having space for themselves, right? Because you have to make a decision whenever you're going for this pushing style of build, you know? It's like, well, do we look to defend this, or do we look to pick up our own farm? And if they're taking towers, they're not killing you. So that extra space is all that the TA needs to hit this really scary early timing the butterfly effect is working towards, right? Like if he can get into the BKB for himself, he doesn't really have to care that much about the Primal Beast damage, about the Pugna using the Decrep onto him, about the Fate's Edict being able to be used onto him. Blink Dagger as well, key timing for him. Desolator, key timing as well. So I really don't think they're going to care about losing like 1 or 2 early towers as long as they get the TA into these early items. So that, I mean, she's a hero that really doesn't need big cooldowns to be able to play around with, right? She could just keep going. Same sort of deal with a CK, same sort of deal with a Timbersaw, same sort of deal with a Spirit Breaker techies.
We're up top. They're going to try and make the attempt onto Marblu. The protection will be there from Ponyo to be able to cancel some of the pulverized duration. Ponyo tries to get the return kill gone, though. He's okay. Meanwhile, Summer just beelining to Marblu, tunnel visioning for the Timber, but he's not going to have the damage by himself just yet. So good read for the TP out. That's every single hero top lane for Holy Grail to even make the attempt on the Timber. And meanwhile, you've got Ukyo free farming, bottom towers claimed, and you still have Butterfly Effect inside their own jungle.
It's exactly what I was talking about, right? Like, it takes so much to be able to take out these heroes early on. The Helm of the Dominator helps, but it's not really until the Helm of the Overlord that you're really forced to make a decision of like, oh crap,
okay.
I need to... All right, free kill. I was about to say, until the Helm of the Overlord, like, that's the period where you're like, okay, I really need to try and maybe defend this. I need to commit some resources past just my Timbersaw and a couple of supports, right? And we saw there, Timber just ended up getting away anyway.
Another free kill. Whoa, it's a lot of damage. I don't know if this game gets any easier.
I'm trying to think of when it does.
Nice solo kill for DQQ. Yeah, take your time. We've got a little bit of action going on as Hara.
Oh,
lucky with the bash. Fortunate with the Raw still being on cooldown from Dome, so wasn't able to protect his fellow support. And are they going to make the attempt on Butterfly Effect though? Rupture's out. They'll be able to get rid of the refraction charges. We'll be able to path safely back to the tower, but Gon still is looking to try and dive deep. Aggressive use of the charge puts them under the pump as IG Vitality need to make the call to bring some extra reinforcements. But they will just watch their TA end up being crumbled under the tower. Now Marblu will TP in, but it is too late to keep the TA alive, but it will keep the tower standing.
You see how important the Oracle is to all of that, right? Like, it was just constantly keeping track of, like, oh, does he have the Fortune's End available? Is he able to stop this TP away? And it was the Purifying Flames at the very end of everything that was able to even secure the kill where he nearly got back to safety. There really isn't too much extra that Hara could have done in that sort of situation. Like, he was playing that to perfection, just being able to be in place to interrupt TPs.
Gone? It's a lot of damage on the Hara. But all of the boys on IG Vitality feel strong enough to fight as Ukyo cuts away the life for one. They're going to look to Dome next as well. Garm will do his best to disrupt. They've got the Roar as well. Dome's going to be able to get it off in the nick of time, but he's still in danger. The life drain from DQQ will not be enough to repair the damage. Summer's going to look to try and swing on over though. From the right side, they'll take out the Timber thanks to the Rupture. Summer with the cleanup crew. Alrighty, that's how you do it. That's how you potentially find a way back in the game.
I mean, for sure. Like, I always had the mentality of, like, if they're going to come back into this game, it's on the Bloodseeker. I was just like, but when? And then what is the enemy team going to have in response to it, right? Because, you know, even if he's got the BKB, you've still got a lot of damage that's going to be coming into you, right? The TA, yeah, the death doesn't feel too great for Butterfly Effect, but he's going to be going into either the BKB or the Desolator next. Honestly, wouldn't hate it being just that Deso, right? Because you can see he's even queued up both, but up against Pugna, up against Roar, up against the Rupture as well. Like, it doesn't give insane value towards the BKB. I really just think that you need it to be able to confirm the kills onto the Oracle like they just did. We saw DQQ put in amazing performances on his Dark Willow, but that time it just felt like he was a little hesitant with a lot of his spellcasting. Like, he had the Decrep up for quite some time. He had the life drain when he was under complete safety of the tier 2 tower, and he was just a bit too slow to be able to use it onto Dolem. maybe provide that little bit of extra protection that the Beastmaster would have needed to be able to, you know, get back underneath the additional armor of the tier 2 tower, because we know how important that's going to be against this team in particular. I mean, you're going up against a CK and a TA who's going into a Desolator, so I'm just going to do some quick maths here. 16 plus
2 plus 17
don't start
equals 521, and then you also have a random figure of 123 to add on top of that. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of
minus
damage.
21 armor is what it is.
Okay. Which is going to be very scary for them to be able to address. Hopefully the Pugner get pretty good with his positioning. See how much decret value he's going to get out of it. Looking to build into the Aether Lens as well, but he's not there just yet. IG Vitality trying to take a fight around the power room, which does spawn bottom. Fly Effect hesitant on whether he should take the fight or collect the rune. And
actually
he'll go back to get the
away.
rune. They will smoke though, so let's see where they want to go though. They do have the Chaos Knight currently farming down bottom. He might be their target if they can be quick with the movement.
I'll have a look at it.
Great positioning. Look at that. Pops the smoke. And they're just going to charge the opposite direction. Feels like it's a little bit too tall of a task for them to take. They will drop an Observer Ward down though, so maybe this can set up for a potential fight occurring the upcoming minutes with someone's farming pattern down towards this area.
I'm just thinking, like, when are Holy Grail going to feel truly ready to fight? Because Bloodseeker going into the Lincolns, that's going to be pretty huge, right? You just want to make sure that you're not getting charged to be able to start things off. You're not getting chain controlled. BKB still gives you a ton of value against the Timbersaw, but not too much else, right? The techies a little bit, and it's really, you are once again going to be that second line of initiation coming in. It's going to be Garn leading the charge a lot of the time, and he's got the BKB for himself, so he just wants to make sure that he's not getting blown up by the stuns into the Timbersaw damage that's looking to come through onto him. And I believe he might have the Helm of the Overlord complete as well for Dawn.
So what are we hoping out of this item now for Holy Grail? Is this even something that they could look to use to get an objective? Do they want to fight off the back of it, or is it not too much with them still being down 6k?
I mean, where's their vision right now? It's pretty defensive vision that they've got at this point. So I think an early smoke just to be able to get some... Oh. That's not too great.
Please? No, it's not.
So, but it's just the pulverize, right? Such a low cooldown, doesn't really matter all that much. Or DQQ, you are in maybe not danger.
Another power in though for Butterfly Effect. He's doing a very good job to help secure these.
All right, I'm going to ask for your eyes on this one.
Okay.
No, just your eyes. Proximity mines, they're around the mid lane. Can you see them set up anywhere else? Because I really feel like that's going to be the next big test for Ponyo here. Like, how into the mind of Holy Grail is he? Like, how does he know that they're about to be able to make some sort of move? And where can he look to set up a lot of these proximity mines to be able to dodge out a few of these smoke ganks that might be coming? Because right now, they don't know that they've got these mines set up around the mid lane. Actually, no, they just exploded them, I believe, on DQQ towards the north side where he's placed that nether ward down. So maybe now you can look to make some sort of aggressive play up towards this top side of the map, put up some deep vision, and kill off the TA who's still looking to farm as much as possible towards that BKB. They pretty much got the best creep possible as well. The Ancient Granite Golem for that bonus HP percentage as well. How much damage that they're going to be able to output early on into the piece. And Summer, he's got the Lincoln Sphere for himself as well. So this is a pretty key timing for Holy Grail.
It's another great ward placement. As soon as I say that, SJ will find the D ward, but you've spoken a lot about the mines. We haven't really brought up the traps to provide vision as well, but it's also just the classic observer placements we've seen so far this game from IG Vitality. It's been really on point. So even though it does get dewarded, they scouted this four-man rotation top, and they're going to be able to play accordingly now with that info.
I mean, the thing is, like, they're going to be able to play accordingly, and I feel like they're really hesitating a lot on Holy Grail, and you cannot do that. You cannot allow the TA
that extra 30 seconds. I'm going to instantly TP in on Nukio. Everyone needs to come if you want to take the fight. Butterfly Effect is still not showing up just yet. It's the false promise to try and give Garn a little bit of space, and he's even going to try and TP out. Oh, he died in the base.
You have a sticky on it?
I think
sticky
so.
Teleport with him. Techies,
Well-
just another way to be busted.
They just seem super hesitant, right, on Holy Grail. Like they don't really know what target to go for. Then a couple of heroes show up, and then they don't know whether to fight or whether to retreat. You're now showing bottom, but Bloodseeker's in the lane. You're going to see DQQ with the Observer Ward as well. So you can probably get this tier 1 tower for free if you want. I was going to say maybe Roche, but it is on that bottom side.
Dire's
Might be able to get a solo kill onto this Pugna. No one else can really join in onto this kill attempt. Looks like Techies might start the movement down to be able to do so. Actually, they're going to commit a couple heroes here.
Bash.
is under attack.
He got lucky before. So one other thing that I do want to highlight that we didn't really get to see too much presence of in that previous team fight is that both of the supports on Holy Grail have Gossamer Capes. And I love this against a TA. You know, TA wants to jump in with that Desolator meld combination and just like one-shot you basically. And this is going to prevent that from being the case. You know, dodging out a spell every, 4 seconds or 6? Every 4 seconds. That's enormous, you know. Against a CK, not going to do quite as much because you've got those Phantasm illusions there. But against a TA, I mean, just to be able to give you the ability to respond with your Ghost Scepter, with your Decrepify, with your False Promise, like this could legitimately be a game changer just off the back of some of these neutral items. So great choices coming through from the Holy Grail supports.
Yeah, we even just saw there was like value out of stopping the right click after the charge.
Yep.
Like, I mean, that's something you constantly go for. You charge in while the sun's there, you try and hopefully get a bash, so you don't have to instantly cast Nether Strike. Maybe it stops a little bit of the control from Hara, but, you know, that can only do so much as IG Vitality now have the ages in their hands, and it's really go time for them. You know, you've almost got BKB onto Butterfly Effect. You are feeling immensely powerful right now, and still seeing a lot of difficulty with what Holy Grail are going to be able to do to combat that.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just going to be around like when is this BKB being used by Butterfly Effect once he does finish it up, right? Because the Heaven's Halberd is coming on summer, and you know, TA ranged hero Heaven's Halberd is going to last that much longer, all the full 5 seconds, to be able to really take her out of the fight. So it's just a matter of, I feel like IG Vitality should pretty much, and it's pretty rare for this to be a case against a hero like Beastmaster, but they should be the ones to get the jump a lot of the time. You know, they've got a lot of this mind vision set up. They can potentially have a lot of TA traps set up around the map as well. They've got a Spirit Breaker for the charge, always having that additional amount of vision. I kind of want to see them wait for Hara to get the Shadow Blade. It's only 300 gold away. It's not that much extra time. Just look to give him this creep wave and move Butterfly Effect back into the jungle, pick up some of those ancient stacks, a bit of that farm that is a bit easier for him to get. Or give him a single range creep instead of the full wave. If he can get this top wave, it'll be happy enough.
That's right, the peasant only gets the scraps.
Mm-hmm. I don't think this is a real game changer, the Tormentor.
No, but I don't know what else you have to do on the map. So plus 250 gold, and I mean, Rain to Destiny is pretty good.
It's the better of the two.
Yeah. Well, you buff up the life still, buff up the Pugna life drain as well. Like, yeah, like you said, better of the two, and you kind of have nothing else to do on the map right now. So I'll not go for it.
I mean, IG Vitality are just sweeping across the map now. They've taken a tier 2 bot. They're going to potentially force a rotation back towards the bottom side of the map. They didn't scout out this Observer Ward that Ponyo just placed down next to the tier 2 tower. They will slightly see Ukyo, though, just off the back of that Hawk Vision. So nicely done to be able to send that one out at the time from Dolam. And I think he's got BKB coming out for himself as well. So a little bit more survivable, but again, it's really only against the Timbersaw. The TA, the CK, they don't care at all. Once again, they are going to be the ones that get the earlier jump. They've been able to pick up that Shadow Blade on Hara off the back of a little bit of that that creep gold that they got, plus the tower. Make this charge happen. It's walking underneath a... Is that a pterodactyl? Was a pterodactyl. It's gone extinct. Were you ever a big dinosaur kid?
I was. Ukyo
That's a big jump.
may too go extinct. A lot committed just for the Chaos Knight who activates the BKB. They're going to have the damage. But will they have enough to be able to go for Butterfly Effect as well? With a raw use, they should be able to address the first life. Will they? Butterfly Effect steps out of danger, but still the rest of IGA Vitality is struggling. Gone another charge over to the right side. A 2 for 2, but it's mean that Marblu can freely spellcast inside this engagement. So finally, though, not the worst for Holy Grail. We've seen a lot of signs favoring IG Vitality. It's not done just yet, though, as Hara. Look at a charge Dorm down who does have DQQ nearby. Even Summer's going to TP down as well. Looks like they'll be hesitant about continuing on for Dorm. So yeah, pretty good skirmish in the end for Holy Grail.
Do they see the TA? I think they do. Yeah, she's walking around underneath the vision right now, but it does feel a little baitish, doesn't it, with the Aegis, without having to use the BKB on Butterfly Effect. They would have loved to get either one or the other out of that one, but I mean, that was just one of those fights where I've been praising SJ a lot, but he wasn't able to get the false promise off. It was some pretty decent chain control, but there were small windows for him to be able to get it down. The Reign of Destiny was really nicely positioned, but not enough to be able to save him. Loving this build-up as well from Ukyo. I mean, the Harpoon basically acts as like a pseudo Blink Dagger because you're always, again, going to have those other forms of initiation, so you're not gimping your own farming capabilities while still having that extra layer of catch. And then he's going into the Nullifier. I mean, against Ghost Scepter, against Decrepify, it's amazing.
I was going to say, is it too offensive of an item, though? Because I was a bit surprised with how fast they're able to blow him up, even though he's got 3,300 health, as we might see it again. Ukyo, though, ruptures out Summer. Does he want to continue on with the raw? Oh, they'll just dispatch of him with ease.
I mean, that's
another
kind of
fight.
He was there solo. He had techies backing him up, but you know, that's not enough. You cannot go, especially during nighttime, with a lack of vision into that sort of area.
Well, they are not getting full usage out of the Aegis. Butterfly Effect is farming, but you've kind of lost this slight advantage. All you've really gotten out of it is the tier 2 tower down bottom.
Just seeing what they're even looking to build up into next as well on Holy Grail, as some looks like you'll be able to... Oh, you'll see the Lotus Pool being activated in front of MSJ, so he needs to get out of dodge. Is there any real big items that they've got coming out outside of the Slom? I'm not really seeing it. You know, like a Lincoln Sphere on the Primal Beast, probably not going to be that big of a game changer. I'd probably prefer him to go into the Shiva's Guard, right? All that additional armor against these heroes that don't care about the BKB that you're going to have popped when you're charging in. Also just attack speed slow against both the CK and the TA. You're going to feel pretty great. More stuff just to be able to slow them down a little bit extra, allow extra value out of your trample, out of the Slom, out of the Wild Axes. I really want to see him go into that as opposed to the Lincoln Sphere. Still just the 7 armor, I believe. No, he's got a bit more than that, +4 from the phase boots, but not much outside of that for the Chaos Knight, so, sorry, for the Primal Beast, so he's still going to be subject to that -21 armor that they've got on the CK and the TA just on their own.
Does the Lincolns provide them just a potential to be able to chain control one person and then blow them up? Because... do we feel like his role now is just screw the damage, let me just get in, hold one person into place, and then let the Bloodseeker do the damage?
I guess, but like... he's just saying in terms of like, he's not going to get interrupted, basically, when he's using the Pulverize.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I suppose, right? The only thing that's really going to stop you is the Nether Strike, right? That basically feels what it's for.
Can see this going is you pulverize into raw and they have no save. It's not like Radiant, you have save with Pugner and Oracle, and importantly you have a strong dispel with false promise. Dire do not have that. Their way to disrupt is just solely cancelling off the back of spellers on the enemy. But if you go Lincolns, maybe that protects it. I also think it's a very good Shiva's game, but I wonder if they can hold one person down for 5 seconds. Like, Summer's really farmed. 504 has Ag Shard. I wonder if he will continue with the Skadi or not. I mean, it's good versus the range, good versus the Timber with the healing reduction, but we've seen him do a lot of damage when he can have his team stun people. So I wonder if the call is just to get rid of Butterfly Effect. That's it. Just control him through the fights and go from there.
It's okay. A little unfortunate for DQQ to just die like that. I was about to say, like, most of the time when you see the net worth lead growing, you're like, okay, I'm pretty happy with this. You know, my team, they're solidifying the net worth lead, but not as much for IG Vitality, right? Like, you've allowed this Beastmaster to almost get the full drums of Slum. I kind of want to see them take the Tormentor just to give techies that reactive taser being able to be cast onto someone else.
Oh,
actually
jumps in.
Commit.
They'll pop the Lincolns. The Raw's going to be there as well, but the refraction being dealt with. It's a lot of danger for Butterfly Effect. Ponyo's going to do his best to keep him alive, but it is not enough. As now it's all up to Marblue to be able to turn the fight. It will mean that Ukyo doesn't have to worry about some of the spells as well. As he jumps in, assassinates SJ, but Summer's standing strong. Gun's going to fall up as well. The Sun sets up for the Blood Riot. Not be any fault though, Holy Grail. They're hesitant. Zahara, he's looking to charge them down.
They're really going back in.
Do you want to continue to go in though, IG Vitality? This is getting deeper and deeper into Radiant's territory. They've crossed the border and do you want to stick around? Maybe if you can blow up the Bloodseeker. Summer forward to 0 he goes, and now it's an all-out retreat. Holy Grail need to attempt to cut their losses, but Gun, he'll not be able to slither away on the left side. Hara and Marblue will catch up to him. Ease and Mimo, Ukyo pops off DQQ and gets rid of another member of Holy Grail.
I'm really surprised that they felt confident enough to go back in, but I guess so. Like, they were able to accomplish it very well. Was TA able to get any right clicks off in that previous fight, or did the Halberd come before she was able to pop the BKB? I didn't quite see.
We shall see very shortly with the death summary. Oh, sorry, with the fight recap. Unfortunately, we are in a bit of a pause.
Oh, God. A different version of Kale?
Maybe. What could the version be? I don't know.
Here we go. We can even get a replay. Ooh.
Oh, we're going to see what happened to the TA.
Oh, my God.
Whoa. Relax now.
It did feel like they were kind of in two minds. And even, like, I was watching the Beastmaster's net worth towards the latter end of this team fight. He's got enough to be able to buy the Aghanim Scepter right now, and he's got his courier waiting there at the side shop. So I was thinking, maybe is that going to be enough just to be able to, you know, turn this fight around, have that little bit of extra sustain?
Can Bloodseeker fight without BKB with what we just saw? Like, you can use it to try and blow on one member, but I don't know if Timber's still alive and you don't have BKB, if you can reinitiate.
So I think maybe the Slom is going to change things with regards to the Timbersaw, right? He's not going to be able to, like, you've still got the blow-up potential, right? But he's not going to feel quite as confident and unkillable once he does get into the middle of these fights, you know? Like, I suppose he has the Aghanim Shard, and he has just switched over to the BKB Q up instead of the Ive Skadi. So I can see an argument for both.
Had it. Okay. I just kind of... Just a classic build on Bloodseeker. I just already thought he had it. So, okay. Well, when he gets it, his game's going to get much easier.
Mm-hmm.
But still that fight, I mean, the net worth lead was hovering around 10k, and then one fight from IG Vitality, it's blown up to 17,000 now. So with this lead, we'll see if they're going to be able to take Roshan. I believe they should, maybe it was under the ward.
Maybe.
I think.
We'll see. We'll see how they look to react to it. I mean, the Cloak of Flames might be revealing a bit of their position, and the Nether Blast absolutely doing that. Yeah, this is what we were talking about with those techies was just being able to set up for all sorts of information, and Roche is going to spawn right next to them. No, we do.
Too late. They know. Oh, look at all the lanes as well. Completely shoved in. There's a fight that IG Vitality are ready to take. Butterfly Effect. Lincoln's give it over.
On him and they're like, no, don't run away.
Are they committing for this? He's going to reveal himself. The Dome is vital to the success on Holy Grail. See how he's going to use the Roar straight over to Butterfly Effect. They're going to turn the Triangle with the Templar Assassin, who's in some trouble. Activates the BKB. Now she's okay. And Marblue once again with a change to the middle. This is in a lot of danger for Holy Grail. But Summer, look at the life drain. Can he get the kill for the life still? He's somehow still alive. Summer can go back in now off the back of the False Promise, turns to Ukyo, now goes for Ponyo. It's all on Marblue. It's felt like it's been that way the past couple of fights, but he does not have the boys and all the resources to be able to turn this one back around, or does he? Hara, he'll try and give him some separation, but it will not matter. Summer, what a huge fight for him, but importantly was all the support to enable the Bloodseeker. The Oracle, along with the Pugna, kept him healthy long enough for him to get the damage going.
Man, that was the Ultra Glizzy 20,000 coming through there from the Pugna. Like, just keeping him just enough, just healed enough. That off the back of, I believe, was there a Reign of Destiny down at the time? Even without it, we can see it now, blessing the Roche pit. I mean, this is the advantage of taking that Roche fight on the Radiant side as well. SJ able to buy back, TP in to the outpost and get that False Promise off to enable them to get that full-on turnaround.
And so that instant raw usage on Dome as well. As soon as the TA jumps in, Helbert as well means he has to try and split away from the fight, not getting much usage out of the BKB, and then DQQ. The Zark is there. Marblue tried to kill him, but look at DQQ, man. He did his role. Summer resets. You get the False Promise. Now he's zooming. You got to kill the supports. They just single-handedly won in that fight. I don't care that Summer got all the kills. SJ and DQQ were huge.
They've done it right the entire time, right? You even just saw DQQ, how low he was going. I think before that fight, he might have still had the Gossamer Cape equipped. Now he switched up for the Psychic Headband as well. So, you know, obviously able to get the Zuck off from a much safer distance. But, you know, even just little things, right? Being able to survive that extra second because of the right click not coming through.
One pop BKB. Hate to see it. That is your... it's down to 6 seconds. I don't know if that was your 6-second charge, but regardless, it is on cooldown now, but they do not know.
It's fine.
We shall see. We shall... Well, I mean, are Die really going to fight into this as well? You do have a net worth lead, but you are fighting into age as well. I mean, we got to keep in mind, that was a fight where they were down 17,000 gold on Holy Grail. So the fact that they're able to get that is crazy. You give now an opportunity for Summer to get into a Scepter, and if he can get this item, we what's going on? Why is everyone popping BKB? Summer used his too. What is happening?
I don't know, man. There's some ways that you can make excuses, but not two in the space of a minute. I'm really surprised by IG Vitality. Like, they've done a lot right in terms of their farming prioritization, but TA is one of the best heroes at being able to take Tormentors, and they have not touched theirs. You know, like, yoink. Spirit Breaker and the Techies, huge targets to be able to give that over to. Like, imagine if Spirit Breaker is the one getting ruptured or roared in a lot of these fights. Imagine if Techies is able to put the reactive armor on and make sure that the Bloodseeker, without the BKB, by the way, like, actually he's got it now, but it's on cooldown, isn't able to just right-click you down.
Okay, Rupture pops the Lincolns, and he'll instantly blink away.
I mean, almost level 25 on the Seeker, right? So might just rupture the TA twice.
Yeah, what have they got to pop it? Not really a lot, which is a shame, because that second Rupture would have a lot of value on someone like the Timber, someone like their Spirit Breaker dude. Hara is going to be an issue in these late game fights. Marblue.
They found the
that's a great target. And just going to be able to protect SJ for the moment. They'll turn to the Timber. Is Marblue going to be taking enough survive through some of the damage? Summer's got that pure thanks to the Aghanim Shard. Marblue will get some distance away, but IG Vitality don't have all the boys, and now with the break as well. In some danger thanks to Garn Scepter. And now here comes Hara, cross-map charge, they're ready to go, still Pugna. It's a 4v5 without it, but Summer looks to turn, standing strong off the back of the BKB. They're going to try and deal with the supporting class, so completely avoiding the Bloodseeker. Dome is the next on the agenda. Can he get the roar off? It will not matter. They all surround the Beastmaster, and the recipe for success for IG Vitality seems so clear now. Avoid Summer, deal with everyone else.
Pretty good strategy overall. I mean, again, like that Raw coming out so late into the fight. Look at that damage. He does like 90% of his team's damage just off the back of one hero. You're not really expecting Pugner and Oracle to do that much, but, you know, if you're not roaring early on into the fight, you're not getting that full value out of the Drums of Slom. You know, you're level 18 plus on the Beastmaster now. It instantly puts it to full value and gives you so much more confidence of just being able to stand in the middle of these team fights and right-click. Look at him. He's got a freaking Hyperstone, a Moonshard queued up on the Beastmaster. It could just be looking to pump in everything onto the Bloodseeker, but I really would see the value as well of just holding it onto it himself just so that he can right-click, get all of that lifesteal coming through for himself with the Reigns of Destiny buffering him up as well. I mean, there certainly is an argument of just pumping it all into Summer, though, isn't there? With the Aghanim Scepter that he's just finished up, with the Aghanim Shard, of course, with all that extra attack speed, might get to a state where he feels like he's unkillable as long as he's got that BKB up.
DQQ is so close to... Oh, don't show the lane. Okay. This is a tricky fight with that higher ground ward. They see Summer in the trees and Aegis just expired. He will fill the slot though with the Scepter. Has the Blood Mist now to work with.
It's pretty amazing against Spirit Breaker, even just against those refraction charges and the Timsaw, even just the refraction charges, able to melt those. Any Yems on the team? No Yems.
I was just going to bring that up. I see no Yems. So they will know that's warded, and now they're going to have to play accordingly around that high ground. Spell Prism's going to be pretty nice for Dome, but we saw if he gets, like, it's... What is the ideal fight for Holy Grail? Because it's back up to 22k. Because it really feels like both Oracle, Pugner, and Beastmaster don't want heroes on top of you.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more challenging. I'm just seeing as well, like, you mentioned it before, what do they have to pop Lincolns? They've got 4 Lincolns on IG Vitality to be able to dodge out the Rupture, the Primal Roar. It's gonna need to be like a Life Drain coming through, or a Fortune's End, or a Purifying Flames, or something like that. And we've seen how vital these supports are to these team fights, that, you know, you can't just reveal your position, because if you do, you're gonna get jumped on and blown up. I mean, is it a case of you just need to go for the techies first? The one person that doesn't have the Lincoln Sphere?
Ooh, he went AC. Where is my Moonshot? They just smoked on the ward as well.
Pretty vital, though. Just providing a bit of extra protection to the supports as well. Summit is level 25. Oh, that's an illusion. And you're under vision. And they're pinging him.
Like you said, though, at least Summer's 25, so he's got double Rupture, Pulverized short cooldown as well. What shield am I
just
looking
going to
at?
be running
Oh,
around. Like,
yeah.
just his Blood Mist shield. Like, it doesn't even need to have the active up. He can just right-click creeps, constantly have basically an 1800 damage shield up at all times.
What do you buy for Butterfly Effect? He's got 3,900 gold. What are we wanting the TA to consider?
I mean, Psionic Trap feels pretty amazing against this freaking life-draining Pugner, don't you think? The Shard. Certainly where I would be looking towards. Just silence up the backline if they're giving you so many issues.
Yeah, because I was going to bring up, like, I wonder if you even consider something like a Hex. We don't really see Hex anymore in tier. That was an item that you got maybe like a couple of years ago, you know, especially now with Bloodthorn being a pretty good item, especially with the crit too. So I was going to mention like a little bit of control. And I like the choice of the Shard. I mean, not only does it give you the silence, but also gives you extra vision as well, which is super vital.
And extra traps.
Yes. So
just more stuff for Spirit Breaker to be able to see you and start the charge in onto you. You know, we already see that they've got the vision advantage right now on IG Vitality.
Who's a big issue. Like, Haru's about to be 25, man. Like, he's had a quiet game, but a pretty... Yep, so there you go, 25 now. He's gone for the Greater Bash damage, Spell Prism as well, and he's going for the Yasha and Kaya. So this is a late game off-lane Spirit Breaker who does so much work. Like, at this stage of the game, Spirit Breaker is a very big issue. As we'll see, DQQ, it's a bit of a love tap.
You'd love to do that onto SJ instead. Pop that Aeon Disc at the start of a lot of these fights. So he has to be very careful with his positioning on the Oracle. Any Yem still? I do not see one. Just a lot of observer wards and sentries. Oh, Dino's got one. Nice.
All right, smoke up. Marblu.
Smoke.
He's in a pretty good spot. Action out of the blink. They're going to retreat to their ward. This is a difficult fight now for Holy Grail. Summer's going to start with the Rupture.
Lincolns.
Was onto the Lincolns though. Butterfly effect.
Second
there
Lincolns.
we go. What did they even use for that?
Don't know.
Albert? I think Albert.
Could be Albert. This is a spot where you can really use those Beastmaster boards to provide you a lot of vision. They're just, suffering to the Chakram at this point, but you need to have that vision advantage. Both teams really looking to play around their vision as much as possible. Hawk removed from the equation. Early-ish Nether Ward being dropped as well, so if they scouted that out, that's really going to open up Marblu in this next fight that might be about to break out. His own Lincolns gets broken.
Both sides are posturing for this Roche. I tell you, have a far superior setup though. Ohio will start. Charge on a Summer, wanted to try and force out some reactions. Butterfly effects in as well, but the Lincoln's going to get activated.
That was double
Instant
Rupture.
Okay, double Rupture used now, so he'll be able to blink away. And Ohio with the charge in. Marblu as well is going to fall off. The supports are in danger. Gone. He'll buy them some valuable seconds with a pretty good charge through. Now they get the pulverize as well, but it's out of the techies. Meanwhile, Summer is beating to Uko. Look at all the AoE damage. Summer, he might just be able to do it by himself. Where'd they go? They can look to Ponyo next over to the right side. Another miracle fight just before Roche. What is it with this team?
I need to see a replay of that. How the hell did the Pugner live during that? He did not get false promised. I think he might have got Fate's Edicted, but that's about it. A lot of the attention was just being driven away from him from the rest of the team, and goddamn, DQQ, he ends up dying at the very end, but I really want to see this. It's a perfect target to be able to go on to. We saw the impact of having that Nether Ward down, of having that Decrepify get so low, everything committed onto him, and they're just not able to finish him off. You see Uki having to commit himself just to be able to take him out, and he pays with his own life as a result.
What? Dude, Summer's doing stupid amount of damage in that fight. That is ridiculous.
He did 10k on that last fight alone.
And it felt like the break enabled it though. Like you get rid of some of the damage potential from the Chaos Knight, you get rid of the Timbersaw's tankiness as well. And then when you have all that attack speed for Summer, Refraction stands no chance against him. So we are back at this stage where we have kind of an even ball game. They might lose Gun in the river. Marblu's going to be able to pump in a lot of damage now with this level 25, but SJ's got a great positioning. Now they're going to look to turn. Hara's a big kill. And finally, the Dino's starting to pump out a decent chunk of damage. Hara's going to try and step out to the left, but Summer cuts off the escape avenue. Now they even see Ponyo as well with a charge up with the Fortune Zem Dome. He's got the Roar ready to go. But Ponyo will be fine. Utilizes the Greaves, gets rid of the Dispel. That's a dieback though. Well, I mean, when did he buy back? I don't know, but he's dead for 100 seconds.
That's a long-ass time. And, this is the first time that Holy Grail have been on IG Vitality's side of the map for, the past 30 minutes, I want to say? Maybe they pushed the top tier 1 tower at around that point, but since then, absolutely nothing.
They might expect the Spirit Breaker to have buyback by now, but he doesn't have the gold. Nick's 300. So I wonder if they're a little bit hesitant with the siege. But it looks like they are.
You don't mind taking away towers. If only they knew for sure. But I guess they didn't really have to pop all that much to be able to make that attempt happen previously.
Wait. Sorry, that was third Roche, yeah? I don't remember what rating gives. Was that Refresher or?
I thought that was second.
Oh, Bloodseeker ate it. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer.
Oh.
It's like Bloodseeker. So what did he buy with the gold then?
Abyssal?
Maybe he hasn't bought? Abyssal, okay. Oh, dude, he's huge. He's huge. He's still got 6k gold. What do you want to buy, brother? The shop is open. I will take
his
your
own
gold.
moonshot.
Why not? Attack speed's great. Get rid of the refraction, get some bashes out.
I mean, with the
What else
shard as
could it
well,
do?
right? Like this, it just allows you to basically have that Aghanim Scepter shield up really, really quickly into a lot of these engagements.
What does he actually buy? Like, if you don't go Moonshard, you... All right, Swift Link it is. So
Yeah.
you probably drop boots.
Yep.
Once you get Swift Link. And you can be
Thinking as
zooming.
well,
He's
just
away
like-
from the team, and he did show as well. Radiant have to be a little bit cautious with their positioning. They were kind of tempting fate with Marblu.
Gets his Lincolns popped underneath the TA trap. TA has bought out the Psionic Trap shard as well, by the way. Doesn't have enough for buyback, surprisingly enough, with 33,000 gold, but 3,300 gold.
Oh man, that was a couple seconds shy.
Yeah. His refraction was just running out as well. That would have been a disaster.
No buyback, Bloodseeker bought out, and they only have a minute on this Aegis. You've got to get a kill off the back of this ward. They might be able to. Butterfly effect. Could be in some danger. There's the jump. Link gets popped. Gon's going to be in with the control. The roar as well.
No buyback.
His health will evaporate, and now the rest of IG Vitality in some danger. The rock throw cancels Ponyo's TP. He's going to tick out to the Nether Ward. Whoa, it's up to Hara to do some crazy things with the Spirit Breaker.
He's got the
We'll be
gem
able
on
to
the
cut
primal.
mid.
Or he's
To
just
protect
too
the next
fast,
wave.
Maybe, maybe not. Ooh, Blink Dagger, no, able to charge away just in time.
Back
I
to his
mean,
bodyguard.
They've got one wave available, yep. That Ancient
And they
Thunder
got bottom
Hide is leading the pack. How have they done it?
They can go again, right? I mean, Pulverize is back up. We saw how easy it was to pop the Lincolns. It was very
They're just
impressive
waiting
with
for
that.
this lane to be pushed in on the bottom side.
Ukio? Can you be there? Whoa, Gun, can you be there? What is the damage turnaround? Summers in,
No,
tries to
false
turn
promise.
to the Spirit Breaker. Can they get the bash onto Marblu? And he bashes! Is it a backpack or something?
Yeah, it is,
How did
it
he
is.
get out?
It is.
Far out. I'm like, what's going on? Where are my bashes?
Oh, unfortunate. I mean, he backpacked the phase boots originally for the Aegis, but in the end, actually with that kill as well, the TA has been able to get enough for the buyback in an absolute emergency, off the back of, I believe, a trap that she had up at the time. Really feels like they should have been able to get more from this, right? Like,
Yep.
You didn't have a Spirit Breaker up for quite some time. You get a TA out without the buyback. The Primal Beast dies when you had the Decrepify and the False Promise still available. It's not the perfect play coming through from both teams, and both teams are still in it. Like, it's a 9k net worth lead for IG Vitality. 37 to 63% win probability. I'd say this is 50-50. It could really just go either way in terms of like who finds the initiation.
This is scary though. Holy Grail's still sticking around. I was going to have an angle for the charge. Dino has a potential to buy back, but you don't want to use it 30 seconds up. Meanwhile, Summer inside the river. They're going to reveal the positioning out of the supports. IG Vitality stalking their prey. They're ready to jump at a moment's notice. Just comes down to the opportunity, comes down to the angle. Who do they want to go on first? Marblu. They'll go
Dawn
for
would be a good
Dawn.
one.
BKB is going to be forced out early on. He's got the roar to turn it. Abyssal Blade. Oh, Timber's in so much danger once Summer's able to lock onto his target. Once again, another member dispatched off with ease. Now we turn to the Phantasm Illusions, and Timber has no buyback, down for 90. Holy Grail have their full force ready to go.
Still going to be a while until that next Roshan comes up, but you can understand why they make that go attempt, right? Like, they had pretty decent information at the time. They just placed down that Observer Ward as they were looking to make that chase happen. But anytime that you've got this super farm Spirit Breaker, you want to make sure that you can make this jump. Like, he has the buyback now off the back of everything else, and like, he was able to get a pretty decent jump onto the Pugna, but once again, it's just some really good team play to be able to protect him.
Speaking of the Pugna, this is a goddamn hex that is now completed. He has a huge cast range with that Aether Lens. Not holding that Psychic Headband though still. So
It's all about just
regardless,
living.
you've got... Yes, that is the thing. Live, live, live. No wisdom room for you though, fellas. We'll get stolen.
They wrought the Tormentor. I guess he's level 25.
He will not kill it though by him. It'll take a while. Right,
You
he's gonna
underestimate the slum.
We got
All right.
Storm, okay.
That
Pretty
shard
nice.
for Beastmaster feels pretty good.
Who else is miss? Oh, they all have it by the looks of it. So,
Yep.
last shot of the game, at least for Radiant.
I'm stunned that they haven't made more attempts to take their Tormentor on IG Vitality. Like, with the amount of times that you're getting roared and ruptured and pulverized, imagine if that was the Spirit Breaker instead with the planar pocket.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a BKB on the Spirit Breaker, but again, you don't really need it because I'm just going to be a planar pocket advocate now. I mean, 75% magic resistance for 6 seconds. Like, you're just going to be diving in constantly. It's a 20-second cooldown, not that much of a downtime to it.
And he's even going into the Wind Waker on Hara. So, very interesting itemization. What is Yukio doing here? Can they cancel it? Gone just a little bit too slow. All right. Well, BKB on cooldown for 80. Roche is up in 30 as well. Will spawn bottom, but it's going to shortly rotate top.
Dire's top
Oh, I feel
Summer
like they
is
got the damage
also-
to blow it up, though. They're going to have
That's
the
true.
first bit of information, of course, with the TA2. It's just a matter of, is everyone else going to be in a position to be able to contest against it? You can see Ukyo off the back of that previous attempt. He's playing a little scared inside the base without the BKB available. They see Butterfly Effect as well, underneath the Hawk. They actually charge away on the Spirit Breaker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, 30 seconds. You go Roche before it changes sides. Do you even just want to leave it and start to set up? Diet. They're coming down though.
There's 15 seconds. Can you do it? I don't think so.
I don't think so. They see DQQ. That's a great target. False Promise going to be able to keep him alive. They'll drag him back in. DQQ should still go down with the damage being dealt already from the Phantasm. Meanwhile, they've isolated Butterfly Effect on top of the stairs. Ponyo's going to try and protect him. They'll cancel the Pulverize in quick succession, which will mean TA is still in fighting shape. Dom, meanwhile, is in a lot of trouble as well. This was not the fight that Holy Grail were hoping for. Somehow they only lose 2. It looked like it could have been much worse than that, but with these heroes going down, it looks like it probably sacrifices Roche over to Dire.
It's just some really odd decisions coming through from both teams, to be honest, right? Like, they take that when they know it's about to move. They know that they probably have some sort of TA traps around. Yes, they got... Look at how quickly that melted, by the way. They know that they probably have some sort of vision around. Again, it was a great charge target. Some not so great positioning coming through from the Pugner. You could understand if he was like giving Roshan the Zuck from the bottom side of the pit, right? Because then he's never going to be the one that is the target of that initial jump. It means that you're the one that gets false promised up as well as SJ. You cannot be here, my man.
You cannot indeed. Has he got a buyback? What, Summer? What are they doing here? Oh, no, no, no. All the hard work they put in for this game to actually almost be able to come back, and now they get caught out with their pants down, not aware of IG Vitality to be able to get there so fast after Roche, and now their buildings are going to fall so goddamn fast.
You're going to need to buy back on everyone, it feels. There's no real point of, you know, expending the Bloodseeker buyback if you're not going to use the Beastmasters too. I know it's only 15 seconds away, but that's 2 full lanes of racks now that you've lost.
Go for it all, go for the Megas.
It doesn't deal with the strong illusions, unfortunately, DQQ.
Oh, he's back up, but it might be a little bit too late to mount the defense. They're going to try and make the 10. They'll be able to deal with the first life pretty easily. Gant, that's a great jump to the backline as well, disrupting the supports. It means they've broken the formation, so everyone else is split away from Butterfly Effect. The Bash is there. He won't be able to blink away, but it's going to be okay for the moment. It's IG Vitality. They've been able to stand strong. Can they still turn this fight back into their favor? Because all the AOE damage coming through from the Dinos proving to be too much of an issue. They've dealt with the Chaos Knight. Now can they deal with everyone else as well? They're going to split to the south and split to the north. So IG Vitality should escape. They weren't able to get Mega Creeps though.
They weren't able to get mega creeps, but again, you did get a buyback out of Summer. That is the important thing. This guy is 15, 2, and 12 on the Bloodseeker. What was that damage done by the Bloodseeker in that fight? Oh yeah, just a casual 15,000 off the back of that. Crazy, crazy. And he's almost level 30 as well, so he's even got extra movement speed, about to be able to come up off of another couple of kills. What is he? 44 experience short of it. I mean, you don't have buyback. Just buy out everything that you could possibly want. If you were going to get a Moonshard, this is the time.
Yeah, I was going to say that, or you may consider Refresher just for double BKB. Double BKB, double Abyssal. So we shall see.
There's no point in holding gold.
No, sir, there is not. So what do you do now? I mean, CK's up in 30. How much did they even use as well for that defense? So just the Bloodseeker buyback and the Oracle. Techi's buyback was even used as well, just in case a further fight was to break out. So 2 for 1, but still Mega Creeps is not up just yet. They are very close to getting it.
I'm even just thinking, like, what is Beastmaster holding on to 7,500 gold for? Like, he's got buyback. No Blink Dagger still on this guy. Okay, is there a reason for people to hold Iron Branches in their backpack? Because I see people do it all the time, and I'm like,
triggered.
I get super triggered, man. That's 25 gold. Maybe it's because I'm a support. Like, that money could buy me a
you don't get that much gold. Yeah, I don't know. At least I don't know why he's got the Iron Branch, let alone the gold as well. Maybe he's just trying to work out what he wants to buy. What could you be looking at here?
Figure it out soon.
That you do. Refresher, he could also be thinking about. He should not have mana issues.
Summer bought bots 2 on Bloodseeker. Backpacking the halberd. Could still buy Moonshot.
They're coming though. Lincoln's popped early on. Brady have a pretty good position on the high ground. Don't want the supports at the front line though. Marblue trying to give them some information to work with. That's a good placement of the Nether Ward though. It's not going to be easy for IG Vitality to deal with.
Just got to wait though. Wait it out. Don't fight into where you know that Nether Ward is set up. A lot of your successful fights previously have been off the back of the Pugna being picked off at the very start.
Summer has 2k shield now.
Yep. Just Bloodseeker things.
With the lanes getting pushed in, it means they kind of have to leave this high ground to deal with them. So it's going to give an opportunity for IG Vitality to reclaim the area. We'll be able to de-ward and get rid of the Helm of the Overlord creep as well. So it will be very difficult now for Dom to find another Ancient to work with.
But see, this is the long game, right? He was just waiting for those super creeps to come through.
Oh, we're 60 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, what the hell? He denied the bat. Yeah, all right, whatever. Some gold, surely.
Yeah, he just wants a super creep instead. Much better than some shitty ancient creep. Use the Helm of the Overlord on that. Come on. Ooh, come on, Dolem.
Do they have a way to get out of the base? Someone's going to get these T5s.
Well, it's what they're trying to do down on this bottom side of the map. Summer gets one.
Run.
Oof. Just get out. Is he lucky? What does he even want?
That's true.
X-Marking Timber feels pretty good.
Are there any T5s you think could change the game for either side?
I think Mirror Shield for IG Vitality would be huge. Against Pulverize, Rupture, Primal Roar.
Charge in. Higher. Instant Hex. Not going to last too long though.
It's so
standing
tanky.
strong.
Spirit Break has 6,000 health.
Has he got heart yet? Yes, he does. Apex even given to him as well. Why not? Oh god, he got Fallen Sky. I really wonder what his options were to go Fallen Sky.
That's one of the things I wish. I wish that was in the game.
They showed away from this bottom side. They just might say, YOLO, let's just commit, get the barracks, get out. Butterfly effect, you can kind of do it from afar. This will fall pretty fast and well, you got Megas now to deal with. No.
God, I'm not sure if you want to... Okay. Spend your money.
Whoa, DQQ. They're just forcing them. Oh, nice Hex into the Roar. He wasn't able to activate the Bulldoze. He doesn't have status resistance to play with. No way, 6,100 health. Who cares about all that? You just get ripped apart in an instant.
I'm doing some quick maths here. 6,100
Gotta
times.
get some creeps. Some creeps, get some creeps, get some creeps. Oh, CK's taking that. Oh, this is no good.
This is no good.
What are you doing mass for?
So 6.1k HP and Bloodseeker getting effectively like 2% per hit. So that's why Spirit Breaker is just melting so quickly. They've also got good old Necrobook creeps down on the bottom side. Book of the Dead, most of the time it's trash, but when you're in some sort of mega creep scenario where the enemy team is just trying to get outside of the base to be able to deal with it, feels pretty good. You know, forces them back, means that they're not going to get that extra couple of items. Got their own Book of the Dead, I believe, on the Beastmaster.
Yep.
I hear a roar. Oh, so to Torment, that's just a bit of gold.
I'd really like someone to play in this top jungle area. Maybe they don't feel safe, but you only have 3, or actually, they just need 1 more token, it looks like.
Yeah.
So what do you got? Book of Shadows on Garn.
Ex Machina.
Which... What can he get out of that? Double Hex?
Yeah,
could
double
be
Hex.
huge. Double Force.
20 armor as well is pretty good against the heroes that it's up against.
They just need 1 more token for SJ. Unless they got it and he says, screw that. No, they still need 1 more. Well, that kill onto... I actually forgot who they just killed, but onto... Who'd they kill on IG Vitality to let Holy Grail get out of the base? They kill on Tahara, gave them enough time to be able to get all these neutrals, and now you've got your 5th as well. So let us see what SJ is going to be working with.
He's level 25 as well, so an extra 1.5 seconds on the false promise duration.
Could be huge. That
I kind of want to see him get like a Seer Stone or something. Hey,
he got it. There you go. Summer's gonna kill someone through false promise. What's going on with my dome? Very nice play.
He's holding on to 9.5k gold, man.
And Uko just picked off up top.
Spend it. Bloodseeker's got buyback as well as his 10k gold.
Doesn't feel like it's just a 40k lead. Feels like they
just a 40k lead.
Feels like they're much closer. Probability's 14%.
Yeah, it's not a 50-50 situation anymore, for sure. But I'd say 14 is about accurate. They'd love to be able to force God. He's got the Book of Shadows.
Aggressive charge, but still with the AoE damage. Brings him down pretty low. He's going to pop out. Doesn't get the blink away. They're going to be able to drag him back. Gun forced to use the false promise onto him. Where's Summer inside this engagement? Look at the buyback out of Dome as well. That is a victory in itself. They will reset. Happy with what they've got in now.
I was about to say, like, Gun, he ended up using the Book of Shadows the second time, and I'm like, man, is that going to actually kill him? Because then, you know, I don't think the Pugner would have been able to use the life drain onto him either, keep him healthy during that duration. But, you know, 1 buyback, pretty happy to claim that. It's Roshan that's up off the back of the Seer Stone. They actually do know about this on Holy Grail. Can
they smoke out of the base, though? You're going to have Megas inside as a catapult wave as well.
He's got pots too on Summer.
Nice scan. What a great scan. I know this is going on. IG Vitality, read it perfectly. While Blue's going to be the first point of contact. He's got some illusion to play with as well.
Ruptures the illusion, the Spirit Breaker illusion. Still needs to be on clear out shooter. Yep, and they're finally coming, but too late.
Too late indeed. Butterfly effective and pops the BKB just in case.
And the base is pushing in all 3 lanes.
And look at Marblu. He's going to jump with the backside.
Oh.
They're going to be so cautious because their base is going to be in shambles soon, but they might be able to get the kills and quickly retreat as Timber's in some danger. Activates the Aghanim sector, looks to strand strong. They'll be able to purge it off and secure the kill, but the throne, it's exposed, and that's going to be all she wrote. They'll pop the glyph, they'll come back, but it might be too late. Butterfly effect does way too much damage. The control needs to be perfect to stop them from going for the throne, from going for the jugular. Hex is out. They should be able to deal with the first life. Butterfly Effect, he changes his mind now, looks to retreat, but everyone else is not there because meanwhile Summer's also trying to kill the techies, so they won't have the Bloodseeker off the back of the respawn. Butterfly Effect, so able to get the blink away, but it means that Hara is by himself, but the roll holds him into place, and we can see truly how much damage that guard is able to do even without the Bloodseeker here. Somehow they are holding.
What? How are they still in this game, man? That shape should have been done. They weren't on the point with using the glyph to be able to prevent the creeps from hitting it onto the base. They were a little bit slow with that. They didn't get the second life from the Roche pit. And somehow they just cling on. They know how close they are towards getting promoted into Division 1, but IG Vitality, they're making them work for it every step of the way.
Well, get it out of Ponyo? Oh. Ponyo? They've got the boys playing with him. He'll make it work for a DQQ's got another round of the Hex, and with Garn's 25, the control is just ridiculous. That's a dieback too. So it is not like he was playing with buyback. He actually adds it available,
DD.
but just lacking the gold.
DD. Give that over to Mr. Bloodseeker.
Oh, look at Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, Rat Donor.
Oh, they're pinging the base.
Yeah, he's even got the Stygian Desolator as well on the TA, just for that little bit of extra minus armor coming through. It's going to be Beastmaster coming back, but remember, he is the one that bought back previously, so you cannot put yourself in a risky spot.
Can he buy Scepter on Butterfly Effect? What's with people not spending their gold?
He should. He really should. He should buy the full freaking Blessing. I mean, this is what you do in Rat Dota situations. Just find a way to be able to cut the map up, force them to be isolated, especially when they are lacking buybacks right now. Pugna doesn't have it for a minute. Beastmaster for 420. Nice. So, you know, if you're able to just wipe him out at the start, then... And imagine, you don't suddenly have to worry about the Primal Roar. You don't have to worry about Hex. You don't have to worry about the extra armor aura and the inner beast aura, like Bloodseeker isn't attacking fast enough already.
Who's caught out? DQQ. Can pop the Machina, and he's gonna have the boys as backup. They instantly show up. Look at that. No man left behind. We're all in with TPs. Marblue might be in some danger. Keep in mind, this is still a 5v4. The lanes are in a great position. If there's ever a time for a fight, it might be now.
Man, I would have loved seeing the Spirit Breaker get that shield rune just because of how much HP he's got. Oh, they're using the Book of the Dead on the Beastmaster just to try and make this rat play happen. You know, keep the lanes pushed out relatively safely.
No, don't take it. Well, I mean, I guess what do you do? Level 30 Butterfly Effect gets a Wisdom Room, but I don't really want to leave it now, even though with the boys close by. I mean, Marble's 30, Ukyo's close. Oh, who's bottom? Oh, they're mass TPing in. Dom activates the BKB, Butterfly Effect with all his damage output. Dom's in some danger, pops the Roar. Is the life still going to be enough? Where are the supports? They have their own fight going on because they're onto Ukyo. So it will be a 1-for-1 exchange. You got to get back to the base, so you got to get back. Marblue throwing his back to full health though. Meanwhile, Summer's teleport has been cancelled. They're just going to go for the jugular and they'll get it. What in the God's name was this game one?
It was 71 minutes. That's what it was. You know, you look at this, you think kill score 33 to 35. Oh, pretty even game. And it was at the end of the day, but not in the way that we were thinking. Both teams with the opportunities to be able to close it out, but just a little bit of lack of information, a little bit of poor positioning, and not really respecting the buybacks. Ended up putting it in IG Vitality's favor off the back of what was a really good laning stage coming out from them.
Oh, they bodied the lane. It was exceptional for them. Big reason why they're able to have such an advantage. So I wonder if that's something they continue to put importance on. I have no idea what to say after 71 minutes of just some craziness. I'm looking at the graphs to see. I mean, pretty much through the entirety of that game, it was all in IG Vitality's favor, but...
Spend your gold. That's what you could say at the end of all of
Spend
this.
your gold.
How could you possibly be not fully slotted and holding on to like 14,000 gold at the end of the game? You know, it's crazy to me, especially when you don't have buyback.
So much other stuff they're worrying about apparently, and
I mean,
you know, in
understandable.
The end, yeah, with all the late game crazy shenanigans going on, but damn, I mean, it felt like felt like the supports from either side had a lot of impact. I mean, we saw Holy Grail really was DQQ and SJ was a big reason why they're able to fight back in a lot of these tricky team fight shenanigans. But I really felt like we saw how much the Spirit Breaker was able to do once he's able to find that goal. I mean, he was a true core this game and making a lot of chaos, stopping a lot of TPs, which in the end was super vital. They stopped Summer's TP to be able to get back to the base to defend.
The other thing as well is that who do we even give the MVP to after all of this?
I don't know, man.
It's either Spirit Breaker or Marblu for mine, because we were both, hesitant about Marblu playing this Timber Sword, but I didn't really see that same hesitancy with a lot of his spell usages compared to what we saw in previous games. There were a couple of times where he might have been caught out alone and his positioning wasn't 100% perfect, but in terms of understanding his itemization, he only died the 4 times, the second least in the entire game, and he did the most damage on his team. So I'd be very happy to give it to Marblu for a very much improved performance, which ended up being one of the best performances of the whole game.
Can we give it to Summer?
No. You cannot give it to the losing team, unfortunately.
Marblu well-deserved MVP for the Timber. Very, very strong here at the moment, but he was able to have a great showing on it. So overall, though, I am very intrigued to see how the second draft looks for IG Vitality. Something that I mentioned in the previous draft is just that the Templar Assassin was something that Cactus fell back on, which was Butterfly Effect's previous team. Is something they fell back on towards the later stages of 2-2 when they really needed to get some wins under their belt. I think he had a really good early game. We really didn't feel too much of the value because TA does fall off pretty heavily as the game goes on. But it seemed like they played quite well around the TA at the early stage. He dominated mid. The trap vision was important. So I just wonder, you're a game up, do you go back for the same strategy with the TA, or what is the call for them?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, crazy as it is, what was 71-minute game, TA was only involved in 12 kills that entire game, which is nuts to me. You are a hero that could just blow people up in a lot of these fights. And honestly, whoever's call it was to spam Lincolns, kudos to you, because Ponyo, he was the last one to get it. Eventually they had 5 Lincoln Spheres on their team, so they were having so much trouble finding who can we roar, who can we use the Rupture onto. And in those late game team fights, especially when you're already up against mega creeps or even super creeps, a couple of extra seconds of indecision is all the opportunity that they need. I mean, we saw it at the very end, right? That was all they needed to be able to close it out.
And close it out they did in thrilling fashion, 71 minutes, and it's just game one. Just game one. There's still a lot more games in store for us to start week 3 of our action off here in China Division 2. So a crazy game 1. Will we have another crazy game 2? Or is it going to be a little bit more one-sided? We'll have to find out. We'll see you guys after the break. Well, the wild game 1 means that ID Vitality have the lead in our first best of 3 of the night. Do we get another crazy game, or is it going to be a little bit more one favored? So we'll have to find out. Ben's looking like we're gonna have a different game overall. A lot of respect, no techies, no timber, and IG Vitality get rid of the Beastmaster as well. So at least some of the heroes we saw work out well in game 1 will not be played again in the second game.
How often do you see both sides have their carry as the drafter? I'd say it's pretty damn rare, across the board. And it's not even like Summer is by far the most experienced on his team, So you can't even look to lean back onto that, where you might have that on Ukyo, who's had a pretty decent time in like the tier 2-ish China scene. I gotta say, like, again, we have to mention it. Like, we were going into this expecting, IG Vitality, they're able to pull out, wins here and there, but this is a 4-0 team taking on a 0-4 team. It should be Holy Grail taking this one pretty clinically, and now they're needing to make a reverse sweep happen if they're going to be able to claim their 5-0 victory.
Sorry,
if it's just a best of 3, you don't like.
It's a best of 3 when
if
people
it's a best
say
of 5,
that.
You like it?
Yes.
Okay.
It intrigues me.
All right.
I'm sorry,
you
guys.
shouldn't have told me that. I'm gonna put that in the
sorry,
old memory
guys.
banks.
When I hear people say reverse sweep in a best of 3, I'm like, you come on now. Come on now. We're like, your reverse sweep comes from best of 7s of like sports finals and then best of 5s as well. Like, you can't. You can't. But is there a best of 2 reverse sweep? You lose game 1, you win the next.
That's not a sweep. That's
too far.
That's a hand duster as opposed to
hand
a sweep.
duster.
Yeah.
But that is, there we go. That's out the way. And we got a draft. We got a first phase done. You got your Pugna Dusa. So, why not go for some broken stuff? Looks like Dusa is still pretty goddamn strong, even with some of the nerfs that we saw in 7.33D.
I mean, especially into an Undying, right? Like, it doesn't really matter where you put the Undying. It's going to do absolutely nothing to a Medusa early on. And even once these team fights break out, maybe a little bit of extra amps damage off your Flesh Golem. But if you're getting close enough to right-click a Medusa, you're probably dead, right? Even the Tombstone able to be used with the split shot to be able to take it out. So I really like the Medusa as a specific counter to that. Also makes the Spirit Breaker's life maybe slightly more challenging if they were wanting to play it for Marblu instead of Hara this game or Ponyo, just because you're not going to be able to just quite as easily get a lot of those last hits off in the laning stage. You're going to get bullied pretty excessively. So I'm a little surprised that they have I guess these are pretty good bans, right? For the Dusa, the Anti-Mage, the Morphling, the Darkseer. They're pretty solid, but there's still Windranger in the pool. There's still, what other main mana burn ones can you think of? Invoker, Pango, as potential options to be able to face up into the Dusa, but they end up going the Shadow Demon instead. So revealing that it is going to be a Spirit Breaker as a core. It's
a good SD game. I think the banishment versus Dusa, that's a big thing about the Darkseer ban. And just you get rid of the decrep save from the Pugna, which feels nice. I am a big Shadow Demon 4 fan overall. I do think you now need to... Well, firstly, I think you have a lot lack of damage in regards to your heroes, though. Like, Spirit Breaker's damage definitely comes through as the game goes on, but just in particular with your support. So you need to fix that. And I think you just need to have a hero that takes stacks as well, now with the Shadow Demon getting picked up.
They do. And I'm also just thinking, like, outside of the Spirit Breaker, they really don't have anyone that's going to be able to stand on the front lines. They've gone Silencer, which I don't hate, but I can't... Well, actually, they banned out the Underlord. That's a really good ban for the Spirit Breaker. I was thinking, like, could they have gotten away with... And they really have protected the Spirit Breaker, huh? Puck, Dark Willow, and the Underlord. Because I'm just thinking, if Pugna's able to stand back again and just give Medusa the Zuck, there's nothing they can do about it. You really are just going to be severely lacking in damage, and she's going to take over entirely.
We pick for your mid now. Damage.
10 seconds.
Pango's still an option, although kind of like playing Ember into Pango, but still with the value added boost from the stack clearing and also the damage that it provides.
Wind Ranger a little too single target for you?
It's not a butterfly effect here, though. The Penguin, sorry. The Wind Ranger, I also haven't seen him play it.
Shadow Fiend crushes Ember. You really don't care about the silencer. You can still do damage if Pugna decreps. You can potentially outrange the Medusa.
Yeah, how does that matchup go as the game goes on?
I think it's fine enough. You know, you're going to have people creating havoc for you. You can have Shadow Demon creating even more havoc. Well, they're going to go the Wind Ranger. It might be Ukyo playing it. Doesn't have to be a butterfly effect hero. But, I mean, at least in terms of the laning stage, Shadow Fiend demolishes the Ember.
Gives him some flexo, which is nice with this Wind Ranger pick. They think at least it's going to be a butterfly effect playing it.
On IG Vitality, that's my concern. So, you know, something like a silencer that's able to disrupt that combination. Yes, you've got the Demonic Purge, but again, Decrepify feels pretty solid again into this. I'm just thinking, like, is there any offlaner that's going to be able to protect as well against that sort of thing? Can you afford going like, probably not a Legion Commander this game, just because you don't know what core you're going up into. I was pondering the Brewmaster just as a way to be able to get rid of those SD illusions, to be able to get rid of the Wind Run, to be able to get rid of the Bulldoze, and just, again, provide a little bit more control for the Medusa, because I'd say that's probably what they're lacking right now, right? They've only got Searing Chains to be able to provide any sort of control. So I don't think you can Mars just because it's into the Undying. What else can actually give them some sort of, like, area of effect control?
Don't you need damage as well, kind of?
You do, but Deuce is going to deal that eventually, so I think it's fine.
There's no issue about the early game damage. You feel like that's fine, because Deuce does get, like, ramp up pretty fast.
Yeah, and you've got an Ember to play with too, so it should be all right. Is Magnus in the pool? Wouldn't hate a mag. They still do end up getting rid of the Mars even into the Undying lane.
Mag's the same though.
It's universal, it's not strength, right?
It's the same. Undying Body's that hero.
Ooh. Expecting that. Any Bloodseekers in the chat? Not great against the Deucer, actually.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think of any other heroes I can send strong. I like Bloodseeker. I'm struggling to come up with anything else.
Sven?
Yeah, that's one of it. Yeah, I like the Sven. I don't know how it plays into Deucer though.
You're not going to be able to blow her up. I think the thing is, like, it's going to be, you know, you initiate, if you get the Stone Gaze out, you instantly, like, disrupt her, run away, look to reset after the Stone Gaze expires, and then look to re-engage after the fact. I just, with this Lycan, I don't think you can Shadow Fiend anymore. That's my issue. I think he's just going to get on top of you and blow you up, and I guess you've got a little bit of save coming through from the Shadow Demon, and maybe the Undying as well, but I don't know. It just feels a little bit too challenging for mine.
Okay. I like that quite a lot. You have your classic melee range pairing. Terrorblade Undying is just that's a free lane. You don't really play around it too much. Maybe Lycan can use the wolves to cut the wave a little bit, but you are able to send strong in the middle of the fights, like just act as you anchor the fight around him with Tombstone as well, so it can be difficult for Lycan to pick up the supports. And the matchup as Deucer, it's not bad. Like as the game goes on, it can be a little bit frustrating depending on some items that Deucer is able to get. But you know, Terrorblade can also match kind of the fast pace that we see out of her. So I like this. I think it is a incredible Lycan pick, though. I think this hero is super, super strong right now. I keep seeing it win games. I keep seeing it do a ridiculous amount of damage, and I feel like they just have no one but the Terrorblade that's going to address it.
And even just like outside of team fights, right? We already feel like they might be lacking a little bit of damage, but then you've got the howl to go on top of things. So, at nighttime, it's got a much larger effect. So you're going to have a lot of challenges with being able to burst through a lot of this lineup. And you even got the Pugner to be able to provide that extra layer of control. So really, this game, I feel like Hara, he was a candidate for MVP in the last game. He's going to really need to be on point this time around in terms of his Medusa control and in terms of his Demonic Purge usage against those targets that might be the focus of the Decrepify.
Do you agree that you feel like this Lycan pick is enough to get them over the finishing line here for Holy Grail? Or do you reckon ID Vitality have, the underdog story in this series in particular and can take it 2-0?
I mean, the thing for me is I still feel like there is a relative lack of control. So, you're going to have that global silence, you're going to have the searing chains, but TB is going to be able to get off Sunders in these fights unless something goes like disastrously wrong, which I'm not really foreseeing. They do not have control for that purpose. So I feel like Ukyo is still in a pretty good spot on this Terrorblade to be able to bring it out. If Butterfly Effect on his, unconventional-ish for him hero in the Wind Ranger is able to pull out a really strong laning stage, get into that early Diffusal Blade timing, maybe they have a chance. But I feel like this certainly is one of those games where the Diffusal Blade is important. Of course, he needs the Maelstrom to be able to continue scaling as well. But this is a Glitnir game for me. I mean, you just need more stuff to be able to lock down that Lycan and give even an extra couple of seconds of repositioning opportunities for your team.
I wonder what the build is going to be for Dom as well. I am just trying to pull up
Harpoon.
Yeah, so I think Helm Overlord is still pretty... I think that's the way to go.
Especially this game.
Why? What, just because the supports... I mean, everyone doesn't deal with summons? Is that the big thing you see?
Pretty much, yeah.
So... Ace
if you
played
could disrupt a Helm of the Overlord creep.
So what did he go? He went Helm of the Overlord, Drums, AC, Nullifier. I think there needs to be a lot of value of Nullifier this game against the Wind Ranger and against the Spirit Breaker. Getting rid of Bulldoze is going to be quite nice, and especially, I mean, you're expecting probably the supports to go for some defensive items. I don't know, where you consider Harpoon, where that fits into the build, if that's more of a carry-like thing or not, but I think this hero is mega, mega strong right now. So, and especially in the right game where you go back to, we might be the stage where we need to look again at supports that if they can't deal with summons, then you've got your Broods that's starting to rise back into popularity. Your Lycans you need to consider. Beastmaster, I know, hasn't been gone at all, but he's kind of avoided the Helm of the Overlord, so that might be need to be considered as well. So I think this hero was a big winner out of the patches that we've been seeing.
Yep. Do you still have that page up with
Yes,
Ace and his build? Can you tell me what mid laner he was playing with in a bunch of those games and when he skills up Howl?
Quap was played by Quinn. They had Undying, Morph, Lycan, Techies, Queen of Pain. So no stuns that game. And he went for he got Howl at 8. So maxed out Wolves at 7, and then Howl at 8.
I think this is a game where you might put one value point into the Howl much earlier on, because look at the heroes that you're playing with. This Ember Spirit is going to be getting a lot of right click harass going off with the Sleight of Fist, right? And if you can have that nighttime period, maybe 8 or so minutes in, you're probably level 6 or so, 3-point Sleight of Fist, you get a Howl off, -4 armor off the back of a Blightstone Orb of Corrosion. You could pump people into that negative armor really quickly. So I'm really expecting to see a lot of that look to come through here for Holy Grail. It's all about the synergy. I love it.
Yes. I mean, yeah, you have to, though. Such a...
Mirror value
we
town
look for in the drafts. Mirror value town, and if your lineup has no synergy, then how are you supposed to win games? It's impossible. Well, you can't outplay people. No, that's not how it works. They have the perfect synergy.
Hara is certainly not having the easiest time on this bottom side, and this is what I was a little bit worried about, right? Shadow Demon, it's a great position for, but not necessarily the best backup for a Spirit Breaker. They don't even have the greatest ancient takers, right, or stack takers. You know,
they
Spirit Breaker,
don't.
maybe if he gets like a charge through. But this honestly feels like the sort of case where you might just like swarm over the laning stage and then look to invade off the back of it. If he does even build up those stacks.
I wonder what his build as well is going to be this game from Horror, because there's going to be, I think he has a lot of value with especially the Ember. I think Shadow Demon's actually one of the better supports against Ember. Like Purge just completely nullifies his hero in fights. But his real big issue is the silencer. So I wonder when he's going to maybe consider, you can't go Greaves. I don't think Lotus is really an item on Shadow Demon as well. You can always use Cleanse on yourself, but that is like super tricky
Next
to be able
level.
to time perfectly. Yeah, exactly right. So I think really his big issue this game to be unlocked is again the Lycan, well, just the Lycan in general and the global silence. But apart from that, he's going to have a lot of value this game. But with no one being able to take stacks, then it means you're not going to get as much gold and as much experience.
You're just saying like he can't go the Greaves just because he's not going to have enough money, basically.
I don't think this hero can go Greaves though. Like it won't then help with your positioning. Like you kind of need like Eighth Lens. Blink's always nice, and there's always a consideration for Scepter too. So
Sure.
like where do you fit Greaves in?
Yeah, but where do you fit response to global silence in is my big question. You know, like
So
that's going to be so important.
maybe the silence is just a big counter to him. That's just maybe you're just playing into a really tricky matchup where it's like, all right, maybe you have to go that Greaves then. Like if you can't go anything else, then it's going to force you to try and change your item build. So we'll see. Hara could be huge for their game, but like you mentioned, they have no ways to take stacks. Also, I still think they have a huge lack of damage as well. Like this Wind Ranger, you're a hero that you scale very well into the late game. With a lot of the changes now with the level 25 talent, you can do a ridiculous amount of damage. But early on, I just continue to see the effect of Wind Ranger fall further and further down the scale compared to other mid laners with how much damage you pump out. So
Yeah, I wonder what Butterfly Effect's even going to go in terms of like the order of his build. I like the fact that he's going Bracer, obviously gives a little bit of extra sustain for the lane. It scales a bit better in terms of damage now than it previously did. Of course, Universal Hero, so you're going to be benefiting off that. Power Treads, fine, but like, what's he going to go first? Is it going to be Diffusal Blade in a response to both the Ember and
Summer's
the
in trouble bottom.
Medusa?
They had 5 stacks, but as soon as the mana's gone, Hara, and try and bring him down by
again,
himself.
the Mango.
They're going to have to charge through as well. Oh, nicely done from SJ. That Mango came in clutch.
Very, very nicely done. Also, like, I was just thinking, like, is this a game where you go, like, early-ish ATOS? Because, you know, it enables you to scale, plus just even more lockdown for these heroes that you really want to limit their movement. You know, they're lacking in stuns and lockdown on both teams, to be honest, right? You'd probably say it's a tiny bit better on IG Vitality, but nothing to write home about. So something like an ATOS that just gives you a plethora of stats, plus enables you to scale, plus builds into that Glipnir that I was talking about is going to be so much value.
Yeah, I've seen some people go Maelstrom first and ATOS first. So I don't know if it's a player-specific thing or like a game-specific thing, but DQQ might get solid killed by Ponyo. Ooh, maybe not with that power. I mean, he got 12-1 charges as well, so with the zombie, DQQ is going to be okay. So now Tombstone used, and just a lot of pressure not onto Dome, which is really the important thing. This Lycan's having a good game. So is Deuce, so is TB, but Deucer is not. Summer is really struggling down bottom. Only 16 last hits for her.
Yeah, only the 1 point in the disruption, which I'm a little bit surprised about. I thought he might look to try and put a few more points into that just because you are going up against Medusa, someone that makes amazing use out of this magic stick. And, you know, if you can ramp up the illusion damage from 30% to 45 just off of that second point, might be enough to just completely push this Deucer out of the lane. So just keeping tabs on Dolm. No points in the Howl just yet. Yarn, he's hit up onto that level 6 at an earlier timing than I was expecting. He's actually got the Blightstone already finished up. So I do want to see them try and get some value out of this. You know, I feel like maybe it's going to be around that time where he's looking to actually make his first movement around these power runes about to spawn, and that's why so many people are congregating mid. Haste Rune is probably one of the best runes at being able to accomplish that.
Wait,
First
Butterfly
Blood
Effect
might be
committed for this.
Yep.
Garn, I guess they didn't know that he got a haste rune, so Garn is instantly back here, but the power shot is on the mark. Can they get Ponyo though? Looks like it's not going to be the case, so who's happy with that? Butterfly Effect gets first blood, a lot of gold, but you also trade the kill. Garn gets it as in return.
I mean, first blood is always worth it, right? Like, I really don't think you care all that much. The lane isn't going to be denied up all that much either. Garn, of course, able to secure a bunch of last hits for himself, but it's not even like he got the solo experience for it either. You know, he had 2 heroes around, so it's about even.
Will be the treads into the Ageless first as well for Butterfly Effect, so see how fast he's going to be able to get there. That kill definitely helps out. And who are the catalysts, so to say, for some of the early game fights that hopefully we'll see? Because so far it's been a little bit slow. Who needs to have a good start? Who needs to get levels to be able to have the action?
Well, I was really thinking it was going to be the Ember Spirit off the back of that power room before Butterfly Effect went for that sort of play, but well, it's going to need to be at least another 45 seconds until he's able to do so. Again, he's reached that really scary timing on the Ember. Maxed out Sleight of Fist, Phase Boots, Blight Stone. Very, very capable of going for a bunch of kills. And I mean, it probably will be that level 8 timing on Dol, maybe, that they're even looking to make this sort of play, because of course he's going to get Shapeshift early on. Of course he's going to get, you know, maxed out Summon Wolves as quickly as possible, just because, again, they really are lacking these abilities to be able to protect towers and even protect themselves when he pops that ultimate.
Do they have to play a little bit more reactionary then from IG Vitality? Like if you use too many spells on a side lane or show too many heroes, then all of a sudden you're going to have a Lycan beating on your tower. So is it just more of a game where they try and respond to the early tempo that Lycan will kind of output?
I think so, but also, like, maybe it's going to be a factor of maybe you need to be playing a little bit proactively around this mid lane to potentially, like, let the TB solo the Lycan, you know, use the Metamorphosis to make sure that he's not taking your towers for free. Of course, he's got the meta pops now, but, I mean, with this gigantic creep wave that he's got with him, and I believe the Helm of the Dominator coming out at a very early timing on the Beastmaster, they should be able to wipe out this first tower of the map, so nicely done by Dolm up here.
Nice warding as well from the supports inside the river. We're able to scout out rotation up the top between the Ember and the Pugna, so Ukiro doesn't get caught out. Gun should still be able to catch Ponyo though. So a big kill. I mean, SJ even gets a little bit of Wisdom Stolen as well.
The Undying was the one that previously was starting to make stacks inside of the Ancient Camp area instead of the Shadow Demon, so I was thinking, okay, well maybe they've been taken by now. Wind Ranger took them. I was thinking that it might have been like the Undying stacking for the Shadow Demon, you know, so that both of the supports are getting those valuable levels, and it also enables Hara to get into these like higher value items like the Guardian Greaves a little bit earlier on, while not sacrificing like the scaling potential of his other support.
I like this rotation a lot though. You just bring Dom to mid, why not? Shapeshift, first use of the game. Helm of the Dominator as well. Should be able to get the Shadow Demon under the tower. Can use the illusions if they want to. Maybe they just want the objective instead. They force enough reactions. Marblu though will charge through everyone. No one's there to protect the silencer. SJ, the decrypt will be given over to him. Meanwhile, Gun's trying to deal with the backline. He hasn't been able to disrupt the power shot out of Butterfly Effect, though. One more right click gets the kill. Another remnant to work with. Can he get enough distance away, though? Because charge is up in a couple of seconds.
Power shot?
Okay, he gets an invis. Very cool.
Oh, just off the mark. Would have been enough to kill him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, they get the tower, they get a kill. It's for a silencer. Doesn't really matter all that much, I would say. I mean, the biggest winners, of course, are always going to be the cores, just freely farming both top and bottom sides of the map. But it really feels like the game is going to open up very shortly. I did make the Helm of the Dominator pun last game, didn't
I goddamn hope not.
Well, I'll do it again.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'll quickly avoid that one. How do IG Vitality take towers? Because you're already down 2 objectives. Could this be a game where Holy Grail are just playing with so much map? Because I don't see really easy ways for Dai to open up there and farming territory, so to say, unless the Terrorblade maybe gets involved with meta usages.
Yeah, I'm not exactly seeing it either. Maybe it's going to be around like... He's only level 4, but like Ponyo, he's got Spark of Courage, he's got Decay. Maybe he's going to be the one kind of putting himself in a much more... I mean, he's going to be putting himself in like a more harmful position to be able to make these like... Do you really want to be rotating like a Lycan and a Pugner and a Ember Spirit to be able to kill an Undying? No. You want to make sure that you can just keep balling down the lane with this really strong early timing that they've got with Dom, with this Helm of the Dominator, and he's going to be working into that Helm of the Overlord pretty soon.
Oh, I thought you were going to say with him hitting objectives. That's what I thought you were going to go with his...
No, he's going to make the creeps hit the objectives. That's what I'm saying.
They are doing that right now down bottom, so let's see what the call is going to be. Even Ukyo shows up as well. So seems like they want nothing to do with the tower defense, so from Holy Grail. So, well, there you go. There's a question answered.
And Ponyo even does drop the tombstone down to make sure that he's able to defend this top side. So, you know, works both ways, right? You can use it aggressively. You can use it to make sure that the rest of your team is able to open up the map. And now, I mean, this is where a TB wants to be playing, right? He's already got the Bastion ring, and he's got the Well Wishes buff onto him as well. Clarity being moved forward. So I'm really expecting Ukyo to really look to accelerate his farm at a faster pace than what the Deucer is able to, just because he was able to take back this bottom area of the map.
And this top fight doesn't look easy though for IG Vitality. Oh, force Butterfly Effecting, and they'll be in a position where they need to smoke to get across the map with everyone showing up here. So lanes are in a pretty good spot though for Holy Grail. And as long as Gone, maybe, what can it even be? Shackle, Nether Strike. I'll start with the Banish, but there's the Global Sun to help cover Gone. And that should be all she wrote.
Nicely done by Gone. Even Sleight of Fist dodging the end of the charge there. Double damage should be enough to take this tower at least. And no global gives them a lot more confidence with their team fight potential. You can see Marblu with his Vanguard just standing near the front saying, you got to get past me first before you get into butterfly effects. So they're opening up the map a little bit further for themselves. They'll clear up the lanes a little bit here. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just stuck around and potentially went for another move, knowing that there's not that global silence capability.
Oh, it was a big concern I had with them not being able to get objectives, but it's great to see. Get very good use out of the damage rune. That makes it even more difficult for Holy Grail to potentially take away the wisdom, as we will have that up in 15 seconds. And meanwhile, both callers having a good time farming, both carries, I should say. You know, Deucer, of course, going to the Manta. Skadi queued up as well, so really second items, either the Manta or the Butterfly. And we will see what the item of choice is going to be for Ukyo, if he wants to go down the Skadi route.
Do you know that the Spark of Courage changes color depending on which effect it is?
Yes, I did.
It's a nice, cool little effect that the Frog decided to put in.
Yeah, you're not that cool, dude. I know a lot of things as well. Try to catch me off guard there.
I did not.
What's the real name of Lycan?
Is Lycan's real name? Don't know, actually.
Yeah, okay.
Because he's the Lycanthrope. Like, that's his original name, like the reason behind the name.
I think it's Bane Hollow.
You might be right, actually. That does ring a bell.
Interesting name. It's a very interesting name. See, you didn't know that. Get better, kid. New
Kid?
Marblu?
Don't you start. Freaking Zoomers. What are you going to do? Save our planet next? Yeah, that's what I thought. Nice try.
What? Save our planet?
You and your activism.
Okay. All right then. What have you done? What have you done for our world?
I volunteered.
Nothing. Just sit there,
I
take all
trees.
our food, take all our money, play
especially
games,
the food. I take all
act
that
as
food.
a slob, laze around the house.
There's no acting here.
going on. It's just truly what it is.
Mm-hmm. Looking to play off the back of this regen rune up towards the top side. Marblu actually gets locked in place.
They might be dead because of it.
Oh,
Any
this is the lack
stunners
of,
though?
yeah. No stunner.
No stunner. And maybe a tower defense. Global Sun's going to be able to cover the ATOS usage. So one stun is now not there. This might be our game for a little bit of time.
Yeah, why do you think I'm talking about random BS, dude? There's 5 kills in 16 minutes, you know? This is the sort of thing that happens. Man, Butterfly Effect, he's got the alternate skin as well on the Wind Ranger. I actually noticed it during the draft phase, but you wouldn't shut up, so I couldn't mention it.
Oh, you could have mentioned it. It's been 16 minutes of
I could have, but I had Zoomer things to mention.
Well, what about him going Yasha instead of Diffusal? Obviously, Manta is great with the Universal and against the Global Silence, but I'm surprised on no Diffusal.
I guess they just feel like this TP's had a good enough game that they're going to be able to respond to it in time.
Whoa, that's a pretty goddamn good shackle. No Remnant is out as well for Garn. Where's the charge? It's taking some time. He'll be able to get the connection,
they lost vision.
But that will not matter. Power shot blows him up. Now Marblue be able to cut SJ out as well.
Oh no, Frog.
Yes, sir. You got no stuns. Why not just have a good old 17% chance to find some bashes?
Mm-hmm. We did see, so Marblue is going that build that we were thinking. Like, you still obviously go the Vanguard and you can just disassemble it and still buy up in towards the Octarine core. Just because it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, you've got a lot of sustain for the lane, and maybe he is going to sell the Ring of Health. It's just a matter of like, well, do you actually want to retain this for the later stages? What could you potentially look to build into with a Ring of Health on an off laner? Like Pipe, I guess, but nothing else really that the Spirit Breaker wants to be able to pick up. Lotus or it wouldn't be bad, Lotus, actually. Yeah.
All right, smoke up. Let's see what they can get out of this. Holy Grail.
Another tower, perhaps.
Another tower, and they might get Ukyo as well. That's still hanging around. They're a bit indecisive though. They're actually going to go to a Radiance Triangle instead, letting the Wolves lead the charge for the Vision. As soon as I see the Tormentor taken, SJ is also going to scout it out. So Hara will go down, but that's okay. I mean, that's a true wards placed inside this own area, so you probably have to get both tier 1, tier 2, and Tormentor up in a little bit as well.
Well, that courier would be big if they're able to knock that one out. It's in a really bad position here. And yeah, like, look at that. That's Octarine just killed because it's in kind of an odd spot. And Ukyo has balls of steel, though, just sticking around in this area, not wanting his Ancient Camp to be taken, feeling like, you know what, they're not going to invade into me. I suppose this observer ward placed by Ponyo gives them that little bit of extra feeling of safety inside of the Ancient Camp. They can see that Holy Grail is still hanging around that general sort of vicinity.
When do we feel like Radiant can look at Roche? Let's actually hold that thought, because DQQ is getting charged down. Radiant's a little bit split. They're going to pop the Global Silence pretty early on just for an Undying kill.
Could have been just to prevent any turnaround. They weren't exactly in the greatest spots themselves to be able to to be able to retreat to safety. Like, they don't have the high ground vision at the time, just that sort of thing. And well, maybe they felt that they were in a dangerous spot. You can see Silencer just moving his courier up towards the high ground to double check if that was the case. And well, they can actually see Ukyo farming here, but I'm not sure if they can actually secure the kill, especially just walking around under the sword still.
It should reveal that maybe there's a cliff ward. He's going to put in a location where it can scout out both. Didn't go for the ward though, so...
Oh, they don't see that it's warded yet. Ooh. Turns into daytime. That might give Hara the information that he needs about it. And there we go. They're pinging it out right now. You got to clear out that ward ASAP. Even making sure to keep DQQ inside of the smoke, letting Garn do it.
I would really like to see them prioritize Roche. Just shove up
Holy
mid,
Grail?
maybe. Yeah. Especially now with it being down bottom. Like, you have control of this area.
You just gotta
on this
wait.
side of the map.
You gotta wait for the courier to come back up. Summer's courier died, so it doesn't have a way to be able to deliver that Lincoln Sphere.
Unlucky Ponyo. Nice attempt. Hara's gonna now TP out as well. Oh, he cancelled it. You run him down?
Eh. Can you take the tower is the better question. Maybe they feel like without the Undying, they're going to have the potential to go into the Roche Pit. Shapeshift wearing off, about still a while away from the AC for Lycan to be able to pick up for himself. So you know what? Just farm. Farm. Play any farming games? Farming Simulator, Animal Crossing?
Diablo 4.
That's true, that is a pretty big farming game. It's more of a grind.
It is a grind. I'm very, very intrigued. What do you think of this Dusa Lincolns?
I mean, his main concern is Hara, just getting the disruption onto him. So I feel like that's probably the main goal there. The plus side is that, of course, you've got the Disseminate that you can just look to use immediately beforehand. I guess maybe he's going to look to put himself into a really risky position. And, well, with double damage, Butterfly Effect is actually looking to come down bottom here. And they might be able to yoink this one out for free. Radiant don't seem to have any sort of clue that it's going on with the scan just being used inside of their own jungle. So, you know, that courier dying, a lot of people say, oh, it doesn't really mean all that much, but it's probably going to mean that they miss out on taking this Roshan because they didn't feel confident in having the Lincoln Sphere.
I am a bit concerned this Lincoln's is super defensive. A lot of the time against like these range v range matchups, it's just whoever gets like Skadi first. And
Skadi or like Daedalus and
yeah. So I see a lot of value out of Lincolns. I completely understand why you would do the reasoning behind it. I'm just a little bit concerned that it is too defensive at this stage of the game, and especially now IG Vitality having Aegis. Because I feel like they're in a great position to be able to win this next fight. If they do, then you're going to have still multiple minutes of Aegis to work with. Ukyo is going to get his next item even faster, which means he could have like an item and half advantage over the Dusa, and if you can't answer that instantly with the MKB, maybe you're then getting a fight where you don't have a way to deal with evasion fast enough. It feels like there is a lot that could spiral out of control if IG Vitality want to try and force something now.
So were you also just thinking maybe that with the Pugna and the Silencer, they're kind of a little bit more defensively oriented supports? You know, like if they make a jump onto you, then you've always got a response with the global, with the decrep, all that sort of stuff. I mean, I guess as well, like you've got a halberd now on Garn, so you're going to be reducing that Terrorblade's damage, so maybe you're not going to feel as much of an effect coming out from the Skadi. The other thing is Solar Crest nearly picked up by DQQ as well, so just more stuff to be able to buff up the Dusa. So maybe that's just their general mentality that, look, this is what we need to try and play around. And I think the main goal for IG Vitality in this next little bit is like, can we get them to pop the global silence? If good, if we can, amazing, right? Because then suddenly our Shadow Demon is freed up to have such an easier time in a lot of these fights.
Which they have been able to do very easily, though. We've seen a lot of the time the global silence has been used super defensively on just a charge through by Marblu, who is getting super farmed. I know he's like kind of bottom of the net worth out of the cores. He's close to the Ember, but he's got his items that he really needs this game. Octarine is just a huge farming item. Used to be the Scepter, but now with the Octarine build-up, it's much easier. SJ? Well, a pop meta for it. They've got bottom lane shoved out as well. So this will probably be the tier 2 tower for free. They might even be able to get another kill as Marblu's considering about Garn, but he's already got a remnant out on the map.
He's got Lotus as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Even just looking to follow Garn around here. Won't be able to land the... oops, going to try and go for the courier on Garn. No bash? No bash, of course not.
I'm quite surprised they didn't just hit bottom. You got a third duration left on the meta. Looks like it's still going to be enough for them to be able to get the tower.
Oh, actually, you ended up popping the glyph, but there was no creeps there, so they still had the backdoor. Bit of a wasted glyph.
I'd hate for a fight now, though, with meta on cooldown. So it looks like this tower will not be claimed. Now Marblu charge up in a couple of seconds. The cooldown chains, he gets away, but Ponyo reveals himself for a second, and instantly Dom's like, I'll just change the Undying instead. You don't have this capability of state. Meanwhile, Garn as well cancels Hara's TP. Some indecisiveness.
I mean, we saw from both teams, right? Holy Grail, they had their indecisiveness about taking that Roche at like the 21-minute mark, and that led to IG Vitality being able to get that pick off. This time around, indecisiveness about using the Aegis and Metamorphosis to its fullest potential means that they're able to get a couple of kills. They're able to close off the map even further. They won't be able to push in through bot, but yeah, they're just going to look to test on the high ground. I mean, they've hit those bigger timings. They've got the halberd. They haven't had to use the global silence. They've got the solar crest as well as. I mean, you can even just put that onto the helm of the Overlord creep, right? Like, if you're forced to expend a lot of these high cooldown things to be able to kill what's not a hero, you're generally pretty happy. But for now, they're going to be satisfied with them being forced back. There's that MKB, though, so you've got a bit of a response to the Wind Ranger now. Speaking of Wind Ranger, she's getting close to the Glypnir, so another layer of control. I like the fact that the Lycan is going into the Nullifier. Again, not really going to be mega impactful against these two supports, but against the Wind Ranger, still such a key tool.
Oh, blue. They're actually coming over. Though. Yeah, they got a pretty good ward on the higher gun for Radiance. The ward or Sentry? No, it is a ward, so they'll get rid of it. So they got meta again. They got Aegis for 10 seconds. They got to use the shapeshift for it. They already have MKB on Summer. Yeah, they know how low this cooldown is. They're going to go for the supports. Hari's in a lot of danger. Shadow Demon forced to banish himself instead of using it on the Deucer. Now, but the Terrorblade, he's isolated. Ukyo's like, boys, I'm going to try and TP. They've got chains, though. And they're just going to leave him. So IG Vitality want nothing to do with that team fight. Shadow Demon picked off the start. And they're like, all right, let's feed our carrot to the wolves. Let's get out, reset. Literally. That is... All right, time to walk it down. Yeah. There's no creeps, though, for them to be able to play around with. I mean, that's the one little plus side that they've got to play around with. Maybe they just take the Tormentor. In the meantime, they yoink away the Wisdom Rune. Wouldn't be the worst. Onyo, I thought he might be considering going for a bit of a steal onto the Radiant Wisdom Rune. Won't be able to do so, but I mean, that's a pretty good shard to get in this sort of situation. If you're able to just zuck the TB illusions away, that's a lot of damage that you're now reducing from IG Vitality's potential. They can keep this push going. I mean, sure, Terrorblade's coming back up, but they have no Aegis to be able to play around with. You've got, again, Solar Crest onto a level 20 Medusa. Feels pretty solid. Still hasn't chosen what tier 3 token to go for. Come on, Summer. A little bit of extra decisiveness, please. Maybe it's a super hard decision. He's got to work it out. He's got to go through all the permutations on what's required with every single item. There is why is that a thing? I don't get it. So like he got a token from DQQ, but he hasn't picked up his token. So when he got it for the neutral, it's on the ground. Why is this in the game? It doesn't make any sense. Hopefully he'll see it when he goes back to farm a small camp. Maybe, maybe not. Still hasn't chosen. Please, Summer. What would I didn't even. What would you actually want? Let's see. I don't know. Spell Prism's not the worst. Just keep spamming out those Mystic Snakes. Spell Prism for a Deucer? Also, that's a tier 4 item, not tier 3. I guess Paladin Sword. No, that's horrible. Elven Tunic. Tunic, yeah. Yeah, Elven Tunic or Titan Sliver. Paladin Sword is pretty woeful on the Deucer, actually. Maybe Butterfly effect, he's so deep. Is that he needs to be playing very aggressively. Of course, they are lacking in that lockdown once again. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. No lockdown, no stun. No lockdown, no stunner. You can't have this. You can't have me, you can have me. Oh, I mean, what do they even go? Did he go like an ATOS on the silencer? He has. Okay. He has, yeah. Crazy. I mean, that means he's food for the Spirit Breaker, but I also guess he can just ATOS him. Mm-hmm. So maybe he has a Shadow Blade queued up though on Marblu, so once he gets there, it'll be easy. sit back, relax, enjoy. This is your old-fashioned China Dota. We are farming up, boys. You thought game one was long. Just wait what we have in store for you.
71 minutes. That's child's play. That's what these guys are saying. He's actually look at
Hex
that.
on Summer.
Yep. I mean, it's not bad, right? Lots of mana off the back of the Mystic Staff. Going to provide him a lot of extra survivability as well as the lockdown that they are severely lacking still on both sides. Still no BKB or anything like that for Butterfly Effect because, you know, he doesn't need it. It might be surprised by the fact of when it does eventually come out. But of course, he's going into the Lincoln Sphere as well. And they're going to take Roche this time.
All right, they scam. They know.
Are they quick enough, though?
They are not. So Roche will be given over. Got the Aegis and the Cheese to work with. Do they still want to take a fight? Is it an instant U-turn or is it turn around? Is Ember moves back in with a remnant across the map, so he pops the position for IG Vitality. The instant shapeshift from Thorn to try and catch up. Unfortunately for Ponyo, he does not really have that, you know, quick movement capability to get him out of danger. So an easy kill for them to find. And what is it time for? Holy Grail still gonna have to deal with the lanes mid and top. Needs to be maintained.
They do, and I mean, even during all of that, the fight doesn't go well, but good micro from Ukyo. He made sure to send his illusions into the creep wave as it was pushing on onto the bottom side. I was thinking, you know, if the creep wave was up there, which it probably would have been if not for the TP illusions at the time, you had a good 45 seconds of no undying, sure, no shapeshift, sure, no global silence, but again, you've got a Helm of the Overlord creep, you've got a Medusa with Aegis, you just pop the stand near them with the Helm of the Overlord, pop the Solar Crest onto him, and those tier 3 towers can start to melt. Look at that. I was expecting it. The Glipnir's coming through from the Ember Spirit as well. They need more lockdown. Another smoke happening in this mid lane. Q just wants to clear out that TB illusion, and they'll look to continue.
Maybe they connect to the Dusa. Summer's already got top in a pretty good position. Dome is away from the team, but it won't take long for him to rejoin as well.
Is it in a good position? No, I think the Wind Ranger dealt with a creep wave.
Oh, never mind, she did. So this is also what's going to happen. Oh, Marblu. Oh, he's in some danger. No charge potential. Silence is there. He's pretty tanky, though. Looks like it's not going to matter. The silence long as lasts enough for him to not be able to escape off the back of his charge. So very nicely done.
Big deal. I mean, they're pushing it two lanes at once. They realize how important that Spirit Breaker charge is to be able to start off a lot of these fights. I'm not sure if Dolm wants to be down here solo, though. I think that might be getting a little bit too greedy overall. Can still... Actually, they're just TPing down bottom. I'm not sure if that's the best choice. They want to take a fight without the Spirit Breaker.
Oh, Butterfly Effect is not going to mantle off the Atos. We'll do it now, but the damage has been dealt. Stays inside for way too long. Now that he uses it afterwards, all they need is a couple of hits, and Dom will do that with ease. Meanwhile, this boy doesn't care. I'm just chilling.
I was really thinking that they could just go up on high ground and, you know, test if there's any buyback on the Spirit Breaker. It's not like it's a possible Spirit Breaker. You know, you're very well in your rights to want to take away this big initiation potential that they've got for your Silence and for your Pugna. Summer's perfectly healthy.
Man, look, dude, God, what the heck? How did he take so much damage? Arblu's back up with the instant response with the Yules. Now he's in some danger once again, with the damage starting to ramp up from Summer. Arblu turns in with the Tombstone. Summer still has Aegis for another minute 40, but needs the Pugna. We get some mana back into the pool, and we'll do so.
They've even given him the cheese as well.
About to be a 5-on-5 Butterfly Effect respawning in a couple of seconds. They should be able to deal with the first life. It's like they're just going to sacrifice Summer. No one else trying to poke out just yet. In fact, DQQ in the trees keeps him healthy for a little bit of time.
Ooh, that power shot nearly hit the Pugna.
What's the call now, Holy Grail? Summer off the back of the respawn. Global Silence helps him out for the moment. Meanwhile, Garn as well as making space, looking to try and disrupt the supports, which breaks the formation. Holy Grail, what's the call now? A lot was just committed. Stone Gaze, Global Silence. Do you want to go back in? Meta has only got a quarter duration left, though.
Yeah, but you
matter.
use the Stone Gaze, you use the Global Silence, you use the Shapeshift. They're going to back off on Holy Grail. And you know, we're going to go back to farming for the next little bit. I mean, Deucer wouldn't hate that. I mean, Deucer's nearly level 25. Got to be careful here, Marblue, with how deep you're going. Get Scyther Viced up, and of course, with the Bulldoze, you'll be just fine. It's not the Wisdom Room for himself. I mean, that level 20 is a pretty big timing for a core Spirit Breaker, whether you want to go for the Greater Bash Chance or the bonus speed.
Come on, get 20, brother. You're so close. There we go. 20 online, but a smoke up from Holy Grail. See Butterfly Effect inside the lane. Chain's unfortunately going to be off the Mac for Garner. He's still going to pursue to the higher ground, though. Meta on cooldown for another 60 seconds. This is not the fight that IG Vitality want to take.
They
will not be forced to, though.
Marblue just on this bottom side. He used the Observer Ward to be able to charge through onto a small cramp. Then he went down to the bottom side, out of vision. Then he just charges the creep wave. So, you know, you might have the stronger lineup right now. You might have an 11k net worth lead, but no creeps, no push. Just does it again.
Do you like the Manta on Dome?
Universal hero, so yes.
Oh, yeah, okay. But...
Are you saying would I prefer a Harpoon?
Oh, I'm saying just... Would you prefer a Daedalus?
I'd prefer
the
a
big
Harpoon.
boy. Yeah. Boring.
It's reach. You need that reach on a Lyca. You don't want to be getting kited out by, like, you know, a Wind Runaway or a Spirit Breaker Charge Away or a Parvis. He's got a freaking Crimson Guard on the Undying. You just want to be able to say, I found you, you're my target, you're dead.
How are they going to... Oh, they have a Hex. Someone's got a Hex, and Butterfly Effect is going to go down inside one little bit of control. That's all they needed.
Look at that mid lane.
should
Quickly
get the
push,
Cory
push, push,
too.
push, 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 push. There we go. Creep wave's gone. No push is going to happen off the back of this. Maybe bottom. You know, Dom, he made sure to address this one on the bottom side of the map. But again, it's just going to be how can we look to address some of these other lanes. Marblue on the top side looking to cut the wave as quickly as possible. His courier died though, so I think that was the Shadow Blade or is the Lincoln's? Was the case.
It was all the way to Secret Shop, had nothing on it.
Hmm. And they defend this push in.
All
Alright.
right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Scary positioning. All right, Dato's just picked up from the Terrorblade. So a lot of damage now for him to be working with inside some of the team fights. You got Wind Ranger up in 30 seconds as well. Their base will be under some threat for a little bit of time, but the Glyph will stall this out.
That's the last Glyph though. They gotta go. I know you're so close to level 25, but no Wind Ranger is such an enormous timing. You know, just get that last tier 3 tower removed, enable your supports to be able to come in to a few of these fights. You can even just use the Helm of the Overlord creep to do it. You don't even need to risk a hero at this point. They wait once again. Patience can be a good thing, but you know, overly cautious and scared could sometimes put you into a much more risky proposition.
This lead is growing though, and the probability for Holy Grail, 13k lead for them at the moment. On Scepter for the Deucer, so it already has the Aghanim Charge. Of course, it's going to be a great way to be able to address the Terrorblade, sorry, address the Spirit Breaker. I'm almost certain it also one hits the Terrorblade illusions as well.
Even just the Wind Ranger Shackle as well, right? Just that little bit of lockdown needed. I mean, Shadow Demon if he's going to get a disruption off. And I mean, I guess you can be really quick with your Blink Dagger back after the disruption, which Hara has been so far. So it's not like you're just going to be food for the Ember or the Lycan. Once again, just playing around that Roche Pit, realizing that it's going to be coming up in about 5 seconds to this bottom side of the map, or at least potentially. So that's where they need to set up a lot of their vision. They've got a gem picked up as well. So this is much more of the Holy Grail style of gameplay that we've come to expect. You know, very methodical.
Yeah, don't want to have no unnecessary fights break out where they feel like they are not the ones in the advantageous position. They've got a great trio of wards set up from mid all the way sweeping down to bottom, but it means that top lane has been pretty free for any IG Vitality member. See Butterfly Fex farming the wave out, really uncontested. Ukyo as well, who's also still super farmed as well. So even though this is a 12k lead, a lot of that is just solely on, I mean, DQQ is, have you seen his item?
No, I had not seen the Heart of Tarask coming through from the Pugna.
So what else could we theorycraft for him to go to instead of the Heart? Surely a Hex could be a potential.
Radiant's top tower is
Hex is an option. Blink Dagger, not the worst.
Dire's courier has been
Holy Locket's not really that much value. Pugna.
Surely Hex, right?
Hex is viable. I'm just thinking, like, I really like the Yule Scepter. He's already got the Aether Lens, just to provide that little bit of extra cast range. Maybe the Wind Waker. But I guess if he just wants to focus on his own survivability, go off, King.
Yeah, so what was the thought process with the Heart then? It's like, if I die, then maybe my Deucer is more vulnerable, because if I'm still alive, I'm just the medic and keeping her alive.
Yeah, and you're going to get that passive regen off the back of both your Tranquils and the Heart. And he's also got the extra health regen coming through from the Quickening Charm and being able to just use the life drain onto multiple units. He wants to be able to stick around and farm here. Like, his team is smoked and he's like, guys, 70 gold away from Heart, come on.
Well,
How often do I get to do this as a support?
No, you don't. You don't get it often. His counterpart, though, Hara's also pretty farmed. Scepter just completed. Also got a telescope as well, which is a huge item. Not just for his cast range, but the extra attack range for the Terrorblade as well. I mean, that has always been a big way to be able to deal with Deucer. Your Drow, your Sniper. They did smoke under a ward, though.
They did indeed.
So Radiant, they're going to be able to play accordingly.
Might even look to go for like a big wrap around to the left-hand side if they were wanting to. Summer's also recently hit level 25 too. And Dolan, I mean, they have to commit now.
Maybe they go for Marblu. Is very isolated from the team. They're just going to watch another member die. And now Hara jumped in. They don't know this, though. He's still smoked up. Dom's just patrolling the area, going back and forth, trying to give them any little bit of vision they can look to work with. Might be too late, though. They're super close. The stealing, Roche, but not to be. Age is picked up and now instantly the backline. Gone. Doing his best to try and disrupt the supports. The Global Sun's going to be able to cover him, but it's not enough. Butterfly effect. Lands his shackles and Gaunt gets blown up. A 1-for-1. They committed the meta, so it seems like they want to continue to fight on IG Vitality.
There's still a gem on the ground as well. It's actually being hidden by his Flame Remnant. You can see him pinging it out there next to the Wind Ranger illusion. So, ooh, time for Mission Impossible again. It's multiple. No, it's the courier for the Deuces coming out with a swift blink. But, I mean, I don't want to say mission accomplished. You got your Aegis on the Medusa. It's a pretty big cost when that was really going in your favor. And, I mean, they were just able to lock him down and burst him down 100-0. I didn't see him use the Glypnir either. Maybe that would have been a little bit of the extra control that they needed to enable him to survive. The courier didn't actually complete the swift blink.
Ukyo stands. They're doing a lot of damage to Summer. The menace starting to be drained. Ember might need to consider about a buyback pretty shortly. This Ukyo damage is ramping up. There's the buyback. Meanwhile, Dom's having a free time to be able to deal with the backline supports. Addresses the Shadow Demon, turns the Ponyo next. Look at the Lycan damage just critting through the Crimson Guard. A barrier does not stand in the Lycan's way.
They got the gem back. Let's go. We did it.
Let's go.
But yeah, that was weird. Inside of the Shadow Demon Disruption, they didn't actually complete the Swift Blink combination. So maybe he had too full of an inventory. I'm not sure. But that courier... Oh, he doesn't have the Eagle Song. That's probably why. But he didn't get the courier delivered and it ended up dying. So not the greatest when you're considering that you really wanted to make the most out of this Aegis. And if anything, you've probably been put in a little bit of a worse position, right? Like, you haven't taken that tier 3 on the high ground. They've got the glyph back up again. Ember's used buyback. So these are some conditions that IG Vitality just didn't have before.
Is this not a pretty goddamn good Scepter game for Butterfly Effect? It feels like all the damage now for Holy Grail is physical.
He's got it.
Yeah, no, like I'm saying with it now, is he not going to feel like super confident in fights?
Yeah, I suppose so, but
Well, they see you.
What's the vision sort of situation like? Because he's still in a case where he can get nullified, so it's really not going to matter, Ags or not.
And well, if you land the chains as well for a long duration, it's even better. So Ags or not, doesn't matter. You hold him down for long enough. Another kill who doesn't have a buyback as well. Dom is going to run into their triangle where IG are looking to set up.
Oh, nice.
Sun's going to be trying to activate it to try and protect the Lycan as best as they can. A bash will come through, but the chain control's not enough to keep Dom alive. And meanwhile, Summer turns to the supports, does his role. Ukyo just TP's out, but the Storing Gaze being cast a little bit too late. They're still going to hunt Marblu down on their side of the map. Crosses the halfway mark, is pretty speedy, especially with the charge. Will get some separation. And that is enough for him to get out of harm's way. Once again, another kill. Still some things have to be forced, so a couple of ultimates from Holy Grail.
Another big couple of team fights in terms of the ultimates used, like you were saying, right? Like, they don't have the global for another 30 seconds, you don't have Stone Gaze, you don't have Shapeshift for another 30-odd, but, I mean, again, I don't think they're going to make the same mistake as previously. You got to test and see if that Wind Ranger has the potential to rejoin this fight. This is a 5v3 that you just don't want to give up for free. And finally, at least they're using the Helm of the Overlord creep to be able to do a lot of this pushing on his own. Divide and conquer. Both teams lacking in lockdown. If you're able to like stay relatively close together but not right on top of each other, they're just not going to have the damage to be able to take you out with this sort of lead.
All right, Butterfly Effect is back alive. He's through. Terrorblade's falling a little bit low. Can he find his Sun to target? Sun's going to be able to prevent that, but they weren't able to secure the kill into the Shadow Demon. Good job of keeping Hara alive. You got to get something out of this. They took way too many objectives. You can't let them get away with it for free. It's Dome. Look at the aggressive jump. Lycan trying to get towards the backline supports. Ukyo will set up a blockade. It is not easy to crack through this Terrorblade, but it will mean that that Holy Grail can just successfully back out. No shapeshift fuse, no harm, no foul. Full set of barracks mid along with the melee barracks bottom.
And more importantly, meta used. That's the real thing that they're looking to wait for, right? Global Silence up in 30. The Shapeshift once again up in 30. Meta not for a full 100 seconds, and now you've finally completed that Swift Link as well. So Summer's going to be able to have those ways to be able to jump in onto the backlines with how tanky he is. You know, just pop the Stone Gaze. He has Linkets to be able to stand there and survive. He's got the Pugna Netherward providing a little bit of extra damage output that's honestly like a little bit of a focus target. So, yeah, really just does feel like keep these lanes pushed in, force them to have to respond to something, and then take the proper team fight when you've got all your ultimates available. It's just 5 seconds away, so really doesn't feel like there's anything that IG Vitality are going to be able to do here.
Oh, Marblu. Interesting charge angle. Meanwhile, Gans just assassinates the Shadow Demon. See, can they even defend this set of barracks up top? The Ember's in a little bit of danger. Shackles doesn't land, though. Someone's going to buy him some time to retreat as well off the back of the Stone Gaze. Meanwhile, Dome will also help with the objective taking. You need to buy this Scepter on Terrorblade. He will now get it off the Courier, but just not having that potential, the Terror Wave, even a little bit of the meta duration, means that Holy Grail once again will get some objectives uncontested.
I wonder if you need to get a little bit clever as well on IG Vitality. Like you mentioned the Terror Wave. What if you like combine the Terror Wave together with the Gale Force so that you're like fearing them away in one direction but blowing them back in the other, so that you're actually still able to just stand and man fight against them rather than force them to run away even further? Because, I mean, Terror Wave is good for that extra little bit of lockdown, but if you're not actually able to hit them during it, it doesn't feel amazing, right? It honestly feels like you're just getting the extra 10 seconds of Metamorphosis without actually getting the true benefit of the lockdown.
A very aggressive jump onto the high ground. But whenever you force the Shadow Demon to banish defensively, you're going to be okay without having to worry about the Deucer illusions. Ukyo, he's going to try and get into the middle of it all, but he's in some danger. He can't man-fight the Deucer. Summer is way too far ahead. Ukyo will be able to activate the Satanic, playing with a little bit of bonus health. Meanwhile, Marblu is in some danger as well. Just two fights breaking out simultaneously, but it is not favoring IG Vitality. They have no damage, and it doesn't look like they ever will now in this second game, as that's a Terrorblade without a buyback. They can walk it down and go for the finishing blow.
I mean, Marblu's been doing a pretty good job of keeping those lanes shoved away, but there's nothing you can do against this. You know, you're going up against 4 heroes strong. Medusa still even has the freaking cheese. Didn't need to pop it. That's the benefit of that Swift Blink, right? Summer just jumps into the middle of the fray, and there's no response that they have for it at that period of time. This is just game.
Such an interesting game. Such an interesting game. They don't even call it as well. That
Hopefully
must be
there's some GG. Sorry,
super
there we go.
frustrating.
Or the offensive GG. Oof, SG.
There is no IGGG. So they would be super they didn't get to play Dota. It's as simple as that. They played 50 minutes where they did not get to play Dota.
Farming
7
simulator.
kills for them. It was a farming simulator. So they must be frustrated. I imagine they're going to come out the gate steaming on all cylinders, hopefully, with a draft that they can actually do some things with.
I would hope so, because, you know, this is a 50-plus minute game, and, yeah, the Terrorblade, he did decent damage, 26,000. Everyone else was like 10k or less, and that is not what you want. Like a mid-win ranger in a 50-minute game doing 9.7k damage. We were saying that it's not really a butterfly effect style of hero. He landed his shackles, he was able to get off a lot of these great power shots as well to be able to, snipe a lot of the backline, but it just didn't really feel like he was comfortable. He didn't really have that vibe going. He wasn't the real win condition for the team. And I mean, maybe it's a case of, if we could pick Morphling for Ukyo, give it to him, but otherwise Butterfly Effect, he's the one that's getting it done for us.
I think there were just a lot of little things where you could just go through every hero like individually and say, your Undying Terrorblade, that's a super strong lane, Lycan free farmed. I was expecting it to be much more difficult for the Lycan. I don't know if this is how much his support was able to play around it. I don't know if they misplayed that lane, but regardless, we felt no value out of the Undying, which a lot of his value is just dominating lanes. Shadow Demon, we felt nothing out of. It felt like every single fight he was banishing himself because of the blink on Summer, because the blink on the Lycan, the Ember being on top of him. So I think they itemized incredibly well to nullify the Shadow Demon's presence. I mean, the Spirit Breaker was just, he was honestly doing whatever he could. Like, unfortunately for Marblu, you're put in this position where you have to just go from wave to wave and hope you can try and catch him off guard. But it was a very interesting game. I think just to have some heroes that have stuns, either side have stuns, have a way to execute, and then
So to summarize, like, supports can't really do anything. The lanes went far better than they were probably expecting to for Holy Grail. You pick a Shadow Demon, which, yes, is a bit of a Medusa counter, but you also can't, you had no one that was going to be able to make stacks for you, and we didn't see a single mana burn item come through against a Medusa this game. So Summer really never felt challenged this entire period. The only time he really dropped low was that one time in the laning stage, and it was a really nice mango feed that SJ was able to do to make sure that he lived. And then when he had Aegis, and when he had the license to be a lot more carefree, let's say. So, yeah, big props need to be given over to Holy Grail. It was a good overall draft from them, the balance between aggressive and defensive. And, well, it means that we're going to go to a game 3, Lockie.
Yep. Dome MVP? I don't know. Sure. Dome MVP. I mean, it was a great Lycan pick overall. I think this hero is very, very strong currently. So I like this itemization. I think we spoke about the Nullify, didn't speak about the Blink. It's a very interesting choice, but we kind of just, he just created chaos. That was the main thing. And again, like whenever the Shadow Demon is not banishing the Dusa, that is a fight where you're not getting a whole lot of value out of the hero. So it was a very peculiar game. To go from what we had in game 1 to what we had in game 2 was very a night and day difference in regards to gameplay. So but props to Holy Grail. I mean, I think they played this game incredibly well, even with how slow it was. There were some great usages out of Global Silence defensively. Again, I think the itemization was great as well. Very interesting. We don't see a whole lot of Hex into Blink on Dusa, but it felt like it was a must this game. And so just to be able to read that.
We don't see a lot of Yule Scepter into Heart into Dagon on Pugna either. Just lots of interesting things. I mean, the overwhelming Blink for Lycan, I think underestimated part of that is just the slow that it provides. It's not just the damage, right? And him being able to get in there cuts their movement speed by half. He's obviously moving at max movement speed. You've also got the Medusa going into the Swift Blink as well, just jumping into the middle of the fray. It just means that there really is no escape for a lot of these heroes. It felt like they were trying to throw a lot of stuff at a brick wall, and that wall was not moving.
No, the wall was not moving at all, and well, we'll see if that wall will continue to stand strong for the boys on Holy Grail to continue with their flawless tour so far. Got to keep in mind they are yet to be defeated in regards to series, and IG Vitality yet to find a victory as well. So we'll see what we have in store for us. A very interesting game 2 means we get to go to a game 3 to cap out our first series. Who will come out on top? Find out shortly. Welcome back to Division 2 down here in China. We should have our Game 3 around the corner. Then it was a interesting Game 2, but it just means it sets us for a very exciting Game 3 to have a nice tie on this series, a nice way to close it out as a whole. Because, you know, even though if you take a look at the standings, you might think it doesn't mean too much for these teams with how opposite they are, but really means a whole lot. If IG Vitality lose, then they have to win every single game coming up. Otherwise, there will be relegation for them. And well, for the boys on Holy Grail, if they get a win, they are just one step closer to being promoted.
Gotta love that old-fashioned compliment sandwich that you just gave to this series, right? Great game 1, horrible game 2 to watch.
I didn't say horrible.
It's what you meant. And you're like, oh, hopefully it'll be an exciting game number 3. I actually have a pop quiz for you.
Oh, no.
So we have that lovely intro graphic coming from Perfect World. I want you to name me 3 of the items that can be visible in that intro.
Can we run it again?
Well, no, because then that kind of gives it away.
A scepter? I think is one.
Maybe. It's not one of the ones that I saw.
Oh, okay, fire out. All Dota items, right?
Sure.
Okay, what do you mean?
Not
sure?
like a hat. That doesn't count.
A scepter, a gem, and a... What else is kind of... Give me a second. A scepter, a gem, and also, I reckon... There is also the potential for... I'm stalling for...
I know you were stalling.
a...
5, 4...
mech.
Okay, well, I did not see any of those. They might be in there.
No.
My eyes just aren't good enough. But there was definitely a Lotus Orb. There was definitely Boots to Travel. There was definitely a Midas. There was definitely a Necro Book as well, or a Book of the Dead, which are the one it wants to be. So you got none of those correct. So bad luck.
Bullshit items, that's why.
If I ever see you buying a Midas, I'm going to call you out on it.
They all should be put in the bin. Get some new items in. They are not very good.
Yeah, mech's real exciting.
What do you mean? Mech's kind of cool.
It's not exciting, though.
Here you go, the SD. All right, again. We run this back. This time it's a Beastmaster Deucer. And this time IG Vitality again have heroes that do 0 damage and offer 0 stuns.
10 seconds.
And they ban the Storm themselves when they've got a Pugna.
I have an issue with this Pugna pick. I feel like they're not utilizing it well. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you need to. I don't know why you ban a Storm Spirit. Like yes, it's good against both the Shadow Demon and the Pugna. Just jump on the back lines, utilize the vision that the Beastmaster's got to play with, right? But this is part of the reason why you pick the Pugna. It's to either keep a hero like the Puck, the Quap, the Storm, or the Deucer sustained. And right now, I only see one of those still left in the pool. The only other exception could maybe be a Tiny, but I mean, you get an Avatos combo off, and Deucer still lives, you know, and is able to turn on the Stone Gaze and survive. What's up?
With a production value. I got the last pick shown on screen on now.
Winrage has even turned the other way. Look at that.
Damn. All right.
I did see, I didn't want to call it out because Butterfly Effect wasn't on the screen at the time, but after the entire draft was done, he did the classic, like, anime, I'm embarrassed, I'm sheepish pose of, like, the one hand behind the back, like, scratching his shoulder or, like, scratching the back of his head, being like, I'm not so sure. So, you know, I was wondering, is he really all that confident on the Winrage? I don't want to see it this time around. Any chance to just shoehorn in an anime reference, I'll do it. Ooh, clockwork.
Yeah.
I love me some clockwork.
Cringe weebs.
Rise up.
Let's
know where you are,
Let's
brother.
stay on Dota. Second support, I'd like some damage inside the cogs. Potential Yours Builder as well would be nice. There's not many though.
Doesn't care about the decrep.
It doesn't. I do like Banish versus Sky, but I think there's a lot of value with that hero.
If you're banishing the Sky target, then suddenly Dusa has kind of a free game.
That is true. That is true. So yeah, if you, regardless, so they'll go down in the Oracle route. This hero needs a lot of damage, whatever they pick from IG Vitality. You're going to have the sustain from the Auras and the Beastmaster. We know Deuce is tanky. And now you got the Oracle.
Quap is a hero that does a lot of damage. That's what we know about it. I mean, I think I can see justification for Invoker in a lot of anti-Dusa drafts, but not this game, you know, unless it's going to be like a disruption into a Sunstrike sort of build. But then, I don't know, like maybe they're even just going to go with their position 1 here because you know what you're going up against both in the lane and in the game. Could it be a Slark that they consider? Just for a little bit of extra damage, you know, you're able to get out of the cogs, you can build into the Diffusal Blade. It's not bad against the Beastmaster.
I like the Slark a lot. Yeah, Sam.
It was banned in the last phase, last game, so clearly it's something that Holy Grail are mindful of. All right, this is better, you know, early-ish damage that they're able to play around with.
It is slow damage though, so still I really want a mid lane hero for Butterfly Effect that is able to get active early and pump in damage.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
I don't hate the TA. I kind of want to see a Leshrac come out for Holy Grail. Just something that doesn't care about the Decrep, that doesn't care about the Slark Shadow Dance, that doesn't care about Spirit Breaker. You know, as long as you turn stuff on, as long as you've got that that False Promise on you, you're going to be A-okay. I really want to see an Invoker ban. They're going to ban the Quap. Because, like, Invoker would make your life hard for both the Medusa and the Leshrac, and you can also give the Alacrity over to the Slark as well, just to buff him up further in these fights too. So that's the main things that I'm concerned about here.
I was thinking Pango or Lesh, so I would have preferred the Lesh ban. I had priority over that instead of the Pango, so because I think it just would have given them a lot of AoE damage as well, and you don't really care about what the supports provide as well on IG Vitality. But you ban that out, which means the Lesh is still in the pool.
I don't even think IG Vitality can go Lesh. Like, I was thinking, is that a reason why they don't want this to ban it in the last phase? Like, yes, it's a good combination together with a Pugna, but, you know, you can Cogs to get away from it. You can Stone Gaze when he's running at you. You can Fate's Edict to be able to dodge out a lot of the damage. You've got Roar as well to be able to address it somewhat. So I don't know if it's the greatest Lesh game for IG Vitality. Maybe they'll just see how the lane is and then, you know, change it up based on that.
Definitely Holy Grail will take it.
I'm seeing a lot of indecision coming through from, like, just their cameras. You know, it's only Gun and a little bit of SJ talking. They go the Void Spirit instead.
Okay, so
Schmagnus?
Oh, it's greedy.
Yeah, but it lets you Slark, and, you know, reposition against Dusa feels pretty solid.
5 seconds remaining.
Multiple ways to be able to get onto the back line as well. Blink Harpoon plus charge. I wouldn't hate it. The lane is really good. And it does kind of feel like the sort of thing that IAG Vitality can just give to Butterfly Effect and say, you got this, bro. Ooh, okay, that's another one. You know, the one time I don't call for the Sniper and they go ahead and pick it. High physical damage, range against the Dusa. I'm on board.
You ready to sit back, brother?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let me get a cushion ready. He's got it ready on Marblue. He's got his cushion, that back support. Very important posture check for yourself.
Yeah, it's all right.
All right. SJ, though. Knee touching his chin at this point. All right, I want a time prediction coming out from you, Lockie. How late we going?
50.
Game 1 was 71. Game 2 was 51
minutes.
So the same as game 2.
Yeah.
I think it'll go slightly shorter than that. Let's say 45.
Is there a draft you prefer? I don't know. I think this sniper's a pretty good pick. I do have concerns on just I don't clock like yes, Clockwork gets on the sniper, but is that really a response? You always like Aghanim Shard is so good on this hero now. You're going to build Hurricane Pike. So I think my concern as the game goes on is just the vision that the Beastmaster can provide, and with a blink on Dome, like he likes to go blink, and if Garn has a good game as well. So
the thing is, though, like the Slark is kind of that counter to the Beastmaster, both in the lane and versus the Medusa and against that vision, right? Like you're going to know if you're underneath a Hawk, so you're going to know where you can look to make plays around as a team. So that's the thing that kind of leans me a little bit more towards the IG Vitality side. I mean, again, they've got a lot more damage this time around, and it's not like they need to lock in onto a target to be able to do it either. They've even got a slightly better control, right? They've still got the same Spirit Breaker, but that Pounce is going to be able to do a lot of work. So, you know, we might see a few more Force Staffs, for example, come out from Holy Grail to be able to be a response to it, because you just got to stay the hell away from this sniper.
You do indeed. It's going to be a lot of damage that Butterfly Effect can dish out as this game goes on. We'll see if he's going to be able to find the items, though. So we're going the distance here. Of course, again, IG looking for their first series victory. Holy Grail looking to try and be 5-0.
You think he's going to go Maelstrom on this sniper? I think you kind of have to, because you don't have anyone else to take Ancient Stacks. And you need to build it up on the Shadow Demon.
I'm just thinking if he goes Diffusal. That's the only thing. I don't think you can go Maelstrom plus Diffusal.
Hara.
I see a freebie. Hara is in a world of pain. Now, truly, it's just a question of who gets first blood. And it's going to be Garn as well. It does waste some mana. So 115 mana down the drain unnecessarily.
Nah, just stick near the Deucer. She's got the Bassy ring. It'll all be all good. Or like Sayohara.
Shut the hell up. My God.
Never. Well, that's
Not
a good way to
today.
start this game off your if you're Holy Grail. They can't be affording to give that one up. I mean, there really wasn't any reason for him to walk to the left-hand side there, right? Like, he had no information about whether the high ground was warded. I didn't see him do, like, the little tower trick to make sure if they had vision at that time. And then he just walks to the left-hand side instead of going the safer route of the right. A little bit odd for him.
Who actually wins this game? Because I keep having the issue where I see Radiant ball up and walk high ground, but then there's a sniper.
But then there's a
I don't
sniper.
know how they deal with the sniper issue.
Well, maybe getting first blood onto the opposing mid laner is how you deal with a sniper. You know, give Garn a much easier lane to be able to start things off. I think he's already got bottle, yep. So suddenly not going to get harassed out quite so much in this lane. I think we might even just see a Thompson build come out here from Butterfly Effect. You know, get many, many Wraith Bands for this lane and bully away this low armor Void Spirit.
Yeah, I like that Garn has a Wraith Band queued up of his own. I think it'll just be the one, but there's a lot of value out of it with all the right click that you're going to be taking from the sniper. So we will see how that is going to come into play. Meanwhile, our side lane, I mean, bottom, you've got the Clockwork paired with the Deucer, which is a combo we've seen through a lot of iterations of Dota. And you have an Oracle in the off lane. What do we make of this, though? Is it just solely they wanted the melee with the range down bottom? Is that why we see SJ played up here? Is there another reason we see the Oracle with Dome?
No, I'd say that's pretty much it, right? Like, I think this is going to be... You're not exactly giving a ton of value over to the Deucer as well, right? Like, a lot of the part of having this Oracle in one of the side lanes is that, you know, if your core gets jumped on at level 4 onwards, you're going to be able to Fate's Edict them, hit him with a Purifying Flames. You really don't provide any utility to a Medusa because of that, because, you know, all of her HP is mana to be able to start things off. So, you know, there's the melee thing, but there's also that factor.
Man, if Garn was on the mark with that Remnant, he may have solo killed Butterfly Effect. Lane is getting very spicy between the two. Bottom lane as well. Hara should go down. Nice charge from Marblu. Really good charge. And a bash
Nice
as well,
bash.
because why not? That's even better from Marblu. Calculated without a
Ooh.
doubt.
You see that from
DQQ.
DQQ? He used the power cogs for the magic barrier just to be able to protect himself from Hara's, exploding the shadow
Interesting.
poison.
Do you reckon he meant that, or
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
push the Spirit Breaker away?
No, he meant it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's so crap.
Bro,
I
he
don't-
meant it.
All right.
I know
we'll give
you're
him
a
the benefit of
terrible
the doubt.
support player, but come on.
Yeah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt because it would make him look incredibly smart. And so you got the benefit of both. What a baller.
He doesn't have the same benefit though. Well, maybe
he does
some of
not.
those. All right, that was meant to keep the Spirit Breaker back.
Nah, dude, what? That was definitely for the magic resistance.
It's a magic
Come on,
barrier,
dude.
actually.
Same.
Uh-huh.
Magic, yeah, same. Top lane. This is seeming to be a lot of spam that is not something you really like from the Slark in the lane. You really just want to have as minimal amount of resources as possible until you get level 6. And with the constant axes and along with probably the second point of Purifying Flames, he may go down in this lane.
Mm-hmm. Has to be very careful here. Hara actually TP's up towards the top side. Maybe they're looking at what? You see that?
Double tree? I don't know.
Double
Ukyo?
tree that instantly gets wild axed away.
Can they get the kill onto Dome? He's going to try and get... Oh my lord, Ukyo, 16 health, and now SJ. He's got a Fairy Fire to work with, though. They hit the poison stacks. It's only level 1, unfortunately, for Hara, but it will not matter. Great rotation out of him, but it means that Marblu is stuck on his lonesome poor island with no friends to play with, and well, at least he's going to have some people in the grave to reminisce of life and Dota with, but at least not his teammates.
Yeah, to contend with that magic barrier as well. You know, it's a very important part of the new cogs.
What are you trying to do right now?
Nothing. Just commentating the game.
Try and make me look like a fool?
Yeah, I don't need to help you with that. It's fine. Uh-oh, SJ. Ooh, can't get chased down. He's almost level 3 as well. I really wanted to see him. Okay, he was close enough to be able to get that second point there. Doesn't put a point into the Fate's Edict. I was thinking maybe he uses that to be able to save himself from a lot of this damage. He's up to 4 stacks.
Is that not enough?
If he did it sooner, he would have died.
Yeah. Why do Shadow Demons always... Was he calculating? Because I see this often. I see this so often where they wait for it to expire or do it super late. What's his regen? He's got a Tango now. What's that? That was probably 3. He was under tower, extra little bit. He may have died.
He would have died. He was on like 18 health after it popped. So there is sometimes there's just no reason. Misplay. Which is a little unfortunate. I mean, you giving up the first blood, really solid rotation up towards the top side.
Yeah.
But that one would have enabled him to get his 3rd kill of the game.
I think he's playing exceptional. I like this movement as well mid. There's a lot of kill threat onto Garn. Banishment's going to be able to set up for the Shrapnel. Butterfly Effect, ready to go with the damage. Resonant Pulse Block is going to be enough to keep Garn alive. Now with both supports, but Butterfly Effect doesn't give a damn. Look at him stand strong, activates the take aim, just shreds away the life, and even Marblu comes out of nowhere. A charge from the bottom side of the map where they had no vision of the Spirit Breaker coming under the shadow of the nighttime. Means that he's able to get rewarded with a kill. He will get his TB cancelled though, which is a bit unfortunate.
It's a lot unfortunate. A little bit confused there. I know he had the take aim active on Butterfly Effect, but not even going for the cogs to attempt to push them back, maybe play around the Fog of War for that next little bit. So, I mean, I feel like they're really just going to look to try and babysit Garn as much as possible, at least until he hits up onto that level 6, because Butterfly Effect is having a pretty solid start to this game. Side lanes, though, very, very different story. You know, Dom, he is equal to the Slark's net worth, and this is a complete wash. Summer is way ahead on this Medusa at this point. He's even able to just, again, do classic Medusa things, shove the lane out, come back, build up a couple of stacks for himself, farm it up, increase his net worth even further.
What a life. We thought mid laners had it easy with that small camp next to the tower a long time ago. Now you have this. I mean, I will say you do have a twin gate where people can come through the rift, but if you can get away from that stage of the lane, Summer's balling. Like you said, it's going to be a great timing out of his items, and they are continuing to look to put pressure top as well. Dom about to have level 6, and a little bit away from the Helm Dom. But they're going to continue to play with Ukyo as well. A lot of pressure put onto Dom. Haru's got the banishment to allow them to catch up. Clockwork's going to start the TP in, but I think it'll be a little too late. Up to 4 poison sacks. That's a good cogs, but is it good enough to keep him alive? The body blocks stop the pounce potential. But again, the stacks are there from Haru. This man is everywhere, having an exceptional game to start on the Shadow Demon.
Is indeed. That charge not going to be fully committed up towards the top side. I mean, the small things as well from Summer, I just want to highlight him actually mid lane. Would be fine. The small things about Summer's gameplay I really want to highlight, because mostly... Sorry, another death. They just don't stop. At least it's more exciting this game, right?
Whoa, what were you trying to say about last game?
Yeah, exactly what you were saying.
DQQ? He's doing so much damage already in butterfly effects.
All right, finally, no one's dying. Bottom lane, Summer, no magic wand. Most of the time, like, this is an absolute standard build-up that you're looking to go into, but, you know, the Shadow Demon was there to be able to start things off, but he really wasn't under too much threat on this Medusa. So he's like, you know what, I just need to make sure that I'm maximizing my damage, my farming speed. He was lucky enough to get the Spark of Courage as well, and Spirit Breaker's not making a ton of charges happen in the lane, so you're never really going to get value out of that magic wand, and it just meant that he's gotten into a really quick Yasha.
What would we like to see the itemization be for Ukyo this game on the Slark?
Maybe Echo Saber's fine. I'm just like, when do you go into the Diffusal? I honestly feel like you need to go straight. Why, what's up?
No, do you go Diffusal?
I think you do. I think you, like, or are you saying that you think Butterfly Effect with the range of the take aim is going to be enough to deal with the Medusa?
Oh, I'm just asking questions, brother.
I think you could still go for it because, you know, even if you're just able to lock in onto Dom, like, you take out all of his mana, you don't really have supports that like building into Arcane Boots. And even just the... Sorry, I'm watching Marblu on this bottom side.
Nice. Very nicely done from SJ. Fortune 10 was able to catch up. They will also meet Dome at the triangle. In a way to be able to slow him down. Garn could turn around with a double damage rune. Look at the damage with his ultimate. Jumps from one support to the other, but he needs to finish his meals. Maybe that's where Summer's able to come into play. A Snake will get one. Stone Gaze now activated as well. But they will have some difficulty with catching up to Ukyo. So even though the Void Spirit dealt so much damage inside that fight, unfortunately, truly wasn't rewarded for his involvement.
He's getting crushed in this lane as well. 1,000 behind at this point. There just really isn't anything that you can do against this sniper in the laning stage. It's just going to get worse, you know, when he's able to actually stand and man fight a lot more reliably with that that Mask of Madness coming through. So I still think you can go this this Diffusal Blade. I want to see him focus onto the Beastmaster a little bit more, though, right? Because he's wanting to be able to cast out these consistent wild axes to be able to even just get a little bit of that tickle damage coming in onto the sniper, or to be able to avoid the Primal Roar coming through for the setup that they might need.
DQQ. I actually be able to get the return kill with Haru showing up. Garn's going to put himself in the middle of the two to buy some time for the Clockwork, and these 3 stacks are not enough. It was a good attempt. Haru was almost there. Well, he was there to keep the Spirit Breaker alive with that first attempt, and almost was able to get the Clockwork kill as well. But what a much-needed involvement from Garn. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the reward for it. It's actually going to go to SJ. So, before we get about the Slark, what are we laughing at? What's
they sent the Kobold over to Garn just to give him a little bit of extra net worth. The prospecting aura.
Who does Garn play with this game as well? Because you don't have a lot of damage out of your supports. Is SJ like a full Oracle? I mean, does he even play like that? Even though he was top lane, do you just take the position 5 role now, or did you like? Who do we want to see Garn play with? Let's start with that.
Oh, I just don't think he has anywhere near the amount of net worth to be able to play with anyone else. You know, Void Spirit isn't one of these heroes. Look at him. Look at him. He's just getting peeped from the other side of the river. Like, you need items to be able to do something about this game. And right now, he's basically got nothing. He's got a Wraith Band to be able to play around with. So I know that you're playing with a Medusa, and the Medusa is the one that's going to be picking up the lion's share of the farm. But you got to do something to be able to enable him.
Poison Whoa. Whoa. Right.
Wow. Heavy commitment.
And it is.
Clockwork. Not going to get that blade mail anytime soon.
It's a pipe dream now for him. Maybe his Cog's magic resistance should be higher.
Get it right.
So leaving top should mean that Dom's going to have a free time to be able to take the tower. So at least the Beastmaster's continuing to pick up his farm. And if they can get the Helm of the Overlord at a decent timing, might be able to help out with some of these early objectives and team fights that we have going on. But this game looking quite good for IG Vitality. Not only do you have your cores that are keeping up in farm, Marblu's having a bit more of a difficult time, but really Hara's net worth is a big thing as well. Like, he's going to provide you a lot of value this game with the Shadows in. We've already spoken about the Dusa. Purge is great versus the Void Spirit, with the getting rid of the Resonant Pulse. Banishment save versus the Beastmaster as well is super nice. What would we like out of Hara, though, second item? Did you need to consider a 4-star because of the Clockwork?
It's always just going to be a good item, right? Not just for the Clockwork, but just being able to, you know, say for like Remnant setups as top lane. Poor Marblu, he should still die here, you'd think.
Should still die?
No way.
No, he'll get a return kill instead because Hara...
Man's on point.
I can't say his name anymore. My guy, you got to stop doing this. You are having such an incredible early game. A big reason why they have this 2,000 net worth lead is just... He helped out top so drastically with those rotations through the Rift. He's now being able to recover Marblu's game because whenever he gets dived, you know that Hara's always going to be there.
He's got that response potential. He's nearly gotten, well, off the very early laning stage, he nearly had 3 kills. He's built up stacks for his team. He's saved his teammates. Like, he's topping all the support net worths. There really isn't too much more that you could ask from him. But yeah, I'd say the 4-stuff is pretty much the best item, right?
Okay.
Both to get away from the Clockwork as well as just stay at range. Like, you just want to be playing around the take aim on the sniper pretty much. You know, it's only a 14-second cooldown, not the longest time. And he's gone into the headshot damage at level 10. Makes a lot of sense though, right? You often feel pretty gimped by just being in that slow-moving take aim duration if it's too much longer. So you just want to get more value out of the headshots constantly.
Do you like Marblu going Octarine instead of Shadowblade first? And the reason why I say that was because I feel like there is a huge timing over the next 5 minutes now with Slark having Echo Saber Diffusal Blade.
I mean,
Can he
how
still
close
fly
is
it
he?
on the Spirit Break?
He's not that close, is he?
Octarine, no.
No, I was thinking, like, if he went Vanguard Shadowblade, I wouldn't have hated it. I think you got to start that movement. And they actually were about to use a Roar onto Ponyo here, but Bookshot might be good enough.
Banishment there from Hara to try and keep Ponyo alive. Got Marblu as well to disrupt DQQ. And again, we're speaking about the lack of damage from IG Vitality. Looks like Radiant, they're the ones who are having that issue
remember?
at the moment. That is indeed. So 50 seconds without the clock, and they still get the tower as well.
Beep, 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 beep. So annoying, this freaking sniper. And I believe, how close is he to being able to get that full Hurricane Pike? You'd have to be pretty damn close.
Is this... Do you go stats?
On who?
On Sniper. Let's see. I think he's got a skill point still to go.
Yeah, no, he put 1 point in stats. I'm not sure if I'm the greatest fan of the Assassinate being leveled up to level 2. I think it's going to be value just to put 1 point into it, just for another way to be able to cancel out TPs away, for example. But I think 2 points is perhaps getting a little bit greedy. You know, I think more points into the attributes. I've seen people go 0 points in the Assassinate, just be this full-on right-clicker. But I suppose they don't really feel like they have any issues with, like, keeping people shoved away from lanes. I mean, I wouldn't hate 1 point shrapnel as well, just to be able to give
gone.
that...
This is a tricky kill. They're going to have to pounce as well to hold him down for a long enough duration.
Ooh.
Oh, SJ. Just there, the nick of timing.
Has he just fed another kill through?
Yeah, he's just fed himself, it looks like. Did he give enough health back over? He didn't. So, all right, you said it. He just fed another kill over. It was super close to keep him alive. Meanwhile, mid lane, they do get Ponyo, but now DQQ as well is in some danger. Dom's going to be nearby to potentially provide some assistance, which is not even required.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Butterfly Effect is just getting way too much out of this game, man. Nearly level 13 now, almost into the Dragonlance. Did not luck out with getting a Grove Bow, though, for himself. Just going the Vambrace instead. So that would have been the absolute ideal situation. Just always be able to stay at that full range, be able to combat against the Medusa. Not going to be the case for right now.
This is a super scary next 2 minutes. You got Scepter now on Ukio. But he's just going to hunt. That's it. That's the name of the game. Play inside Radiant's territory. Look to be an issue. Maybe you don't get kills, but you do this. You force 4 people to group up around this lane. It means that Garn's still struggling to keep up in farm. It means that Dawn potentially might not hit his next item timing at a time that he wants. So I want to see them keep going on IG Vitality. You're about to have Octarine. You've got Octarine now. It's go down. You've got great wards to play with.
Poor Gun, like he's having enough time with the sniper stealing away his farm, and then you've got Beastmaster just taking a few creeps right in front of your face. He is like 10 gold away from an Echo Saber. He's like, just let me scale a little bit, my guy.
Or SJ?
They just want any free pick that they can get.
They are all swarming to this location. Yeah, they get the free kill, but they might not win the team fight. Although it looks like it's going to be the retreat. Marblu will go out to the left with a charge up in a couple of seconds.
What? He stopped?
Whoa, okay. Well, I thought he was out. It was charity. He saw how much Garn got bodied in the mid lane. He's like, brother, charity work. Don't mind me. I'm just looking to help you out a little bit.
He didn't get any of the kills though on Garn, unfortunately. So didn't really help him out to the fullest extent. Still looking to scale into that Manta style. I mean, there's not really any other option here for Garn unless... I mean, maybe I could see this as the game where, like, you're not going to be that late game damage dealer. Yes, you can still blow people up. I kind of want to see the Ags come through from him, just against a Pugner, against the Shadow Demon. Hell, even just against a Slark, right? If you're able to prevent him from getting off that Shadow Dance, it could be so key to, you know, winning these team fights off the back of, like, a follow-up to the Roar.
So what was the item you said?
I said Ags on Gun. Lots of value against these supports. I know it's not really the favored build these days, but I feel like it's a pretty damn good game for it.
Oh, that's a nice Remnant and DQQ simultaneously. That's a big pick off on Tahara. Now they got the Roar as well with the Spirit Breaker in some danger, but the Decrypt's going to buy him some valuable seconds. Now Ukyo showed up to the fight as well. Will force out a False Promise onto SJ, and now with Butterfly Effect here, look at the sniper just stand his ground, peeping away. But the Stone Gaze proving to be a bit of an issue for the moment. They can use that time to back up to their territory, look to address the Spirit Breaker issue. As Marblu getting killed back up thanks to Purifying Flames. They need to kill him and they won't be able to. Now he's going to be a thorn in their side for the remainder of this fight as Marblu, he's still got some spells to cast, charge through the middle. They are even going to try and buy back on the Oracle, but that will do nothing as DQQ is still chased down and Summer will limp away. But IG Vitality continuing to build up the momentum.
I mean, I'm sure they're just pinging out on their team right now. Slark stealing 81 agility in this fight. Like, he is just able to stay on those front lines. He's got the Mage Slayer as well, so you're really not all that concerned about that damage coming back the other way. And yeah, he is being that big menace that we were predicting, right? Level 17 now. He's just topping the charts in terms of farm, in terms of levels, in terms of game impact, it feels.
And that fight started so well as well. A great Remnant, hookshot in, but just you deal with one of the defensive supports, the other one's there to keep Marblu alive. And now you just see like the sniper's showing up. What are you going to do against him? You can retreat away, but it means Ukyo then is freely right-clicking, stacking up the essence like you said.
Finally Garn gets a kill. It's like, yes, I did it, boys. I'm going to start to scale.
That was a daytime fight too. Oh no. It's never a good sign. Never a good sign when a Slark is able to win that convincingly. when he doesn't have the nighttime advantage. It's a Mage Slayer now completed for Mr. Ukyo.
Really does start to go back to, like, can Summer do it essentially solo? Like, you've got Dom. Look at what he's going for. So no scaling into like an Aghanim Scepter for himself. He just wants to make sure that they get that pick off. You know, any sort of raw target. You would have to assume that it's going to be the sniper, and then it's going to be on DQQ to be able to find the Shadow Demon and make sure the hookshot gets in onto him, just so that there's no disruption response.
Is that realistic? I don't know, man. Where are they going to have damage? Yeah, okay. If they roll the sniper and you get on one of the supports, the other one will save. If you jump both supports and the sniper at the same time, it means your damage is going to be mixed. We could see it now. You're going to start with Ponyo.
Not the greatest
Force
cogs.
gets him out of the cogs. And Butterfly Effect. Well, there we go. Roar out. Instant banishment. Garn's going to swarm. Summer as well with a Stone Gaze. And Butterfly Effect. Depth Shroud's going to be laid down. He runs out of the AoE, though, so they get a glimpse of him for a second and blow him up. Very well done. Holy Grail. All right. That's some big kills.
And you doubted me. And you doubted me. I mean, it's not exactly the conventional way to be able to go about things, right? With the Blink Dagger, obviously, desperate times call for desperate measures. This sniper was getting way too far out of control, and they end up getting that 5 times kill streak as well over to him. So effectively, I mean, paying for about a quarter of the cost immediately of that Blink Dagger.
Reaction to that, all it requires is 3 letters. Pog.
EOG. Plenty of goodness.
Greatness.
Sure.
Goodness is shit word.
All right, calm down. Word police.
Word police. What a good word Pog is, though.
I'm pogging.
I wish I could use...
You don't say
Twitch
you wish you could use it in real life. No.
Ah, come on, dude. They're so good.
No, now you're the cringe one, all right? Don't you start.
They're so good.
That was pretty bad chest.
I don't think that's how you would use it, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Like, when we see some hype plays. Oh, hang on, what's Marblue doing? When we see Samael at Bali, you and I will be like, holy shit, I'm bat chesting.
I'm not bad chesting.
Samael, bat chesting.
Nah.
There's some good ones. When you don't even get me started.
I won't.
Pug. Come on. I know you want to.
I'm more of a
Just
Kappa
let it
guy
out.
myself.
See, the calls for a moment for every emote. That is the beautiful thing. You just
They
gotta,
have Butterfly coming out now, though, on Summer. No, I will talk about the game. I will talk about this game of Dota.
That's a good target. 4 stuff fused early on means that DQQ is going to be enabled here with a hook shot. They'll get the sniper as well. You could not have asked for a better way to start. Let's just line them up on the board one by one, because they'll get the Shadow Demon as well. As Dom catches up to Hara, now they can go through the rift. They might actually be lacking damage for Roche. Let's see if they're going to consider it though. But what a fight for Holy Grail. Back to back now for them. You could even assassinate Marblue on the backstab. That would not be the case. Someone would deal with the wave and join with the boys.
They're not lacking in damage at all. I mean, they've got the Ancient Thunderhide to be able to play with. They've got the Beastmaster Aura, and they've got the Medusa joining in onto them now. So really no response even, you know, with that fight going so convincingly for them. Just launching the Hawk out, wanting to be absolutely certain, maybe seeing if they can even pick off someone that's looking to farm in the general vicinity. But, well, how quickly the game turns. You know, even with that pretty...
Oh my god. I think if he doesn't... I wonder if he starts with his Remnant if he gets the kill. I don't know if he could have used it from the trees or not. Very close though, gone nonetheless. Very close. No, I wasn't actually. Because he didn't get the kill, mate. Come on.
You were prematurely
better.
pogging.
Yes. Yes, I was indeed. Oh,
it's a frequent issue for you.
and Ukyo. Can they fight? They also scout out Garn connecting with the boys.
No.
There we go. Jump over the top. This is a good fight now. Potentially into Aegis. Let's see. Do they want to go for it? You got 5 men. You got DD on Slark.
And they're getting the hell out is what they got.
Yeah, they're out because they want nothing to do with that potential engagement. Skadi now completed for Ukyo 2.
Run to the portal. Get him out on the side of the map. Even poor Clockwork, like he's thinking, will I have enough time to get there? Oh.
Songo's has to be used, but yeah, back to top. Blue was able to catch up to the Clockwork. Kara and Ponder in combination. He's got a hook shot. It's difficult to find an angle. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect is also trying to hunt down SJ. Use false promise on himself. TP's up in a couple of seconds. Does he get... It looks like he knows about this spot. No way. Okay, got away anyway.
Not enough crits.
How did he know?
Not many other places that you can go in this general area, I would say. And up against a... I mean, he still doesn't have any points in the Shrapnel. I really want to see 1 point in it. I think it just gives you so much value in terms of, like, just vision on its own.
It's just a right-click build. Come on. Well, I guess he has Assassinate, so...
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tormentor?
The Fermented Wisdom Runes are there on the IG Vitality side.
Yummy. Another good Aghanim Shard, where we haven't seen Dire take theirs just yet. Who would they like? Hara's is pretty nice. The cleanse doesn't give you that much. Still the health, it's still... I mean, 600 healing maxed out. It's just so dumb anyway.
Sorry, I'm just looking as well at, like, what Garn's build is going to be. They're actually making a bit of a response here as the Slark wraps around behind, getting a bit of vision onto him. They actually get the Fortune's End, but should be able to get away in time. You need some sort of way to be able to break out of this, like, Spirit Breaker charge, Slark Pounce combination. I mean, is it a BKB? Probably not, but I mean, he needs something. Like a full Kai Assange maybe might provide him just that little bit of status resist that he needs to be able to survive along with all his stats. I'm not sure if Lincoln's necessarily is the one, because, I mean, what are you really casting onto him outside of the Spirit Breaker charge, you know?
Purge. Honestly.
Onto him? Nah.
Yeah.
I
Purge
guess.
has a lot of value on a Void.
Sure, but you could still Astral Step away.
You can, but you're still slowed afterwards, and it's every Astral Step usage is super vital to this hero. Like I'm a really big proponent of Silver's Edge just because the mobility it gives you, especially now with Dissimulate being a level 20. Ukyo?
Oh, they were so close being able to get that pick off there, really timing out the use of the Dark Pact as well, making sure they're able to get that roar at the perfect time. And even against this Aegis, just a minute left on it, nearly finished up into the MKB as well for the Medusa, so they certainly won't be lacking in damage output off the back of this. And
nice
that's
hook.
an Ags.
And the 4-star push back as well, but it means that Hara's still nearby. Banishment's going to come out. Can they protect him afterwards on the respawn? Absolutely not. And now they're going to catch Marblu as well. Charge up in a couple of seconds. Can he escape anyway to cancel it? It will not be. So very aggressive positioning from the sniper without having the Aegis. Just a little bit too far forward. Was thinking the boys, maybe we're going to keep him alive, and not to be.
Probably wasn't expecting that Aghanim Scepter Clockwork to be coming into him, just giving you all of the vision that you could possibly hope for with that trio of rocket flares coming through. And a big
How does
thing
he
that
have that? He brought back. We got to keep him on too.
Stone
Radiant's top tower is under
solves
attack.
all issues. The real
item.
thing that I'm looking for is Garn just getting into that level 20, because I feel like if you get to that point, then you really actually don't care about getting the Demonic Purge in onto you, right? It's just going to give you that basically double range of the Dissimulate to be able to get away.
Is that? Do you go for that anymore?
I
don't know, man. I think
in this game you do. I think in this game you do. Because, like, you've got so much stuff that's going to be focusing onto you, and all of your draft is just making sure that Summer's able to survive and you're able to get, like, a good Blink Primal Roar target. So if you're able to take a lot of attention away and just create the havoc, it's kind of like stuff that you do to be able to set up for, like, a Blink Black Hole to be able to come through. I think that's the way that Void Spirit needs to play. A little bit more on the disruption side and a little bit less on, like, the damage side.
I know this hero got nerfed overall, like in regards to stats, and a little bit of his like abilities were tweaked. I like seeing that 20 talent now again, like seems like a huge nerf. It's just your other 15 talents are pretty poopy. You really don't want them. Like the simulate just felt great. And with the build that we see now, like you need that actual step charge. So the fact you have to actually, because before it was a no-brainer. Like you go out at simulate at 15, you go the actual step at 20. Yep. Like it's just a no-brainer. Now it's like they're both really good.
Yep, that's what I like.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be an easy pick at every step of the way. And like, I mean, I love the fact that Garner's got the Ag Scepter queued up. Hopefully he keeps it that way, because I really feel like his job this game, you know, you mentioned it before, like if they make this blink jump with the hook shot onto like 2 targets, then you're always going to have the third to be able to make the save. Well, not if you've got the Aghanim Scepter, right? All you need is that little bit of a silence coming through onto the 2 supports, which are probably going to be playing in the same general area, right? So it means that you can actually commit so heavily onto whichever target it is that you feel like you need to find out first.
Well, they have the damage though.
Yes,
is the big thing. Okay, so another. I mean, we of course saw it in the last game. I really like the choice once again for Dusa to go Hex. I think I was wanting him to go Blink as well, and I mean he definitely will now with the Hex picked up. So I mean, is this like I thought Blink was a must for Dusa this game. You just have to go that item versus sniper. There's just no other way to play this matchup. But is Hex a bit too far?
I think you could go the blink before the Hex, and I would be very happy with it. You know, the Swift Blink, just because you're going to be able to have a very reliable build-up, like you can still hold on to the power treads at this time, but I feel like it's going to be just such a long time with like no item after you get into the Hex, where you're still like spending a lot of gold, but you're not actually getting any benefit from it, you know? And I feel like you've got decent enough responses to the Slark making the jump in onto you. You know, he's got the depth shroud, sure, but you've still got some AoE damage coming through. You've still got the save. You've still got like 4 staff to be able to save yourself as well. So it's really just about kiting out the Slark until he uses a bunch of those cooldowns and puts himself into a vulnerable position where you can just blow him up 100-0.
He's going Butterfly as well on Slark, which is interesting. I mean, he sees the MKB picked up. I think there will be a lot of value with him playing considering a refresher shard at some stage this game. Just with I'm just a little bit surprised, honestly, with the issue that Butterfly Effect is having with keeping up in farm. I don't know if this is because of the no points in Shrapnel or no Maelstrom as well, but like they will get to a stage, your sniper is going to be a ridiculous amount of damage, and I think refresher just we've spoken a lot about how the supports on IG Vitality are like vital to disrupt the initiation, because if you jump from the clock or the beast, you can waste that jump in. So I think that's where the refresher can come into play, because you get multiple rounds of it. So I do wonder when that is going to be a consideration for Ukyo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you always want to make sure that, like, you are the scouter for your team. Like, the sniper is still your main damage dealer, despite what we're seeing in terms of, like, net worth levels across the board. So I think he just needs to try and double down into that, because if you're creating a lot of havoc, it really does open up space for that sniper to be able to make plays.
How much money would you need for you? How much money would you have to be given for you to type Shift Enter and type reason ?
$2?
No way. $2?
Actually, no. Inflation. $3.50. About $3.50.
Shift Enter reason, and it would pop up for everyone.
Oh no, I didn't say it would be in game.
What?
I could just do it on a Word document.
No, but that's not.
That's not what you said. You got to be clever with me.
Oh, come on, man! You got
to cover all avenues.
You're being silly.
You're being silly, asking me stupid fucking questions.
Like, Marbleu?
Marbleu was not caught by the dust. SJ. What?
Yeah. So what?
Well,
the Grand?
No, we're not going to keep talking about this.
Because like that could be like you might not get hired again. So you might need to like.
I'm gonna need more than $1,000 if I'm never gonna get hired again.
Butterfly
They find a
effect.
pick off.
And they're very split from the sniper. Get out of the cogs, but is it truly going to matter? Poor Dragon stuck on the higher ground, which no way he lives, and he stunners. Dom's at nick of time. Great use of this Aghanim Scepter from DQQ. The spam of the Rocket Flare, giving them vision. Saw him teeping out in the tree lane. And Dom, there was nothing to fear. He was always there to cancel the TP.
Leaning towards a DQQ MVP if they end up winning this game. He's doing a pretty good job on this clockwork, being able to find those quick pickoffs. And I mean, the big thing that... Oh, another pickoff? No. Even DQQ God is not able to do it, although Hookshot up in 2. Summer in that fight did 600 damage. Like, he did not have a big presence in that one. And this is the big issue around what we were really wanting to see out of that Blink Dagger from him, right? Like, he has that 100%. They get the kill very easily onto the sniper, but he just never had the tools to be able to do so.
He's close to XLE, so it's going to be a pretty good timing around the second Roche of the game. So
yes, Gun's going Nullifier as well. So really wants to be able to cancel out that Decrep 4-staff, Glimmer Cape potential. Feels pretty solid to me. I mean, it's 3 4-staffs that you're going to get rid of off the back of this.
A lot of value. Lot of value. You got a DD inside the bottle as well, so he is ready to go. Is this Nullifier actually completed?
Yeah,
looks like it is.
Yeah, he sold his
Alright.
Wraithband to have the money for it. And they're setting up on the top side of the map very correctly as well. They know that if Roche is up, which they're always going to be the one with a bit of advanced information about that because they've got the Beastmaster, because they've got the Clockwork for that Rocket Flare vision. You know, it's just a simple matter of keeping that middle lane safe, and then they can just look to continue to play around the top side. Hopefully Dom doesn't stay too far away from the rest of his team.
Are scanning.
You can even see Dyer going for the scan. They don't have that luxury of being able to be provided with that vision. And the Deucer Illusions nearly took out their tier 2 tower top as well, which would have been huge.
Double Hex is a huge item spike for Radiant. See what they can do with it. I'm Slark super close to Lincoln's. Fortunately, that would be vital for the upcoming fight. They do have the nighttime advantage, so they'll get a glimpse of Summer.
Ooh,
Looks like
Money
fine.
to back
This
up.
time off the mark, and Marblue with the charge in. He doesn't have a whole lot of mana for this fight. Meanwhile, still Ukyo is wanting to poke and prod, get some essence, back out, maybe force a big
kiting,
round
though.
of spells, but they couldn't even get the kill into the Void Spirit. And 2-4 stuff gets gone out of danger. Marblue though commits, and he doesn't have the capability like the Slark to get out of it. But the Remnant just off the mark though, Marblue will duck on the low ground. They need the Raw. He's got to run out of vision, Marblue, and he does. There's one, and there's the Raw. He's got to buy back at least. He'll probably need to use if they want to contest Roche.
They've got all the vision that they could possibly hope for. They've
They
got
see
the
Hara
watch.
and the Hawk.
They do.
Ooh, good blink away, but it's not going to matter because DQQ get the hook. Look at the sniper damage. So Butterfly Effect is in some danger now. Gone,
He's ended
closer
up killing
distance.
himself.
Might end up going down. Butterfly Effect stays alive long enough. And with the
Nice
boys,
Manta.
he's got his bodyguards in the middle. Means Butterfly Effect should freely be able to right-click on the outside. Getting a lot of damage onto Garn. The False Promise will give him some moments of peace. Meanwhile, Summer's just running down the sniper. Gets him ready for the Hex. The
Oh.
banishment. No way. Back to the left though. Ukyo
DQQ!
is able to get him. Still, Sniper goes down to 1-for-1. DQQ sniped him with the flare. They see Ukyo as well under the creep wave, so he's not
Hookshot in
farming.
one.
Got the ward as well. Hooks.
Oh, the creep.
Ooh.
Look at him. He's smacking that creep in the
Spiteful.
back saying, how dare you ruin my huge
Roche?
play. He was
Roche,
able
Roche,
to time
Roche.
that Rocket Flare to perfection. Yeah, it'll be pretty easy Roche for them to be able to pick up. DQQ, man. Second most damage in that fight, and I'm not even just talking on his team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Costs him a buyback, but this is the power of the Clockwork. Even when they are making this sort of play, you can just shove out other lanes by casting that Rocket Flare. Just gonna throw one bottom, gonna throw one mid. Thank you very much. You get off at least 4 casts of it. Even just showing a little bit of information about the lane. They see that Ukyo is coming forward. If they wanted to set up, they could, but Roche is low enough that they're going to be able to just claim it completely for free. All right, Guard's level 20, and he went the outer to simulate. Oh,
Ukyo. super aggressive, feasting onto Sama's
he's
body.
caught.
But they got a glimpse off the right side. Meanwhile, the Hex sets off for the Roar as well. They're going to have the damage before the Shadow Dead. He gets it off at the last second, but can he escape? They're trying to surround him. Bounce to the north, another one available. It's given time for the boys to rotate, and they're coming quick and hard. Marblu charge him, but that'll be all. This operation, get the Slark out of danger.
Even that tiny bit of the Force Staff ended up saving the Spirit Breaker, not getting caught with that Aether Remnant. He go. No, he still hasn't. Never mind. He went the Resonant Pulse damage instead of the True Sight. Wouldn't have hated that, honestly, going up against this this Spirit Breaker and the Sniper combination with their Invis. Even Slark could potentially look to go some invisibility off the back of everything else. Nearly level 25, by the way. Maybe just banking on Clockwork level 20 eventually, being able to get them into that state where they don't really need to worry about a gem or anything like that. Just throw out the overclock rocket flares into these team fights.
Silly suggestion, because they just bought a gem.
He's not level 20 yet.
Okay, sure.
That's what I thought. We're getting more Invis coming through on the Medusa. Silver Edge instead of a Blink Dagger. Not a huge fan. Maybe, okay. Nah, I guess the Blink offers you the exact same thing, right? Like, I was thinking maybe it allows you to, like, get that surprise jump onto the Slark, but yeah, Blink does that too, plus allows you to actually connect through onto any sort of setup that the Clockwork Beastmaster Void Spirit provides you.
This is... Butterfly Effect is now going to be slapping with this MKB.
Mm-hmm.
This is really the...
Gotta make sure it doesn't die, though.
That is true. Gotta make sure he doesn't die first. This is a huge increase in his damage, though. We've seen the Butterfly's been a big issue for him to address so far.
Well, he's Butterfly Effect. He can address it.
The name doesn't do it alone. He needs an item, and they also kind of need Marblu, which they will not have. And they won't... Well, they will need to use the roll. That's a dieback.
Yep. And they should know this.
Should indeed. How long they got? 2 minutes of the ages to work with. Cheese on the Beastmaster. I think they got a glimpse of Butterfly Effect out of the lane as well. It's going to TP back to base, though.
There really isn't a reason for them to go anywhere else but mid, surely. Maybe they can get 2 lanes if they just push in this bottom side, considering how pushed in it is. I don't know if the Torment is going to give them any sort of value if they were to steal that one away. But I mean, it's a 6v4, man. You got to make the go attempt when you can. Maybe just wanting to wait for the Primal Roar to be off cooldown as well.
Bottoms is also a safer location to push than mid. That's I'm reaching. I don't know. I thought you'd walk it down as well, knowing it's a dieback, but we'll see if they're gonna min it. They're gonna be able to get the Tormentor though, so either Clockwork or Beast.
No.
Am I? Wrong person. How did I?
Oracle already had it.
Gone. Yeah. I looked gone already too, so. All right. I'm a big fan.
I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan of them, like, smoking here without any sort of attempt onto the high ground, right? We know that it's difficult for them to contest into a sniper high ground, but you're really not going to have many better options to be able to do it when... Oh, they're going to be able to find out that silencer, just sending the rocket flares across the map, but it also kind of reveals their own positioning.
Who? Silencer?
Did I say silencer?
Is there a silencer in this game?
DQQ is sure throwing rocket flares across the map, and they also didn't pick up the Wisdom Rune, so Dusa could have been level 25 prior to that.
That's big talent. Very, very big talent.
No one's even claimed it on IG Vitality. I mean, you get that extra attack range on the sniper.
Ukio. Look at Summer. Oh, just slithering through. Catches the Shadow Demon out of the tree line. Ara?
Surely.
Spells? Okay. All right, they'll bring him down. Meanwhile, Ukio, though, I'm going to catch out the Garner, force out an early use of the False Promise. Marbu's going to charge in the middle as well, but where is the sniper? Where is the team? They need the boys, and they're not there. IG Vitality trying to make too much happen across the map. No sniper, though. No Pugner as well. And now this could be the opening, an even better one than what they had prior.
I mean, if I'm someone on their team, I'm probably the big talking point is like, why are we not fighting on our high ground? You know, the Aegis had about 30 seconds left on it, and we're taking this fight on low ground without the benefit of having this sniper with that extra little bit of extra farm. And I mean, even now, Butterfly Effect, he needs his cause to be able to take the tension away from him. He's not going to have that. So even without the Aegis, they're able to just walk on in.
Jesus.
Beep, 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 beep. Any hook shotters in the
he stepped
chat?
too far. Force arm instantly nullified. Does he have a buyback? He doesn't. Oh no, that is game?
Should be.
They don't know. They'll find out very shortly. He doesn't have a buyback though. And they'll get the Shadow Demon. You step up too far, boy, you will be put in the grave. Holy grail. Not only do they have gun and dome, they got a clockwork as well to be able to jump, who's just sending rockets from the base. And then
Rockets within True Sight as well. That's what I thought.
look at the respect.
I mean, it's a lot of respect, but they don't have tier 2 top, right? So there wasn't even a way for them to be able to claim it if they wanted
didn't get
to.
the full set.
Okay, well, it's just ranged. It's fine.
Honey, brother.
They don't need money. They're rich. Look at Gun.
Yep.
He's even almost ahead of the sniper at this point.
They're balling. They are balling. What do you even do? Well, it's just the multiple heroes that can jump on Holy Grail is completely disrupting the formation. Like, we never see Spirit Breakers in the middle. He's often charging from across the map, playing away from the team. Slark is always in first to feast, but then you've got 3 other heroes that want to play the backline. What needs to occur differently for IG Vitality?
I think they just need this this Lincoln Sphere up on Marblu. Like, he is getting nullified at the start of almost every single team fight, and his effectiveness really just goes away as a result of it. They're going to make a play together, but I mean, they don't have this next big item, and once again, they're not going to be fighting around the high ground. So, you know, maybe just feeling like they've got decent enough vision to be able to make a fight.
Able to pop the smoke and plays accordingly. Jumps to the right because they see the Shadow Demon. Great reaction. So both supports out of danger. This could be a good opening. Marblu onto the north is able to catch up with the Oracle. They're wasting so much time. DQQ proving to be such an issue. And there's just no one else here now. They took too long. Marblu will try and waste some time, but the Raw is going to quickly follow. Dome will shut down that escape attempt. What looked great.
Right there. They don't need to go hunting for more. Oh, SJ.
Might be in some danger. So it's a depth shot to play with Onokyo. Do they want to chase him down though?
They really don't need to.
There we go. Pops the Lincolns. Is there any more control? Where's the Void Spirit? Nah, they're going to leave him.
They could just keep this push going. I mean, the downside is that with that, they had a pretty juicy creep wave the Butterfly Effect was able to completely deal with, but they're still going to feel confident enough to put Summer up here with no Pugner to have to deal with no Spirit Breaker charging in to make space for them.
All right, Ukyo. He'll get started though. Name of the game for the Slark is try and just in and out, feast as much as you can, and play your life.
Oof.
We'll just get some separation, but that is really, you got to play the knife's edge here for the Slark. Try and force some reactions. Them stop hitting the buildings, get a little bit of essence.
Dusa is a farmy G at this point. You know, she's just going to be able to pick up a full Aghanim's Blessing if she wants to. Looks like it might be a refresher shot in refresher orb, excuse me.
There's the Lincoln spot. They should have the Raw to fall up as well, but the supports will do nothing. And now it reveals Butterfly Effect's location, and like a beacon, they will beeline it to him. Just tunnel visioning for wherever the sniper is, because they know if they kill him, that'll be game. We'll get back inside the base
as well, right? Remember, these rocket flares, they have true sight, so he's just layering them out all throughout the dire base right now. Silver Edge, not going to matter.
Man, great blink. Soon to be mega, so a pesky last barracks down bottom. Even just a diffusal blade for Butterfly Effect. He knows this could potentially be the last fight, just wanting a cost-effective item, taking us as much damage as he can possibly get.
Summer just hasn't been contested at all. 10, 0, 14, top of the net worth charts, never really felt in any significant danger of dying. Marblu, I think, was just sending his courier to be able to maybe get towards the shop.
Oh, DQQ, take a bow. What a clockwork performance. Every single fight, it's felt like DQQ has gotten the important target on IG Vitality. His hookshots have been exceptional. The gameplay from Holy Grail has been superb, and they will continue with their flawless run. They had to work for it, though. Like, game 1 went 60 minutes. Game 2 was crazy. Game 3 went the time that you were thinking it was going to as well. But they're going to take it in the end.
They will. I mean, is this the sort of game where we're still just going to give it to the carry that dies 0 times the entire game, has like double the net worth of anyone else on his team, that has a crazy amount of damage done? Or do you give it to the freaking clockwork that did 34k damage, like more than, let's say, 3/4 of the Medusa's damage, and set up for a lot of those key fights? Give it to the clockwork. I don't know. Come on.
Because you are playing the Medusa into 3 hard counters, which is ridiculous that you go 11, 0, and 15. Summer looks exceptional in this hero, back-to-back games. We don't see the sniper a lot anymore, but that was a traditional way to deal with her. We're seeing at the moment Shadow Demon and Darks in regards to granting an illusion, and of course the Slark. I mean, it's your classic answer. So the fact that Summer does this much work, it's not even like he had a mediocre game. It's not like he even had like a little bit of impact, which is even like props against 3 counters. No, he bodied this game. So I don't know. I don't know
how much of that was set up by the laning stage, right? DQQ was a big part of that.
I think give it to DQQ. This guy had an exceptional game. Like you said, the lane, but the vision that the Rocket Flare provided, his itemization, and just the hook shots overall is a big reason why Summer was able to have the game that he did.
I'm just going to give it because of the cogs. That always just tips me over the edge.
Yes.
The cogs Magic for the big save of himself. Yes. Magic barrier for the lane. Yes, completely agree. But you know what? He was just on point. It really felt like the one time that they really felt super strong in that game was that hook shot below the tier 2 Radiant Tower, where he was able to set up onto the sniper at the time. And that was the first time the butterfly effect had really had a difficulty in that game. We saw how vulnerable he was if they're just able to catch him out, and it was all on the back of DQQ.
Yeah, that it was indeed. So, Holy Grail, again, man, IG Vitality for a team to be 0-4 really made the team on top work for this series victory. Every single minute, every single series they had, every single second, they had to sweat for it. But in the end, they will be rewarded 5-0, 1 step closer to being promoted into Division 1. It's crazy, crazy, crazy performance and showing from them so far, but we are not done just yet. We get to see, though, IG Vitality join Limit all the way at the bottom, still without a win. And next up, though, we have some more Dota for our entertainment. It's going to be Big Brain taking on Team Dissolution. Big Brain still fighting for a chance to be able to make it over into Division 1. We see they're 3-1. Team Dissolution kind of middle of the pack. So it still will be a very, very exciting series. Before we go to a break, quickly, any predictions?
Well, I'm going to be casting that one, so I'm not going to give anything away too much. But I think the important thing is if Team Dissolution win, then we're going to have 3 teams tied on 3-2 in that middle of the pack area. So, it might not be in terms of relegation, promotion tiebreakers, but prize money around that period does actually vary a fair amount. Like, I think there's like a difference between 15k and 11k just by 1 placing. So I think it could even look to force tiebreakers towards the latter end of the season.
All right. Well, a very important series. I will say Big Brain 2-1. 2-1. 2-1.
You just want me to cast more, don't you? You just want to hear my sultry voice.
That's not it at all. I just think overall we should have a pretty exciting series. In fact, I want to hear Snare's voice more than yours.
I do too. I want to hear his more than yours too.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Thank you. I'm just getting a bit of a headache from you. It's been you're a little bit sick. Now you're making me feel even worse. That's okay. I appreciate you looking out for me. But for us, for our first series, go fuck yourself. First series of the night, we are done. Second series going to be coming up shortly, though. Again, we've got Team Dissolution taking on Big Brain. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome one and all here to some Dota action in the Chinese region. We're going to be witnessing a very fun series between Big Brain and the side of Team Dissolution. Not exactly sure how this one is going to go, but I do know we're going to be very much entertained. And of course, to help bring you some of that entertainment is a man who I have no idea how he still has a voice remaining, but we've got the dissector of Dota. It's Danog. How you doing, OG?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, my man?
I'm chilling. I'm having fun. It was a very wild series that we just witnessed prior to this. IG Vitality, the last couple of series that team has had, they've just proven to be a little bit of a spoiler for the teams that want easy victories out of them. They still haven't been able to eke out an actual win, but it's fun always seeing them try and see how far they can get towards that attempt. But I'll be honest, I'm a bit more excited about this next series because right now, Dota 2 within Division 2 in China has been incredibly wild. Pretty much any team feels like they can take games off of each other. And if you looked at the team sheet names between Big Brain and Team Dissolution, one would naively and very easily think that Big Brain should have a very clear path to a 2-0 victory. That being said, though, lately their Dota hasn't looked that crisp, and Team Dissolution have kind of been going from strength to strength here, Danog. So what do you think? Will Big Brain have been able to recover after a shaky series against IGV 2 days ago?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's like a 3-1 team going up against a 2-2 team. You would think, oh, 3-1, you take that every single day. And the only loss that they've had is up against Holy Grail, who we saw are now still undefeated, going 5-0. But the thing is, it really does depend on, does God King have a good game or not? Like, it just simply comes down to that at the end of the day. And we've seen times where it really has been a grind for them to be able to just even limp across the lines. So I think I really like this attitude towards picking Undying, which has got a lot more popularity in recent times, because that is one of these heroes that is just able to secure the lane, get him off to a solid start. It opens up the possibility of a God King Morphling at the end of this first phase, and then they could just, go from there. The man's got confidence to be able to carry a game if he's got the right setup. So there's techies still in the not in the pool, sorry, it's been banned out. So basically the 4 busted heroes, and it's not like you're going to be picking a Magnus up into this as well. Like, that's the big thing that I'm really seeing here into the Undying. So I wonder if they're going to go for something a little bit more alternative, and yeah, that is going to be a situation there where we get no Wind Ranger, no Spirit Breaker in response, and they've got potential for the Flex as well coming through on the back of this. And they do end up going for that Morphling.
Yep, like you said, the Morphling does come out here for Big Brain. I've been more and more convinced that Morphling is the hero of this patch right now. Hero is honestly just a bit nuts. You mentioned already Undying how good he is at securing the lane. So no matter what, God King should be able to come out of the laning phase in very good stead. And you were talking about some of the broken heroes. Ironhead not going to be playing his Magnus. We've seen Doom also fall out of the first phase capacity. What have you made of the rise of Spirit Breaker, not just as an offlane hero, but as a primary first phase option for a lot of these teams?
I think it's just a solid hero overall, right? Anything that's going to provide that BKB piercing control is always going to be towards the top end. We've seen it be able to stall out games, kind of be like a pseudo Batrider, right? Like these position 4 Batriders really coming to the fore just because they can go into the lane for like a split second, drop the Firefly, go into a neutral camp, farm that at the exact same time. That's really what the Spirit Breaker offers as well. I mean, it's basically the melee Batrider, don't you think?
Actually, that's a very good description of it. Melee Batrider. Yeah, actually, that makes perfect sense to me. Especially considering how Batriders have changed over the years. He fills that same niche that the Batriders, especially in days of yore, used to. I like that comparison, actually. I also very much like the Skywrath Mage pick from Team Dissolution. Silence into Morphling is always very good. But good God, dude, this lane, if this is a Spirit Breaker Skywrath lane, get me out of this game. I don't want to be here. Put me anywhere else but in that side of the map.
It certainly makes it very challenging. And I mean, Skywrath has always been one of the biggest counters to the Undying, right? Because he doesn't have the movement speed to be able to catch up to you. You've got a slow off the back of the concussive shot, and you're always going to get value out of a magic stick just because he's going to have that decay looking to come in very frequently. So I like the fact that they picked this up to be able to back it up. And ooh, Mars coming through. Okay, not something that we really see all that often. It does provide a lot of control for the Wind Ranger and the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah. Lately, Dota honestly has just been trying to teach me lessons in humility. All the heroes I've hated with all my heart over the last year are coming back in popularity. Mars is every game, Techies every game, Juggernaut here and there. It's been rough, but here we are. They, like you said, they do have themselves that team fight. We have that lockdown. I'm not that much of a fan of their combos into the arena. Because they can drop down the tombstone perhaps, but maybe there's still one other hero at the very end of the draft to help them out here. But Team Dissolution, this is such a good Naga game. Already you wanted Naga, I think, we wanted some illusion hero into Morphling no matter what. And now that you're playing into this Mars, Undying, Tusk, these are all heroes that if you press R and just reset the fight, you feel amazing about your prospect in these fights.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, with the Mars, maybe the thing that they were thinking about was, like, yeah, you've already got the Tusk, kind of, with the Ice Shards to be able to, like, seal off an escape avenue for the fight, but the arena is just going to provide that as well. But, no, I'm completely in agreement with you. Like, that reset for this is completely busted this game, and I don't think they can go for something like a Zeus into this either, you know, just to be able to deal with those Naga Siren illusions, just because you've got plenty of jump to be able to, you know, find that pick off onto the Zeus. You know, you're probably going to go into like an Atos on both the Skywrath and the Wind Ranger, just to be able to catch out whatever squishy target they might like be looking to pick up. So what are we thinking? Like a Primal Beast maybe? Just something that wants to buy a BKB?
I do want a BKB buyer, but we also need magic damage, Daynok. Look at their damage right now from Big Brain. They have Morphling outlaying this physical. Undying does a little bit of magic, but... So we need some... Leshrac would have been great. That's banned out. Ember is already gone as well. Screen of Pain would have been nice. You got the Trample, at
least with the Primal, right? There's that.
What sucks is you also can't pick Storm Spirit, right? Because they have Skywrath Mage already.
Yeah. Makes it very, very challenging for sure. If you're going to get really greedy, could you invoke her into this? You know, look to give up an Alacrity buff. I mean, a Dispel, an offensive Dispel is going to be really effective against both the Wind Ranger and the Spirit Breaker. So, I mean, that's really the only thing that could potentially go mid that they might be looking to go. I mean, this could just be a mid Tusk as well. And maybe they're thinking, okay, what position 4s can we look to pick up that are viable in this sort of situation, but I can't really think of anything that's going to have that strong offensive Dispel component as well as be able to deal AoE magic damage.
Let's see, what magic dealers are left in the game? There's Puck, there's Lina, Void Spirit, I guess.
If you're running support, maybe a Snapfire, but we really haven't seen that at all.
It's actually not so bad. I actually do like Snap. I think, yeah, Snap actually would be pretty good. Also gives them like some stupidly strong lanes. They go for the Puck though. Okay, so some silence, some ground targeting, a little bit of team fight, but crucially some of that magic damage. It still doesn't feel like it's the best Puck game in the world, right? Because they have so much setup, so much responsibility this game is going to be on the Morphling shoulders to carry them into the late game.
Do you think this is going to be a Wind Ranger 5 as well? Or is it going to be like a mid Wind Ranger into the Puck and then like they just... could they like DK into this because you've got so much physical damage and DK really doesn't care about a lot of what the Puck's got to throw out? But then what do you pair together with the Naga Siren is my other question here. Like, it's going to be able to potentially reset? Okay, so it is a 5 Wind Ranger.
Okay, they go for the Storm Spirit themselves. They feel that, well, we have the coverage. I am okay with this. It's not the strongest. Oh, it's actually offlane Wind Ranger and 5 SB. Alrighty, that's much more entertaining. I mean, we have seen a lot more right now that these melee position 5s are coming back in vogue. It's very interesting. You know, they spent like a month away in the wilderness, immediately come back on 733D. So, okay. This lane is going to be very hard to deal with because you have a lot of HP on the Spirit Breaker, a ton of armor on the Naga Siren, Tusk Mars. You know, there is some kill threat there, though, to be fair, but it's not easy for them to accomplish in this game. These heroes are fairly beefy. Outside of the Puck, also, the Storm, dude, this is... How happy would you be playing Storm here? This is like an uber free game outside of the Puck in the mid lane.
It's a pretty damn free game, isn't it? I mean, maybe we can see something really clever by CSJ, like going into an early-ish Yule Scepter on this Mars. We've seen it, especially in the Chinese region. IGOP, he was the one that was really looking to combine that together. Most of the time it was against a Puck, but I could see it working out against a Storm Spirit as well, and it would give you that offensive Dispel that I'm really wanting out of someone on Big Brain.
Yeah, they don't actually have an offensive Dispel at all at the moment. And obviously one of the bans from Dissolution was to remove the Shadow Demon. Makes a lot of sense in retrospect, given the draft they've concocted for themselves. So let's see if Team Dissolution will reward the faith we have in their draft, or if Big Brain will be able to level up and find revenge from Sunday. Let's get into it. Game 1. It is a game that does have some stakes though. Big Brain are 3-1. Dissolution are 2-2, and given the way that the leaderboard is looking right now, Danog, any team that loses this one is out of the contention to go to Div 1. That's just it. You're done. You're like, you can't really realistically expect to get there unless through some amazing tiebreakers.
Let me have a double check at this. I mean,
Yeah.
Team Zero could lose against the last arc, potentially. I could certainly see, like, maybe even a three-way tiebreaker for second. I'd say Holy Grail have almost secured themselves.
I think Holy Grail secured after today. I think they should be. It would, given that they have to play against, they play Dissolution and Big Brain next. And I do think that they've shown that they're better than both of these squads, like both on the floor and the ceiling. I would be amazed if Holy Grail dropped another game after how they handled Team Zero, honestly.
And they can afford to drop one. That's the thing. I think they can afford to drop 1. 2, then it just feels a little silly that, you know, you leave it up until the end of the tour to potentially have a lot of a rougher time. This is a lane that is not going to go well for Desire. Though, I mean, most of the time you pick this Undying first just to be able to have that amazing laning setup. And, I mean, Wind Ranger going to be able to just plink you from afar. Plenty of stats built up already by Aenid. And then, of course, Eren, he's just going to be able to keep you away as much as possible as well. I really want to see them buy into the magic stick, though neither of them have it at this point.
Yeah, that is actually quite surprising. I mean, they did expend some of the money for blood grenades, but I'm pretty sure Skywrath Mage will tank a couple of decays and be like, oh yeah, I should buy a magic stick, bro. Mid lane, God, mid is so boring right now without supports rotating in, and I don't think this is going to change in this game. Puck Storm Spirit, skill-based matchup, no kill threat prior level 6, so don't expect anything insane or interesting to happen in this mid lane, sadly.
I wonder if Eren could maybe make something happen. You know, like you do want to like continue to try and dominate this lane as much as possible, slow down the Morphling, but I mean a rotation around like the 4-6 minute runes by the Skywrath Mage with like 1 or 2 points in the Ancient Seal might be enough for them to be able to connect a kill onto the puck. It would probably take a smoke though, and I'm not sure if they want to expend it that early.
We'll see how Eren decides to go about things. The other support in this game, the 4 position is going to be this Husk who we see in the top lane, just pulling in for his Mars. I still think Mars is bad, but I've been seeing this hero do a lot better lately. And in this game, we did mention that you have this Tombstone which we see from Desire down bottom. I am a bit concerned though here, Danog. Like, if the Tombstone doesn't come flush at the same time as the arena drops down, where's the damage? Where's the big team fight that you normally expect when you have a Mars in your lineup?
I think it's going to need to come around like a Dream Coil on its own, right? Like Dream Coil into Mars Spear, at least you've got a little bit of that setup. You know, you guarantee the snap of the coil. That forced movement is going to be so key for them to be able to find a pickoff. But that's like single target pickoff, right? I think they are quite lacking in AoE damage at this point. You know, you just think of the Puck, the Mars. They are kind of single target focused, at least for the first little bit. And, you know, most of the time when you pick a puck, you want to be playing it alongside some sort of hero that's able to dish out some good AoE damage to be able to make the most out of that Dream Coil. So you think of like a Snapfire or a Techies or something like that. And that's something that Big Brain are lacking right now.
We'll see how they decide to fix this issue down the stretch with their draft. Of course, a lot of the activity in this game is going to be dictated by these mid laners. Both highly mobile end heroes. So in terms of rotations, you mentioned that Eren could make his way towards the mid lane to assist Small KK. For Small KK, where should he be heading out once he has the level 6? Is Morphling even a viable kill in this game, or should you put all your attention to shutting down the Mars on the other side?
I think the Mars lane is just so much more killable, you know? Like, I think it's important to make sure that he doesn't get off to the greatest start, because I think he does need to go into this, like, more utility-style build. And if you're able to slow that down, then you're not getting the utility early on, which means that you're not getting kills, which means that he doesn't have a farming item. It's just this big, like, snowball effect, right? Where if one thing goes wrong for him, I feel like the whole game is going to go poorly for him.
So far, though, this game is very, very static, fairly slow. We might have our first blood in the top lane, but CSJ is very, very tanky. This is the one thing we always will give Mars. Killing him off early with a bracer and double gauntlets, super difficult to do. They do not have the heroes to make this happen. And, you know, speaking of heroes, I'm kind of surprised by the CS differentials. Like, I thought Naga would be able to do a lot better in the CS department versus Mars Tusk than Morphling would do against Wind Ranger Skywrath Mage, but that's not how it's turned out so far in this game.
Yeah, maybe just not enough spam coming out from Aaron on the bottom side of the map, right? I'm still seeing a lack of magic stick. Not even need the full one, just the stick. Because, you know, Desire, he's maxing out the decay. Like, he's looking to spam it out as much as possible. Still has a couple of mangoes to be able to make plays with. And yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as well. I mean, we saw that game 2 of the previous series was a bit of a snooze fest. Lots of farming going on, and it feels like this one might be going down a similar sort of vein.
Yep. This brings me back, fam. Like, these farm festy games, this is like
China
some 2014 era China. Good times.
Yep. It's like wait for the enemy team to make a mistake. It's basically current Tundra Dota. It's like just wait for the enemy team to make a mistake, you know?
Oh gosh. Tundra. I think outside of TI4, that's probably the worst TI finals we've had, right? Was not very entertaining.
Yeah. I mean, at least Secret made them work for it, you know? Some of the GGs by Vici and TI4 was like, man, this is the final game and you're GGing out before they're even breaching high ground? Come on. You know, something could go wrong.
Wasn't it game 2 that they GG'd while they still had tier 2 towers, dude?
Something ridiculous like that. And it's like, come on. Bot
top
lane.
lane. Bot lane. We actually have our first blood finally happening. Ionit and Aaron. We've been wanting them to show the harass potential of these heroes, and they fulfill that promise, killing off Desire. You mentioned earlier we don't expect Desire to have a good game here. Things were going much better than expected, but this had to happen eventually.
Yeah, for sure. I've been calling him Desiree a little bit just because, you know, a little bit of fun. But what do you reckon? It's just to mess with Ares a little bit. Are we going to call him Desire?
Desire, Desiree. It could be one of those guys that has both, right? So no matter what, we know we're referring to him. Sort of like when people have Artesia and the A God. Mid lane.
Oh, mid lane.
They do kill off the Storm Spirit. That's not going to feel good for him. A small KK got himself killed off. They at the very least grab some revenge on the life of this Tusk, but losing small KK, that is not what you want, especially since the kill itself also involved the puck.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, the rotation from Aaron was coming at the exact time that I was hoping for it to happen, right? It was just prior to the Storm hitting level 6. He had a very good experience advantage over the puck at that time. But really quick fingers by Sakata to be able to pick up that shield rune, so he might still live off the back of this.
Small KK jumps on top of him. Ranfu does here with the charge as well. What? He's still alive? No way does he actually escape this, but he does. He's alive on the high ground. Small KK jumps him and kills him off though. Here comes the Tusk with the young Snowball. They connect onto Small KK. He certainly doesn't have enough mana to escape this, and he will die to some of these Tombstone zombies. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Although, who actually benefits here, right? Because Small KK gets immediate revenge first, and then he dies afterwards. Which side would you prefer being on right now after the skirmish?
Absolutely the puck, because, I mean, the thing is, Storm just TP'd back in to be able to make that kill happen. He's still got 30 seconds until his TP's back up, so it's going to be a lot of experience not being obtained underneath this this mid lane. They're actually even going to go for a smoke together as a team just to be able to get him out faster. Like, that's how dire this is.
I mean, right now he's also a little bit ahead in the net worth department over and above this puck, but like you said, all this additional time, it's going to equalize that advantage. So you feel good on the side of Big Brain for the moment at the very least. Top lane, we're going to be seeing a Wisdom rune pickup. Nobody is going for it. Who got the bottom one? Ranfudar got it, okay. Teams are getting better around this mid lane. Div 2, they're getting better.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe with like the remnants of that smoke, they might have been able to get a kill onto the puck again around that mid lane, just because you had the Spirit Breaker and Aaron with the 2 points in the Ancient Seal, making a movement towards the puck. But Sakata, wisely enough, until those two guys show on a lane somewhere, he's really just going to go back to the jungle, take a little bit of this slightly slower, but much safer farm.
Right now it's about safety first. Nothing else really matters. I still continue to be surprised at how well this Morphlings game is going, though, for the God King. I mean, yes, Ionit is at the top of the network department on his Wind Ranger, but this tier 1 tower bottom is literally 100 HP, 100% HP. It's kind of crazy. Mid lane, we might have a quick death happening onto our Tusk, but the Dream Coil emerges from Sakata. Now they're going to be targeting Aaron. Can they kill him off before the storm arrives? No, they cannot.
Nice illusion.
Small KK is here. They're going to look for immediate revenge, and they do kill off the Tusk. Tombstone dropped down by Desire, but there's more than enough heroes to kill it off. And now suddenly this Undying finds himself in a very awkward position. They kill off his Bassi, they take away an Observer Ward, and now they take away his life as well. A double kill for Small KK, a defense mounted onto their supports, and the game just feeling a lot better for the side of Team Dissolution.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they give him over the tombstone, they give over an extra kill with getting nothing in return. He gets the courier killed as well. So it's just a lot of AoE gold going in the favor of Team Dissolution right now. And I mean, honestly, I feel like Ayanid's pretty happy with just being able to pick up a lot of this early farm as well, right? Sure, it sucks that you're not going to be able to kill this Morphling, but I mean, Windrange is one of those heroes that really does start to scale quite quickly if you are able to get just that first shackle shot landing. I mean, Spirit Breaker, he's only level 4. I suppose that's the really downside to all of this. If he gets into that level 6 at a pretty decent timing, you know, Focus Fire combined together with just a Javelin absolutely can get a kill.
Yeah, speaking of Focus Fire, they did throw it out onto this Morphling, but Tusk was there with the Snowball, granting the Morph salvation, and now he's waveforming forward, hoping to find the kill. Realizing they don't have enough control, they probably have to retreat from the area. But they don't have the burst damage either on Dissolution, so Morphling will end up living. And they're actually going to chase down Aaron. Desire sees him, scouts him out a little bit with these decays. The puck might move over from the mid lane, but they decide against it. Nobody dies.
He was pump faking the tombstone a couple of times, but that would have just been, again, they've got a lineup that can fairly easy escape from the tombstone, right? It's not even just the Naga Siren that we were talking about in the draft. They've got Windrun, they've got zipping away, you've got charge through just to be able to get the hell away from that tombstone. So it really puts a lot of pressure on Big Brain to be able to get a ton of value out of these Dream Coil and Arena of Bloods to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Speaking of Arena, our Mars in the top lane, CSJ, has been doing shockingly well in this game, leading into getting his Blink Dagger. He's pretty much playing the lane all alone right now. And you mentioned how important this Mars is going to be for them. Are we at the point yet where Storm needs to start coming to the top lane? Aaron is about to crack level 6. Do they maybe wait for Mystic Flare and then you make the big Storm rotation to kill him off at the same time?
I think so. Like, he's a fairly tanky boy on this Mars as well, right? You know, the Soul Ring, couple of braces. So it's going to take a fair amount to be able to take him down. And you can see with this Haste Rune plus the freshly completed Kaya, might be enough to be able to take him down. But again, he's just way too close to the tower, I feel.
I don't think he dies here, actually. They're going to ensnare him. They have a lot of damage out, though, and they should kill him off. Okay, never mind. Never mind. They have enough. Nobody came top lane. At the same time, though, they do manage to finish off the Spirit Breaker. Ranfu dies in the mid lane. And down bottom, we have Focus Fire being thrown onto the God King by Ayanid. Unable to find the kill, however. But you spoke about the impact of this Javelin with Focus Fire. And man, it hurts. That additional pierce damage, not fun to deal with early on.
Even up against some of these, like, you know, early-ish Vanguard builders, not that anyone is doing it this game, but you're always going to have that magical damage to be able to secure the kill, as Tusk should maybe fall down here. Aaron, is he going to die?
Nah, Aaron should be fine. Too many heroes. Small KK gets involved. It's a dominating streak for the Storm. He actually zips across the river, finding Desire here. This Undying should actually contribute to Small KK's coffers. It's a double for the Storm. He's 6-2-1, 12 minutes into the game, Daynog. I know we said it's a free Storm game, but my God, what a start is he having.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free Storm game. It's a pretty decent puck game, but you do have responses to it, right? You've got the setup, you've got plenty of charge, you've got that pick off, and it's really just going to be around Ranfu Dao. Like, he is still not yet level 6. I kind of want to see him play a tiny bit more selfishly, even if it just means he's the one to be able to build up a lot of these stacks for the Storm Spirit to take, because if that could get him into his level 6, suddenly Puck, Morphling, they can much easily die.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, right? That there's no level 6 available from the supports on Radiant side that threaten Storm, but the same is not true in the opposite direction. Ranfu Dao is actually going to go to the top lane. Storm Spirit's TPing here as well. CSJ is dead. They're going to zip on top of him. They want this kill to happen, and they're going to make it happen, even though the young Snowball will be there from the Tusk, and a very nice spear back on Ranfu Dao. All of these intricate plays don't amount to anything, as both of these heroes do end up falling. And Team Dissolution starting to really take a hold of this game here, Daynog. They might not have gotten that much real estate on the map, but damn, their heroes feel really strong right now.
They do, and like Wind Ranger laning into the Morphling, you're really not scared about that much down here, right? And you can see here, Ayanid, he's not even maxing out the power shot. He realizes that his kill threat is off the back of the Focus Fire, so much more into the Shackle means that if you do catch out God King with, you know, he's a greedy core. He likes to farm, and he likes to do it frequently, so if you're able to catch him out with those 3 points Shackle, you could probably kill him off the back of a Focus.
We have a smoke right now coming in from Team Dissolution. So they want to make sure that they can keep the pressure out on the map. They don't find God King, though. And that's going to give an opportunity for them to smoke back in on Radiant side. Sakata has just completed up having another level. Top lane, we do see Storm Spirit just killing off Desire quite easily, but Ionid's in trouble. He's in danger. Focus Fire does come out onto the Morphling. He's trying to get himself away with the waveform, but they're charging into him. They want the water boy. Mystic Flare dropped onto his face. He's still alive though. The snowball helping out so much, and they turn around and kill off both Ionid and Aaron. The Spirit Breaker's charge took too long. Sakata doesn't have access to the Dream Coil anymore, so I don't think they can kill him off, but they're gonna try for this. Snowball at the ready in 4 seconds. Ranfu Dao, he's silenced up. He can't charge again for another 2 seconds. Will he die just yet? He pops his magic wand. He is still alive, but they eventually do finish him off. Sakata now on a killing spree on this puck. And the move initially seemed good into the Morphling, but the response from Big Brain even better.
I mean, that's one of those movements that it's like, the result of the lane going a little bit too well for you, right? Where you just like, you're like, you know what? I can go for this dive past the tier 1 tower, even though I don't have the greatest amount of vision or heroes with me. You know, I'm strong enough to be able to do it. No. Like, you are still going up against a lineup that can look to make that turnaround happen. And I mean, the other big plus for Big Brain off the back of all of this is that you have CSJ, who's got that fresh Blink Dagger completed, and they would love to get a quick kill onto the Wind Ranger after she just TP'd back to this lane.
Yep, there we see the blink revealed with the arena going out. Unfortunately for him, Ancient Seal did come even faster. With Mystic Flare Focus Fire, they kill off the Mars. However, Sakata and Desire, they smoked up into this fray as well. So they find the immediate revenge onto Ionid. Honestly, Dire Side is ecstatic about this. You wasted some ultimate, you wasted a rotation. Top lane was being taken solo by Naga. And all the Radiant heroes are playing around bottom, not really getting efficiency across the map.
That's one of the other things that we haven't mentioned about the Naga, right? We've talked about how, like, you know, she's got great ways to be able to disengage from a lot of these fights. Are they going to be able to kill this Storm?
Nah, not enough damage.
So close.
He's fine.
Occult Bracelet ends up saving him.
Man. Yeah. Occult Bracelet, Kaya Sanj, Power Trades, and a Magic Wand. He's actually very, very tanky right now.
So the thing I was talking about with the Morphling, with the Naga Siren, is that in response to the Morphling, you are one of the better counters to it, just because you really don't get value out of this Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling, right? When you're a Naga Siren, a lot of the damage that you're outputting is off of your illusions, not the main hero itself. So, you know, the illusions are still going to do pretty much the same thing, regardless of whether or not Morphling is morphed into you. Sure, it's nice to be able to have, you know, the ensnare and everything else off the back of that, but it really just feels like one of those position 1 heroes that really doesn't care quite so much about Morphling going for this Ag Scepter build.
Yep. She also builds Orchid, which is a very, very nice into Morphling, even if he has the Manta style. Whenever Orchids are available, he starts to think about maybe Linkins might be required. You see down bottom, several heroes stacked up from Team Dissolution. They want to find some kill, and they have the level 6 now from the Spirit Breaker, so they get the Nether Strike, and Mystic Flare not only killed off Desire, but it brings this Tusk very, very low as well. He might actually end up taking a tumble here. At the same time, they catch the arena out onto this Wind Ranger, and though is still alive for now. Sakata and CSJ really want this kill, but the Shackle Shot on the 2 sets up for the kill onto Mars, and now they definitely have a kill onto Puck as well. It's a triple for the Skywrath Mage, a team fight win for Dissolution, and Ionid. Man, right now is the day to play the lotto, my friend, because you have just been given a second lease on life.
And he just got everything off in that fight. He was able to get off a full focus fire. It doesn't matter if it's into the bulwark. You're still going to get that damage procking out from the Maelstrom. Perfect Shackle Shot into 2. I was like, are they going to keep stacking up? And they keep doing it? All right, they're still doing it. And he just enables the rest of the team to be able to follow up onto him as well.
What a player. Well, Team Dissolution now 6K
Blink coming out to him now.
Yeah. Dude, he has Blink, Maelstrom, Power Trade 17 minutes in from the offlane. Really,
plenty
really
of stats
good times.
From the Specialist's array as well.
Feeling very good for Ionid. Radiant side need to do a lot of recovery. Sadly, these initiations with the Mars haven't been able to work out just yet. And even when they do get kills, they can't translate them into anything more concrete. We do have a charge from Ranfu Dao onto this Undying bottom. Let's see, Wind Ranger's nearby. He does have TP, but it's Spirit Breaker. Yeah, Undying's dead. Sorry, mate. Feels bad.
Tusk's used the snowball as well onto the Wind Ranger. Looks like she'll be able to get away, though, off the back of the win run, potentially. I mean, Tusk can... Has he already thrown out the Ice Shards, or is it just on cooldown? Looks like it's on cooldown.
Yeah. So now what, Danog? Radiant side is not looking super hot at the moment. They don't have any map control. All the tier 1 towers are still standing. Their Morphling is not the craziest farm in the world. CSJ and Sakara both are struggling in the network department. Where to from here in these next few minutes to try and recover the game?
I'm just thinking, like, are they going to push your towers if you get overly aggressive? If you don't get overly aggressive. That's my main concern. Are they just going to try and chase Ionit here? Off the back of Desire? Not sure if you're going to be able to do that, my guy. Not with a Blink Dagger up. And that is 2 big cooldowns that you've now expended. So my thing was, like, you just got to keep pushing out these lanes, in my opinion, right? It's about getting into this next big timing for you. And you can see there is that fear factor now coming through from God King with the Lincoln Sphere. Like, he knows that he really needs to get into this point. And, well, fittingly enough, it's right when that Orchid is completed by L'Enfer.
Yep. We've all lost those Morphling games where you refuse to buy Lincolns because you're like, bro, I've got Manta, I'll be cool. Then you lose the game. I'm glad God King, he doesn't know better here, Daynok. He's just experienced this many, many times in the past. Small KK, he's involved in a fray here and he needs some help. His team, can they get him out of trouble here? No, they can't. He dove a little bit too far in. And you made mention earlier of how Ionit was debated by how well the game is going for him. The same thing happens to the Storm Spirit. And in this time around, it's not just a random core kill. This is an unstoppable streak ended. This is a ton of gold being given away.
At least it's only Desire that gets it, right? Sorry, Desiree, that ends up getting it. So, I mean, you just see what this mentality is. Just he's got 3 different Observer Wards queued up for himself, some sentries. They're just wanting to get these quick, easy pickoffs whenever they can, because it is still quite hard for them to do it, right? That was basically a freebie that landed in their lap. And, well, they've taken 1 Tier 1 tower. I really want to see them try and open up this map a little bit more for God King, because he is basically siphoning off all the farm on the map that they've got to play with right now.
Yep. They did at the very least get themselves a bonus piece of gold on the Aaron kill, because there was also a killing streak ended from his triple in the prior fight. And now Ranfu Dao is a little bit isolated from his crew. They don't have vision on top of him. If they did, Tusk might want to utilize this Blink Dagger, get on top of him. Ranfu Dao will be allowed to live, which is kind of surprising. I thought he was dead for sure, but now that he's leaving the area, maybe they're leaving the Naga alone. You can see they're thinking about it here. Big brain. They want to make the jump onto L'Enfer. But CSJ, not sure just yet. Really thinking about it. They were waiting for the Morphling to show up, but God King took a little bit too long to make the rotation.
Maybe they can still go for a smoke here. They're all grouped up together. Doesn't seem like they're all that keen. And God King knows the value of needing to be the ones to make the jump if he doesn't have the Lincoln Sphere. They've got some sort of, counter initiation play off the back of the Blink Dagger that Tusk has just picked up as well. But instead, they're just liking to try and find another quick pick. Skywrath Mage, probably not the target that you want. You want someone that's got a little bit higher priority, like Ionid. They see him CSing in the tree line, but just look at the positioning from Aaron. He's going to be able to be the one to pop the smoke. And you know what? He might die, but it's all for the greater good.
This is the second near 5-hero rotation to the bottom lane within the last 3 minutes. And unfortunately, across that entire time period, they found 1 kill on a Skywrath Mage. Certainly not a worthwhile use of their time on Radiant side.
Even just Sakata being forced back to the mid lane to be able to defend against what felt like 2 full creep waves. He'll get it all for himself, so nice little farm for the puck to be able to pick up with, but they would have seen that TP come through from him. And just have a look at his item build as well, right? Booster Travel. This is a man that wants to shove out lanes, that wants to make space for his Morphling. They feel confident in God King being able to go late, but I mean, the later you go, the more difficulties that you're going to get in being able to take out this Naga Siren. She's already got the Reaver towards the heart. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I would have liked the Skadi just because you are going up against a Morphling, and that would have also given you a little bit of extra damage output for the Morph. But, you know, it can just be a personal preference. Maybe he feels like he's able to get into this item a little bit sooner.
I guess he feels that between having all the armor that he already has, the only thing, if he gets hot, he actually doesn't. I don't think he can die anymore in fights. Like, Paka is going to run out of damage before killing him. You still will have an opportunity to Naga Song. Like, Morphling hurts, yes, but not to that degree just yet. I do agree with you. I would have preferred Skadi as well, because obviously if he has raw HP, that also makes him a better target for the Undying Decay. But overall, just as long as he tanks up. I think Heart, Skadi, Butterfly, it was between those 3. And if you bought Butterfly, then you have to play a lot more aggressively. You can just still play quite casually with this Heart. Now he's gonna have it available in his inventory, using it in this fight here. Arena dropping down around him, but that doesn't really threaten him. Lanfa is taking damage from 4 heroes right now, but he's still alive. Finally pops the song, but he's not gonna TP just yet. Waited really long to go for this, but still manages to get himself out. What a time for the Heart to arrive, and we get to see the influence of that item here, Daynok. 4 heroes beating down across him, and not only did they not kill him, they lose one in the process as well.
They lose one in the process. I mean, it's also the power of something as simple as like a Gossamer cape as well, right? Every 4 seconds, you're going to be dodging out attacks too, so you're already hard to kill. Add that on top of everything, and it just becomes so much harder. And he's just going to double down on the tankiness. Going into the Skadi next. Most of the time, I wonder, like, is this too much of a defensive sort of item choice? But, I mean, you've got a Storm Spirit and a Wind Ranger who are having pretty decent games in their own right. They can be your damage sources. Basically, you just need to be there on the front lines, making sure that, like, you are this inevitable source of damage and just overwhelming stuff coming in against you.
You see some supports getting picked off on the map. Lanfa, his pickoff is a bit more substantial because they get to invade the Radiant Triangle now as well and maybe take this area over. And Big Brain are aware of how much they need this, so they're coming to try and mount a defense here. They're gonna be able to make a jump directly onto our Spirit Breaker, and Ranfu Dao dies very quickly there. Did require all the blinks to be used, but still, it's space, yeah.
And it taking the tier 2 down on the bottom side of the map, taking away more spaces for them to be able to farm. He's underneath an Observer Ward right now. Not going to be in a position to be able to power shot that high ground, and if he did, he might have even gotten caught out by the Tusk coming in to try and find a pick off onto him. So yeah, I really feel like Team Dissolution are doing a great job of just splitting up the map right now, picking up a lot more efficient and I would say slightly more evenly spread out farm. You know, there's no one that's really sacrificed their game for any of the plays that they've made so far.
That being said, we might have to sacrifice the Naga Siren as she is between the Mars and the Morph at the moment. But my god, she's so tanky. 2.8k HP with 25 armor. Let's see what they got. Dream Coil, Arena, and this time there's no song. So they finally do make it happen. But the more important thing about not having the song, that's less important than the fact that God King was finally there. And we get to see how different it is for his overall tank ability when he has to deal with the Morphling as well.
Oh, they can't lose any more, though. And of course, it's important that Ranfu Dao continues to push on forward. Ionid.
Oh, Sakata. He found the Yules onto Ionid. Mystic Flare was dropped down with the Ancients here, so they can't combo into this Wind Ranger. At least not from the puck. But the allies come in to finish off the kill regardless. Aaron attempting to run away, but he knows he's dead to rights, hiding in a very nice enclave in the trees. But CSJ has the God's Rebuke to bring him down. 3 heroes have fallen in a little while, and Ranfu Dao, he is still staying around this bottom lane. He needs to get the hell out of here.
He does.
They're coming to try and catch him.
Should hopefully be able to. Oh, he's got to be quick, though. Mars revealing on the lane. The important thing for Ranfu Dao is he's level 12, so he's certainly recovered in terms of the experience deficit that he was at, but we just see there the Shadow Blade. So now you've got plays to be able to make that initial jump in onto the Morphling or the Snapfire. It really just depends who you're able to claim. You can see the charge immediately trying to be used up top onto God King, pops the Lincolns, and will probably force him to play a little bit more conservatively back towards his side of the map once again. Love the Yules
pickup. Also huge
we got 2
because
Yules.
it brought the God King back into the same parity on farm as this Naga Siren. And you mentioned this Yules in the draft, right? That you thought it could be very good this game. We've seen Yules in general being deployed against Spirit Breaker, but overall, given their relative lack of teamfight, you know, Yules sort of functions as that dispel mechanic you were talking about. We saw it used against Ionid to stop him wind running away. Can be very useful on the Naga Siren before a song comes out. Feels like CSJ. He doesn't, like you said, doesn't need to do anything more in terms of control. Sakata's going to be picking up the slack for him in that department, so he can start build more into the utility department, which he's doing with the Hex on his Mars.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just other parts of the Yules that are beneficial, you're already going up against an Orchid, going to be able to protect against that. Going up against a Mystic Flare, if it's onto yourself, can protect against that as well. So it really is a versatile tool. I mean, even just using it aggressively against a Storm Spirit, right? Yules him up into the air, make sure that the arrow is mid-flight, and you're always going to be able to catch off one of the more elusive heroes in the game. It's like they're ready to go for a potential Roche fight, though. Up on this top side, maybe just looking to get a quick pick off beforehand, and well, if they could run into CSJ, that would be absolutely ideal. He's DC, he's sitting still.
He's just chilling, yeah. He does have a BKB, pops it eventually, but by the time he does, this Tusk is already very low on the HP. That being said, they did kill off the Skyrat Mage, and now CSJ, trying to TP out, realizes he cannot do it as The BKB, he's been spamming it out in this game, so it's already down to the 6-second mark. That was very bizarre from him. I think he might have DC'd or something, but it opens up a pretty large opportunity to reclaim some map control for Dissolution.
Might have just been looking on the other side of the map as well. Not the situation that you really want to be the case for you, and it's really going to hinder both his team's map control that they've got right now, but as well his own scaling. You know, like he needs to make sure that he continues to do so. He's going into a refresher orb again just to be able to provide that area of control for them to be able to play around this tombstone, the puck dream coil, all that sort of stuff, to be able to have that potential reset against the Naga song. It's all really useful tools to be able to have, but really are hindering your own net worth to be able to pick it up. And well, you already see like the melee Batrider coming through with Ranfudao trying to push out a lane, but you can't reveal outside of the smoke, outside of the invis, excuse me, against a Morphling.
Yep. He knows that if that were to happen, he would just be dead to rights almost immediately. Still doing what he can in terms of the experience department, about to crack 15. You know, get that bulldoze cooldown. Pretty decent. I'm starting to get a bit worried here now, if I'm honest. This Morphling, man. I think this hero is just uber busted right now. Of all the carries in the game, I think this is top one. And when I'm seeing him that, yeah, the rest of the team is having a pretty difficult time, but he is 1-0-6, near top net worth, still getting all the items he wants, has a Titan sliver. I'm not feeling uber confident about Direside's success here if this Morphling doesn't get contained fairly shortly.
I gotta ask as well, who do you think he's going? So I mentioned that it's not exactly an amazing Ags game in terms of the position 1 carry, but I feel like there are other options. They don't have Song as well to be able to contest this. Yes, he is.
No way, dude. There's no way. There's no way he finishes the Axe. I'd be shocked and amazed if he finishes Axe this game. We'll talk about it after this fight, though. As CSJ found a spear onto Ranfudao, but he does manage to get off the Shadow Blade.
And
now they turn with Focus Fire and the Shackle Shot. CSJ eventually finishes off the Spirit Breaker, but he dies in the process. At the same time, the God King finished off the Roche.
Storm's
has an Aegis in tow and now trying to rejoin the fight, but he's out of mana, surrounded by Lonfer, and he might be dead here. This Tusk buying a little bit of time. This Ice Shards also creating an opportunity, but the Morphling, he doesn't want an opportunity to survive. He wants to kill. He goes in, finds the Naga without allies, and they do manage to kill her off. So that's a killing spree taken away. The God King gets an Aegis, a kill in that fight, and a team fight victory. Okay. All right, now what, Daynok? How do you deal with this morph at this point?
Storm just did 0 damage. That was the issue there. And, well, they're going to get another quick pick off onto the Wind Ranger. Really just odd positioning, odd choice of team fights coming through from Team Dissolution. Like, Storm, like we were saying, did 0 in that fight. Looking to try and get a very quick pick off here, and they will at least be able to kill the Tusk, but
okay, but this might actually lead to the Storm being killed off. He zips away right now. Ranfudao with the charge! Interrupts the Morphling before the Adaptive Strike can come out. So that keeps the Storm Spirit alive. Ranfudao, what a god, what a player. It leads to them getting at least the support kills. Sakata should be able to escape away from here. He silenced Eren before Ancient Seal. But Ranfudao might have actually just saved this entire game right there. Yes, they don't get the Morphling kill, but they do get to take away the Aegis.
Yeah, and they get a free kill onto the Tusk as well, who, you know, he was having a pretty decent time up until that point. Of course, the kill went in onto Small KK, so that's going to allow him to get into his own Bloodthorn. Like, they're getting multiple Bloodthorns right now, Snare, just to be able to pick off these key targets. You know, you use the Manta, you're still going to have an additional tool to potentially deal that damage out.
So let's see, Small KK is getting a Bloodthorn. They already have a Bloodthorn on Naga. Come on, ANA, do the right thing, bro. Just build Bloodthorn too. Everybody just do it. They're also building quite a few Lincoln Spheres as well for themselves.
Yeah, so the reason that I was thinking the consideration for the Ags on the Morphling is that it's really good against Universal Heroes. Just you can steal 40% of their stats, which is just insane, you know, in terms of being able to provide a lot of that additional contribution. Wind Ranger's not the worst target to use that Aghanim Scepter onto. You know, you steal 40% of her stats. You also get the invisibility during the win run component as well, so an additional save component. You can even take over the Spirit Breaker, honestly, at that point. You know, just get that massive speed coming through from the charge as well. I can still see targets, even though it's not the Naga Siren.
Personally, I do prefer the route he's gone for. Well, I might not have gone for MKB. You know, there's no Butterfly just yet on the Naga Siren, but I think a damage item into Satanic was the best option for him. I do get the Aghanim Scepter, especially on that Wind Ranger. That's a very good point. But I think for him overall, if you can just go from target to target, right? Not have to actually worry about spending time in a different form. Just be the water boy. You'll win these fights. Now Lanfa needs to song and get out.
Oh,
CSJ
nice
does have BKB. So
Very
he will
quick.
be able to cancel the TP out. Lanfa dodging the spears though, doing what he can. He's got his J's on. Sadly
boys
though,
just
there's
aren't
still
here.
too many heroes around him. Will find himself leashed up with the Dream Quill, him and Aaron in fact. And both of them will go down. Sakata claims a double. And Lanfa, oh no, it's starting to become a bit of a problem here. Master Daynog, he's not finding himself as survivable and has been picked off now several times by this Radiant lineup.
I gotta ask you, Snare, when's the last time we actually saw Team Dissolution take a full 5-on-5 fight? Because I feel like it's been never this game.
Let's think. 5-on-5. We've seen 4, I guess, but I don't think we've actually seen them all 5 together in one fight.
Yeah, and that's the main issue for mine. Like, even a 4v5 fight, I would take that at this point, you know, but they always seem to just get picked off in these positions, and they've still got the net worth lead overall. They've still got the win probability going in their favor, just because we know they've got the tools to be able to take this. It just seems like they're constantly getting out of position. Small KK's doing a good job in shoving in that mid and top lane at least, forcing potentially a response to be able to come through from Big Brain, but nearly getting into the Satanic for God King. I mean, I suppose the other benefit of the Monkey King bar is that, of course, you can just stick onto the Wind Ranger, right? You're not even needing to rely on the Yule Scepters coming through from the Puck and the Mars to be able to deal with her.
As I have a very good point. Wind Run not nearly as potent as it would be otherwise. Might need to see an Aghanim Scepter or something, or a BKB for further protection on this Wind Ranger. The big issue now is that with Satanic not far away, not only are they worried about the damage output of this Morphling, they no longer have the damage themselves to kill him off reliably. And he still has this Tusk to play with. Like, you know, in the draft, we were talking about the Shadow Demon getting banned out as a salvation tool. You know, we haven't seen Tusk for so long in the meta, and the last time we saw him, he was being deployed every other game through mid. But I think this meta, we're probably going to see more of him come back, given how important these saves are. And Small KK, big jump. I don't know if it's the right jump, though, as he gets blown up by the Morphling. Mystic Flare dropped down, but CSJ easily able to get off his BKB. They've quickly kill off the Skywrath Mage. Lanfa pops the song, takes away the tombstone. But where is the follow-up here? What else can they do? CSJ will drop the arena, and this Undying is falling low, but he doesn't care if he dies because they will get Lanfa in the trade. Ranfu down, not allowed to escape either, as he's used up, silenced off, and then killed. A triple kill there for the Morphling. Another teamfight victory. And well, sadly, Master Daynog, that was also 4v5, and it wasn't really around with his crew.
It wasn't even a 4v5. That was 3v5, and then someone eventually like limped in towards the end there on the Spirit Breaker. Like, I don't know how many more times I could say it without sounding like a broken record. Where are the boys? That's really what I want to see at all of these instances. And I mean, you can't afford to be that aggressive away from the rest of the team. They just hit up onto another big timing with the Lincoln Sphere, with a second Bloodthorn coming through, and they're just throwing it away.
I really would like to know what Small KK's rationale was for that jump. Well, not only does he get punished, they immediately lose 2 lanes of Rax.
Maybe if he had a
been a
BKB, you could do that, but not without it. Not into
He
this.
doesn't even have Lincoln's. I don't know, dude. I don't know about that jump. And he had Lincoln's queued before he made the jump, and then he turned to Ags afterwards. I'm very confused.
If he secures all of them, then it'll be fine. Well, this is a pretty big jump if they're able to get him. I mean, Puck just TP'd away. Finally, they're the one without the boys.
They get tech. They hit the Tusk. Desiree is gonna fall next. CSJ might be killed off. Has a shield rune, but pops BKB. Should still be fine. Ranfu Dao, though, charging in. He knows it's a 6-second BKB, but it's a little bit too far. Small KK, though, there's no such thing as too far for him, as he really wanted to make that reach, but some very harsh memories of his demise in this exact area probably have him retreat in this instance.
We also saw Ranfu Dao put down that really deep Observer Ward right on top of the Watcher. So not really, has to be careful. Not really a position that you expect Observer Wards to be placed a lot of the time, but they should be able to get a pretty quick D-Ward off there, or at least like maybe even use that ward to be able to bait a play moving forward. We know that Team Dissolution are not shy in going for those super deep dives, and they can just use that information against them. It's going to be such a key tool for them. So we're going for like a
I'll-
planar pocket, it seems, on a Spirit Breaker, being able to get just a free Aghanim shard. Hopefully no one dies. And it is Renford out that ends up picking it up. Not exactly any like great spells that you're like looking to redirect onto yourself. Everything's kind of like AoE at this point in time, with the exception of like a Soul Rip. Can you redirect Walrus Punch? I doubt it.
I don't think so, no. Because Walrus Punch isn't technically like a cost spell, right? It's like that buff up.
Yeah,
So I
true.
don't believe you can, yeah. So the question is right now, given how well things are going for the Radiant lineup, they've gotten their gold lead back properly. Do we wait for the next Roshan before we try to broach the high ground? Or are we strong enough to just slowly but surely start sieging through this bottom lane to get a tier 3 tower at least for now?
The issue that I have about waiting for Roshan is that they're going to have a lot of issues with like getting information about that, right? Nagasaran can always just send out the illusions to be able to have information about it. Storm Spirit, yeah, it doesn't last an amazingly long amount of time, but you can like keep farming around that area, drop down static remnants for that purpose. But I mean, they really have reached this point where they feel strong enough to go high ground, right? Level 25 on the Morphling. You nearly have the level 25 on the Storm Spirit to have to contend with, but I mean, this really does feel like the time that you could look to potentially close this one out. Another big timing coming through with that BKB on the Wind Ranger, but I see 3 heroes on Team Dissolution that are not in the base as it's getting hit. This is your last lane of racks, boys.
Yep.
I don't.
If this goes south...
Torment! Why are they taking a Torment?
Because they want
What?
the Aghanim shot, they know. They want
Okay.
Aeon's shot. They want Gale Force. I mean, to be fair, they didn't take the tower just yet, so it's still standing. If they get here in time, Aeonid is the one that was parked here, so he has Gale Force, but please don't reveal Aeonid. Play very carefully. But yet again, Danog is
Tier
right.
3
Where are the
tower's dead.
boys? Where's the crew? Tier 3 tower's already gone. Long range zip in from the Storm Spirit. Unable to kill off anybody just yet. They go one to Desire and they will be able to make him pay. Gale Force was dropped down. And Lanfa also utilizing the song here. They're looking for a setup, but they don't have the necessary follow-up for this. Ranfu out, pushed outside of his base.
He's got an
easily
Arcane
killed
Rune on
off.
Storm.
And here, small KK jumping back in. They get the Mystic Flare down onto the Smurfling at the same time, trying to kill off the Tusk. He stays alive inside the Snowball, turning it back onto Lanfa instead. Small KK though, him and Aaron have the damage necessary. And Sakata's been falling low the entire time as well. Barely able to escape away from this fight, trying to run from the Storm Spirit, and he does manage to do so. The Morphling though will not be as lucky. He got left behind, got completely surrounded. And well, Danog, you wanted a 5v5 fight. Well, you're gonna get one. Team
Look at that fight
Dissolution
recap.
defend the base through bottom.
Look at that level 25 on the Storm Spirit doing work. I mean, we talk about heroes that have strength, about playing around the high ground. Storm Spirit is one of the best ones. You know, he pops everything going in that first time with the fresh level 25, with the overload bounce coming through, and then he just goes back to base. He had an Arcane Rune as well to be able to play around with, and then he just does it all again. You know, just so many bounces that he was able to get throughout that entire process, and now he's got an Aghanim Scepter as well to be able to play around.
Small KK, what a guy. We've seen him have some pretty shocking performances on some games, like his Earthshaker, not that impressive, but his Storm Spirit here it has been very, very good. And he had a very dominant time in the laning phase. This fight though, if he had the Ags here already, Danog, this would have been an absolute disaster for a big brain, even more so than it already was. But I must say, I also commend Ranfu Dao for being willing to just put his body on the line, distract the enemy, and just make it easier for his team to set up the smaller spells onto the targets on the back end.
Have a look at what he's going for next as well. He's got the Witchblade already, but Revenant's Brooch coming through from Small KK. He wants to blow people up in a lot of these engagements, especially that Morphling. You know, if you're full Agi-morphed thinking that you're ready to take that fight, Satanic popped, think again, my friend. And really just look to rip through that.
Danog, you've been through it today, buddy.
Oh,
The
yeah.
games you've seen. You've seen it. You've
We got
seen
the
it
reel
all.
in. Reel it in on the
let's-
Nagasaur. That's the spell that everyone really wants with this Aghanim Scepter.
Let's go.
Oh, please
Got
don't
that
play
relay
so far
going.
apart. Why are they so far apart?
I don't know. The last time they fought in this area, it didn't go well. And it found a very nice shackle shot, but there was a Lotus Orb, so he got shackled himself. Does end up dead.
Storm
and
is
Ranfu Dao
nowhere
actually coming in
close.
for this fight. He gets Yules into the air, and he was the one carrying the Aegis. Why was the Wind Ranger the one carrying the Aegis? I'm not sure. Didn't even think that was a possibility. But they'll get out on everybody except Aaron. will be left behind to die.
Where are the boys?
Two questions,
Where are
Enoch.
the boys? That's all
Well,
I want
actually,
to
three
know.
questions. Firstly, where are the boys? Secondly, why are we here? And thirdly, why is ANA carrying the Aegis?
I don't know. Maybe they feel that the win rate, the Naga is unkillable, and Aenid, he has been one of the key focus targets down. Like, he can 100 to 0 people if he's just allowed to get that focus fire off. But, well, maybe able to get
No
away.
way. Well,
maybe Gale force him.
BKB, he didn't TP out from this, so he might actually die once the BKB ends. He tries to blink away, but he's gone for sure.
It's got buyback
And,
at least.
well,
Oh,
this is going to be a problem. He's inside this. I don't even know what this area is. It's a very impossible piece of terrain. And sadly,
Aries and I call it
he
the
does get
bait
killed
lake
off.
because you get baited into thinking that you can maybe try and make an escape.
The bait lake, I like that. Well, so this must be very frustrating for Team Dissolution, right? You mount this incredibly heroic defense down bottom. Things are amazing. You get an Aegis out of it. You get a cheese. You think you should be in a much better stead for the game, but then you go to the one place on the map where you're guaranteed to lose a team fight. I don't know what's happening right here with this die lineup here, Daynok, but they might be on the cusp of losing game one based on the decisions they've made in the last few minutes.
It's going to be all around Small KK again. He's been able to farm up enough for the buyback, so of course playing around that fountain regen as much as possible. When do they see the Morphling? They see the Morphlings come back now. Now's the time they want to go. Another great jump.
We see a big blue hole coming in from Small KK, but where is the follow-up? Where are the boys? Where are the boys, Daynok? They do find the tusk. But if the boys were there, that initiation from Small KK could have found a lot more. They still do get two, though. Supports being brought down still feels pretty good.
It does. And, at least they get something out of it. I love the fact that it was an instant response to being able to see the Morphling back in base. Poor Spirit Breaker away from the boys once again, and he's going to get picked off with no buyback. Off the map for 80 seconds. So in a time where you really should be looking to try and reclaim a lot of this map, they're just going to have to, once again, sit back, be conservative, pick up a little bit more farm for themselves. At least they got the Revenant's Brooch on Small KK.
This game is all on you now, buddy. Small KK is on you. It's all about what he can perform in this game.
He's just
I'm gonna
praying
try
for an
build
arcane rune
Octarine
once
core as
again.
well. Yeah. This Morphling, as well as just become very, very strong. Has the full Satanic. Still angling towards the Aghanim Scepter now, though. We'll see how often he uses it onto Aenid, who should be one of the bigger targets for him. And how's this Naga doing?
Do you
She
feel
hasn't
like...
felt like she's progressed that much
No,
since the relin.
it doesn't. I was about to say, do you feel like this Octarine is really that worth for Small KK at this point? Electric Vortex is going to get reduced a little bit. You reduce the overload by, 7.5 seconds, but is that really the big difference maker? I would feel a lot more confident if he just amped up his own survivability. You haven't had a BKB this entire game. A 9-second BKB 46 minutes in is enormous.
Given the spells on the enemy team, BKB, I'm fully with you. After the Aghanim's upgrade, that feels like a better option. I mean, if he really wants and feels that he wants some additional mana or whatever, even then I'd feel better with the Hex over and above getting the Octarine. The boys, where they at right now? Aaron is like, boys, crew. And unfortunately, the rest of his team tells him, sorry, buddy, Season 3 of the boys only drops in a couple months. We're not ready just yet.
Oh, he just bought the Scythe as well, so he doesn't have buyback. Oh, all right. One saving grace. Small KK, check the power rune. ED on the top side of that river. Except for
I don't
quickly
think he's gonna
claim
go for
it.
it. I think he wants to split push.
Well,
let's see.
Base is being invaded.
He TP's home, doesn't have time to actually go and scout out the rune. And now the God King, he is here with a big Morphling beating down the racks, able to easily rinse down the melee racks, wanting a little bit more. Small KK jumps in, finds the blue hole, but we need the follow-up from the crew. Look at the God King falling so low, but Tusk buys him space and time. They drop the Arena Tombstone, and that's gonna kill off Aeonit as well as threaten the life of Ranfu Dao. Both of them die, neither of them have buyback. And now I don't think they have any options in this game anymore. They have Song maybe, but that requires Lanfur to survive. And CSJ found him, jumping onto the Naga Siren. Small KK trying to interrupt this with the blue hole. Successfully does so and kills off the Undying in the process. But I don't think he can keep Lanfur alive. There's too much damage on the God King. Naga
wants to
does
die
die.
almost.
She will come back into the game though, and Storm falling very, very low. Eventually will get taken out. Does require quite a hefty exposure of resources to do so. Now he's looking for revenge, looking for
that
CSG
bulwark.
on the back end of the fight. The BKB keeping the Smalls alive, and they found the spear as well. Onto Small KK. This might lead to a dieback. Lanfer finally pops the song. That will bail the Storm Spirit out of trouble and keep this game going. But Sakata really
Lanfer
wanted
okay?
the assassination. Doesn't find the Storm Spirit. Maybe wants to trap up Lanfer. But they might feel comfortable just leaving the base. They've already got the Megas. But they want to end things right now here, Daynok. They buy back on the Undying.
Out of
Mystic
mana.
Flare. Drop down onto the Morphling with the Hex from Aaron. But he yules into
No
the air
save
with the
this
Wind
time.
Waker from Puck. Keeping him alive. Small KK does not have any additional salvation. And he's gone. It's a dieback for 2 minutes. They turn their attention towards Aaron on the Skywrath Mage. Easy right clicks to kill him off. And Lanfer can do nothing but slither back to the base as his team calls GG. And game 1 goes in favor of the Big Brain lineup.
Oh man, what is it with today? Some of these decisions being made, but you know, kudos need to be given to Big Brain. They didn't get that harsh start to the game get to them. You know, 15 minutes in, it was an 87% win probability for Team Dissolution. And I really have to say, like, going back to that decision by the Naga Siren, even just to go into the heart, yes, it was very hard to kill her, but it felt like they just didn't have the potential to be able to respond to the Morphling when he did join into these fights. He went Skadi next, and I feel like that was, again, I was wondering, you know what, is it going to be a little bit too defensive of a tool? Are they going to be able to do anything once a lot of these other heroes start to come in? Is it really just putting too much on the back, on the shoulders of the Storm Spirit and the Wind Ranger? But they just never really fought together. And a couple of the fights where they did, they won the fights. So it just, I don't know. It was weird. I don't know how to explain it.
I was going to say the same thing, that it's one of these games you can't even assess individual decisions like, did you buy the right item in the right order? Because if you never actually play Dota together, you know, you can't assess whether or not this is a good decision or if it's a bad one. Very bizarre game from Team Dissolution. And there were so many opportunities, Daynok, that if they just showed up as 5, we dominate that fight. If we just had, like you said, every single time they did, they only did it twice this game, but when they did, they won those fights quite handedly. So, hell, this was the fight here. After this, they lost 2 lanes of racks. You get this incredible engagement. You remove 4 heroes from the game. You kill this OP Morphling, right? As Roshan respawns, you get yourself the subsequent Aegis. The game should have been in their favor after this, but they decide, nah, fam, we want to play aggressively into Radiant Jungle with like 3 heroes. Not everybody's with us. I don't know, like, just decision making. Coordination, I think, is what it ultimately comes down to. A Team Dissolution just did not have it, despite having the mechanical skill to look really good at certain points in the game.
Yeah, completing the integrants. Even just going down to where were the wands in the lane against the Undying. This is why you pick the Skywrath Mage. You know, you want to be able to spam your spells out, but they did an okay job of pressuring God King, but not enough for mine. Who do we even give MVP to is my question.
Oh gosh, that's a tough decision. All right, so thinking about Big Brain, you know, actually, against my better judgment, no, you know, we give it to Tusk. The reason
I
we
would
give it to Tusk,
I agree.
yeah. Tusk is the saves that he pulled off in this game. He was also wise enough, and the team understood his role, that they made sure to rush his Blink Dagger. That was his first item they knocked. They were like, we're not going to give you 4-staff, Lotus, whatever. Your role is to jump on Morphling and press W so he doesn't die. And he fulfilled that role very, very well throughout this game. Did so from very early on as well. So I think we give it to him. Also some really clutch Lotus Orbs at the back end of the game, leading to several self-kills basically on Ionid. Yeah, I think he definitely performed the best in the game.
Yep, and look at that kill participation, right? 90%, 35 out of the 38, 39, I want to say. Really, really solid performance coming through from Tusk. So, yeah, well worthy of the MVP. Would you say Big Brain are worthy for the win? I guess they didn't really throw in any big ways, right? Like, I think they just did stuff right. I thought Team Dissolution had the better draft. They had the better laning stage. It just didn't have the better coordination. And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day.
Yeah, this feels like one of those games where it's not like the side here of Big Brain won, Team Dissolution lost. You replay that same game 1,000 times. If you go back to 15 minutes in this game 1,000 times, this happens one or two more times. This is a very outside look. But I know it's because of Daynog, because today you've just been bringing us curses, man. I don't know what it is. The most wild Dota is emerging from the mind of Daynog. So everybody, trust, you're going to have to go get some water because this series might end up going the distance. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with some more Dota 2 action. Big Brain and Team Dissolution Game 2 coming right after the break. Welcome back, one and all, to some Dota 2 action here within the Chinese region as we're witnessing Big Brain taking on Team Dissolution in a series that only has one takeaway. Where the hell are the boys, Daynok? Where's the boys at? Hopefully this game, Team Dissolution, bring all the boys to the yard because I do not want to see them go out with a whimper given how well they started the first game.
Damn right. And we'll see if Big Brain are better than theirs at the end of the day. And I mean, maybe it's just going to be picking heroes that kind of lead you into wanting to play together, you know, like a aura style build, but you know, they're going to go away from that with a Beastmaster being banned out on Big Brain. That's probably the hero that you look to rally around the most at like that 20-ish or so minute mark of the game. We saw a Lycan come out in the first series. Maybe we'll see another one come through again.
Not a very not typical Lycan game. That was very fun to watch, honestly. Big Brain, they stuck with this. They've taken away the Wind Ranger from Dissolution. They could put this in the 4 role, in the 3, in the mid. Lots of adaptations will come from the hero down the stretch. But Big Brain, just go for the Silencer pick, which means that for Dissolution, might as well go for Morphling. Undying Morph still seems pretty good. We got to see its impact at game 1 already.
They just played the reverse card on him. You know, they're playing Uno right now. I was honestly a little surprised that this Silencer coming out. I guess just because you're always going to be able to, like,
10 seconds.
if they were to go into like a Tusk now, then you can prevent that Blink Snowball save as long as you're using the Global Silence in conjunction with it all. But I don't know. I think it's a little bit too committal, you know? I really only like the Silencer in response to like a Shadow Demon or a Rubik or paired together with a Bat Rider. You know, just something that's absolutely 100% going to be able to confirm a kill.
But we've also seen a lot of these Shadow Demons, especially rushing Lotus Orb nowadays when confronted with the Silencer. And given that they are playing with this Morphling, probably ban the Shadow Demon, even though you already have the Silencer if you are Big Brain. And are they trying to go into a Spirit Breaker pick? That's the only time I see that hero emerge is when Dark Hero or Dark Willow gets banned out. For some reason, everyone's
If
like,
the
wait,
Underlord's banned
now's the
out as
time.
well, then you know that's basically what they're looking to do. Anything that just provides a easy to set up route on the ground can make Spirit Breaker's life a lot more challenging.
So what a Dissolution ban here. Are we banning... We have to decide which illusion hero, right? Between Terrorblade and PL, which is scarier for
Disillusion
you
or
in this
Illusion?
moment? All illusions.
5 seconds.
I mean, Naga's number one for me. Like, that's always going to be number one. I'm glad that they've removed it from the pool. Surprising? No. Okay, Timbersaw is out of the game. That's the main one that I really did want to see removed altogether. But again, the thing is, like, this Wind Ranger has the potential to still be a core, and I still see value of building Aghanim Scepter into the Wind Ranger. Incredibly good. Probably going to come after the MKB, kind of like what we saw in that previous game. But, yeah, I don't think you can get away with, like, going this illusion-y style hero because you're always going to have that Wind Ranger option, you know?
That definitely
Especially
makes
if
sense.
she's played as a core.
Remaining.
See how Big Brain choose to approach the second phase here. Morphling team took out the Faceless Void. So that means the Illusion heroes are still in. Medusa's still in from the carrier role. All the spirits, actually all the mid laners pretty much are available in the game right now. None of them have been touched for the most part. So unless Wind Ranger's already our mid for Big Brain, I imagine we're going to have a lot of contestation around that role at the end of the draft.
I don't think you can pick Medusa into a Morphling. I think, yes, you play it like a similar sort of pace, probably actually even slighter faster than the Morphling on the Medusa, but that Ags just completely wrecks your damage. It like cuts it by about 40% when you've got your items picked up early on into the piece. So I hope Big Brain don't look to pick up something like that, just because, yeah, I feel like you would just be signing your own death warrant as a result of it. I do like the Faceless Void ban, though. They're just
I
able
like that
to
ban too.
get it onto the back lines. What I do like about the Wind Ranger is that it is that flexible pick. So now they can just go like another support, basically confirm the Wind Ranger as a core, or I mean, what else could you do? Monkey King, and then still have some sort of layer of flex. Nyx Assassin, okay, wasn't expecting that. All right, so if I'm Dissolution, push right now. Silence and Nyx Assassin do absolutely nothing against it. This is where you pull out the Lycan.
Lycan Lone Druid, let's go, baby. Just double down on the push potential. They've given themselves a little bit of fighting and some control with this LC, but I'm fully with you. I want them to increase the tempo, finish this game well before this Nyx Assassin and Silencer can do anything. Okay, the LC offlane, I'm fine with it, whatever. One thing actually as well about this, you were talking about the Morphling into Medusa matchup. In Division 1, Lu started doing a thing where if he's playing Medusa into Morphling, he rushes the Moonshot because he knows that like you get the plus attack speed and it doesn't actually get impacted by the Ags. It's still
and he's not going to give him
but
too much
playable.
stats as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think you're kind of... It's putting a Band-Aid over like a gaping wound, you know? Like that's the sort of mentality that I have with it. What do you think about this LC pick overall? Like, it is one of those snowbally, like, finish type early. You can stay fairly sustainable so that you can keep the push going. But you don't know what you're going up into. They could just, like, keep this Wind Ranger as a position 1 now and, you know, have, like, I don't know, the Nyx Assassin as a 5, for example. And then, you know, you don't really get as much value out of that LC in the lane.
Yep. I'm fully with you. Maybe they're trying to overcover, like, they didn't ban out the other illusion heroes. They know that it's like not the easiest matchup for TB and Medusa, so they say, well, let's pick LC. Now they can't pick the PL. But I still think PL is still fairly pickable here. We'll see how they go about this. One thing that frustrates me, though, is that both of their supports now don't have any stuns. The only stun they have in their lineup is LC Duel. So the prevalence of these mid heroes, dude, I could just play Storm again. Well, Small KK is not playing it, but you could very easily go for a hero that has that uber high mobility into the backlines and not have to worry too much in this game.
You could actually get away with like a Quap as well, just because it is a hero that Cicada plays incredibly well, and you know, something that is able to deal that very consistent damage. You kind of turn Manta style plus BKB plus press the attack against the other team as soon as you pick up that Aghanim Scepter for yourself. Maybe the downside is you're not the greatest at being able to keep lanes shoved away, so maybe something like a Puck is going to be a little bit more positive towards that sort of thing.
Really like Queen of Pay. That's a very good suggestion. I think either they also want to stun themselves, right? Their team fight is kind of lackluster. So maybe Puck probably does fit the bill a bit better.
Still go TB.
They actually still go back for the TB. This is very surprising to me that they chose to play TB into the Undying Morph LC. What do you make of this here? I thought that this would be something they would angle against, or that Team Dissolution are kind of ready for. Do you have the same feeling, or does God King Terrorblade feel like the right solution?
I'm not a fan. Like, this is probably going to be an Enchantress 4 as well. So, you know, you high armor, low health. So the impetus is just going to absolutely rip through your HP. You've also got an enchant for when TB summons any sort of illusions as well. It means the LC lane isn't the easiest overall. And I feel like you're not exactly putting a ton of pressure on with a Silencer or a Nyx Assassin for the laning stage regardless. So this feels like a free Ench game and they've just picked it into it. Not even to mention the Morphling as well.
I mean, normally in China, people feel very strongly about Terrorblade Silencer as a powerful lane, but the degree of sustain available for the side of Dissolution very much makes that go in the opposite direction. We come back with this Ember Spirit now. Not that many things to be afraid of from Big Brain. Also, one of these heroes you always love into illusion carries in general, and Terrorblade definitely fits that bill. Yet again, Dino, I find myself in the position of loving the Dissolution draft at the end of it, but Game 1 has taught me not to be too faithful into this as, oh my god. All right. Is there, outside of Lone Druid, is there a harder matchup for Ember Spirit mid than the Monkey King?
Maybe like Huskar Shadow Fiend. That's basically the ones that come to the top of my mind. Oh, remember what was it, the Dubai Invitational where LC was bugged? I remember, you know, getting some free kills onto Yopaj in the grand final off the back of that.
Oh, that was good times. Fortunately for all of us, this game is, well, still in beta, but this version of the beta works at the moment. So the Big Brain draft, get themselves a good hero in the mid lane with this Monkey King. I don't think either of us are still big fans of the Terrorblade. Overall, I still feel I prefer the Dissolution draft, but the one thing you mentioned at the very beginning of this game here is you want to see them play a lineup that forces them to play together. Is these heroes, are they the ones that demand that the boys show up and nobody's left behind?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, Aaron should be able to get a lot of that work done. I'm really expecting him to have a standout game here. If there was anyone to do it, this is the one. You know, this is the one that you guys need to win if you're going to keep within even touching distance of that top 2 spot. If you lose this game, Team Dissolution, no chance of getting promoted up to Division 1. Big Brain, they've still got a lot to play for. If they're able to secure this win, that would bring them to 4-1, so still very much in the piece.
Lots to play for here, and more importantly for these squads, it's not just a promotion in 2024, it's the seeding for the 2023 qualifiers for the international. So let's see which one of these squads gets closer to that. Is it Big Brain making this 2-0, or will Dissolution finally reward the faith that we have in their drafting prowess and show us the execution necessary to make this draft pay off? Let's get into it. Game 2! Terrorblade Morphling. By the way, bro, I hope you're ready. We're going to see this a lot at Bali. Like Terrorblade Morphing games.
No, I've come to accept it. This is just something that's going to happen. Hopefully, again, that means I feel like Terrorblade is a lot better at being able to respond to that full-on run-at-you style, you know? Like, you just use reflection, and then suddenly you turn a lot of these big strengths against the enemy team. So, you know, if you're able to do that, especially if you're going up against the likes of, you know, a Beastmaster, you yourselves are getting the inner Beast aura and things of that nature. So hopefully a lot of teams kind of take, I call it the liquid approach. They're the ones that really, I thought, pioneered that really big way to be able to counter the Morphling. Like, they were the lone druid spammers, the dishonorable Dota, I think is what they called it. Just because, again, like you just cheese them out if they try and go for this really great scaling draft.
I've always liked that description, dishonorable Dota, because you know, cheese doesn't sound as fun, you know, dishonorable. Like, okay, I chose victory over everything else.
Yeah,
we love to see it. So let's see what these bounty rune trades will be. It's going to be all normal, 2 and 2, nothing special happening on the map just yet. We saw in the early game from game 1 that Dissolution was outside of the lane that had the God King in it. We're kind of making. Well, the God King lane was okay. Mid lane was amazing for them. Top lane was just meh. This game, how do things fare for them? Which lane are we looking towards for Dissolution to find the most success?
Definitely bot lane. Like, I really feel like this is a lane where God King should have a lot of issues. And, you know, Aaron has just built up for harassment in this lane. Like, Tangos, he's got 2 sets of them. He's got plenty of stats for himself. He's got a Fairy Fire to be able to play around with. He's like, all right, I wanted to get my harass on, but clearly won't be able to do so. Even just look at that. And he's going right inside of this creep wave. He just wants to get a big nuke in onto this Terrorblade, maybe just waiting to see if Desire moves forward to get some extra value out of the overwhelming odds. Immediately as he comes into range, launches it out. Yep. Honestly, a little surprised that the Impetus hasn't already been skilled up here by Aaron, just because you've seen that the Reflection is skilled up level 1. So you want to just start getting that harass in as quickly as possible.
And given where he's playing, right, and how he's playing this, he's too far away to be using creeps as a support capacity. So, I don't know. I'm also feeling that he should have just had the level 1 impetus. But he does level up the Nature's Attendance. There's a lot of sustain here. There's also sustain on the other side of the map. But right now, there's damage onto Ranfu Dao. They want to potentially kill off this Undying, but everybody's too low level. We're all only level 1. All we can do is harass one another at the moment.
So... Sorry, I'm just keeping an eye on this top side. On this bottom side of the map, just another point towards the Impetus really wanting it. It's that, look at how much intelligence he's lost, sorry, on this Enchantress. Is she down to 0? She's getting close.
She is getting close, but she's also getting close to death. With Attendance, though, they really want to kill Desire. Will they be able to find the first blood here? They're not going to dive underneath the tower. Kind of surprising, given what we saw from them in Game 1, but maybe it's because of what happened in Game 1 that they're playing with an overabundance of caution in Game 2.
Oh, he's got to be so careful, Desire. Can't look to just go too far forward. He actually gets the enchant. I'm stunned.
Yeah, he's dead. He's actually... Dude, why is it... Wait, they're not diving him? I thought the only reason they would do this is to dive the Silencer. Okay, Ionet's going for it. Looking for this first blood. Should be able to find it. Cobalt Foreman giving the vision. 2 hits, overwhelming odds, and that should be the first blood. Gonna go for one more. Actually, just gonna right-click him down. That's still the first blood ultimately for Ionet. And although Aaron didn't get the impetus, it ultimately pays off by getting them a kill.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the other thing as well is that it also does protect against like this potential level 3 on the Terrorblade if he chooses to go into the Conjure image as well. But yeah, look at all this damage. Really just looking to bully him away. And this is the other thing, right? Just why I was specifically talking about the impetus for this lane too. Just consider the pairing that you're going up with. It's a Legion Commander, right? So you're naturally going to push the lane out with the overwhelming odds, with the counterattack coming through from the moment of courage. So they're going to be underneath the tower. They're going to be getting all of that additional armor from that it provides. So if you have impetus, you just don't care about that. Your damage coming through is pure, and you really are able to just continue harassing without too much cares.
It's a very good point. End of the day, though, we'll see when he does eventually pick up a point into the impetus for Aaron. Right now, he's just chasing around Desire. Don't think this is going to be a kill. Desire, Desore should be Gucci. Why did I say that? But Insurance is actually...
He's got a chant.
Yeah, it's going to chase him. Hasn't chant back. He didn't TP out. Underneath the tier 1 tower. Barely able to survive, though.
Able to get up some of his... I don't even know what that is. K-pop? Not sure. That looks like Chinese lettering.
So, talk to me about this mid lane. Small KK just tipped Sakata, so something cool must have happened. So far, Ember Spirit not doing nearly as badly as I thought he would. We do end up losing the silencer down bottom. Aaron and
That's what we
Ionit.
were expecting.
This is frustrating to me, dude. Why weren't they already doing this? Just run at him. Keep killing him.
Nothing really that they can do into you. Yeah, mid lane, I'm a little surprised at Small KK. I'll be honest, I haven't really been watching this lane all that much. I've just been watching the demolition down towards the bottom side of the map. But yeah, I mean, Sakata, at least he is skilling correctly for the lane, right? Like, that really isn't what should be holding him back so far. You just want to be able to stand in front of the Ember Spirit, get those Jingus up as quickly as possible, and just keep him bullied away. You don't need to spend a lot on regen yourself just because, you know, you're always going to have that lifesteal available in this melee v melee matchup.
Almost as soon as we put our attention towards this lane, it's a quantum lane. All of a sudden, Monkey King shoots back up in advantage. So let's not pay attention to mid, and Monkey King should do exactly as expected. I guess that's how it's going to go for this game.
Anything much happening
one thing
up
we
top?
haven't really talked about. Yeah, I was about to say, we haven't done anything with top. Like, everyone's just farming. Morphling's farming. CSJ's farming. But CSJ is getting a lot less CS than what Lanfo is able to accomplish right now.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, a Nyx Assassin into an Undying lane really doesn't feel all that good. Sure, it's nice that you're able to get a lot of that damage still off in that last hitting capability, and you're not really hindered that much by the decay on Ranfu, but there is nothing that a Nyx Assassin could do into this lane.
No.
Like, you are always going to get bullied away.
I'm first chilling, just free farming. Not really concerned about himself. Almost died to a power shot. He was in low agi, or high agi rather, but does end up staying alive. Down bottom, might have a kill onto the God King, but he turns with the Metamorphosis onto Ionit instead. But he realizes that if he chases too far, he might end up dead. Needs to play around this tier 1 tower to stay alive. Sadly though, now Meta is gone. He's gonna get enchanted up. We still don't have impetus, but we do have the level 3 overwhelming odds, but we have no mana. Oh no, God King alive with 20 HP. Not dead just yet. Aaron trying to go around the corner. They really want this. The Warpine Raider gets the vision. One more right click from Aaron will get the kill. And finally, God King falls. And to make things even better, this Druid rotation from Sakata, who will be able to kill off Aaron, but you're wondering to yourself, man, was it worth it to bring our Nyx and our Monkey King just for an Enchantress kill?
No, I mean, this is the lane that you're meant to be dominating, right? And now suddenly you've given Small KK a few, this lane gets free XP. He's very, very happy with being able to pick up this level 6. Now he can actually look to play off the back of the Fire Remnants to even deal some damage into the tower, but more importantly, escape away from this Monkey King. Man, I hope we get a point in time to be able to have a quick recap look at that previous fight, because Desire did something really cool. So they would have been able to get the overwhelming odds kill off onto the Terrorblade before he was actually able to retreat, but he got a single right click off onto Aeonid, and it actually reduced his intelligence by enough that he didn't have enough mana to use the overwhelming odds. That was really cool.
Shout out Desire. And he knew that there's no stick or magic wand on this LC as well. Really heads up play. Unfortunate that God King still ended up dead, but not for a lack of effort on his team's part.
I like calling the Warpine Raider, I know it's called the seed shot, I call it the nut shot, whenever he just launches it out onto him. There we go, the impetus has finally started to come through it. I mean, God King, he might need to even go the full retreat. Another TP coming through gets, of course, onto Desire, but just keep running at him, bro. You got the
Yeah,
door.
exactly. Why would you show up, Desire? You know what it is, my friend. These heroes are too strong. Just bounce. You said that God King needs to retreat. That's true of everybody who might want to make an entrance into this bottom lane. So
Two of
first
the
dual damage of
strongest
the game.
heroes in the game,
They're
and you're
putting
just coming
pressure on
back to the
tower.
lane.
Yeah.
And again, there's nothing that a Nyx or a Silencer could do. Probably like two of the last position 5 heroes that I would possibly want to be able to contest any sort of like early push style.
I still don't get this next Enoch.
Radiant's
No, I don't either.
has fallen.
Maybe looking to try and find the Morphling when he's farming very heavily Archimorphed and get a quick kill off. He's going Dagon, so clearly that's the mentality.
I mean, I'll just be happy. We'll be happy to see a day on. That's always fun to witness. Ranfu down, Aaron. Looks like Desire might be dead again, but they don't have any more blood grenades, so they can't actually chase him down. And I think the more important thing, though, is that it is nighttime. They were bereft of the necessary vision to catch up to him.
Also, just thinking maybe they're going to like use someone as bait for duels, potentially, like have them in a bad spot and then potentially yoink away some of that duel damage for themselves off the back of a Nyx Vendetta hit into the Dagon.
Speaking of
getting a
next,
little
get
bit.
some damage out onto Ironet down bottom with Metamorphosis onto the LC as well. But, man, one of the things that sucks about next is that not only do you only have one stun, bro, you have no slows either. After that stun
Yep.
is over, if the hero is not dead, that's it. Fight's over. Just press W on Legion Commander, she walks away.
Yep. LC as well. Just going into even more armor, right? He knows what he's going up against. Monkey King, TB, Wind Ranger, at least until she gets into like a Maelstrom. Oh, mid lane.
Speaking of Monkey King, shows himself in the mid lane, dropping the first Wukongs of this game. However, they do not have the chain disables onto small KK, and they have to attend to dealing with the Tombstone, which enables the rest of Dissolution to just walk away. They're chilling, having a good time. Nice little stun in the mid lane by Aaron, but we only have 2 points as a Sleight of Fist, so we can't apply the bonus damage from the Ember.
Ember's going Blade Mail as well. These are really just early game oriented items. Physical damage resistance is clearly the key that they're looking to try and play around. Again, Wind Ranger not having a great time up on this top side of the map at all, just because this Nyx Assassin really doesn't feel like it's given them any value at all. It's going to need like a perfect shackle shot, but he doesn't even have it leveled. That's how far he's had to just commit towards his own last hit potential with the power shot.
Look how Lonfur's playing right now, actually. He's gonna start morphing into the strength, but playing solitary against 3 heroes. Starting to realize that he might need to retreat a little bit, but was feeling himself for a second there. He thought he was him for just a moment. Sorry, you're not him just yet, bro. You'll get there, you'll get there.
You'll get there, but I mean, what he does do is that by playing that aggressively, he forces rotations up towards the top side. No TP on this Nyx Assassin, and they just use that space to take mid. I mean, again, Enchantress, just run it down. Keep running at these heroes. There's nothing that's going to stop you. He's even going into the drums as well on Aaron, just to be able to increase that damage output. Of course, anything that's going to allow the LC to continue to scale off of this Blade Mail into the Blink Dagger is obviously going to be a hugely beneficial tool.
You know, you're talking about these blade mails being purchased up by LC. Well, she might be dead bottom.
Okay.
Last time they had Nyx Assassin here. Let's see if Sakata has more influence. Regrettably, it seems like it will not be the case. Bro, they don't have stuns. Come on. Like, we need a plan. We need to do something, boys. We need Wind Ranger to be here with the shackle shot. If she's not here, where's the disable gonna come from? And Nyx Assassin, having already expended his only disable, now finds himself on the receiving end of pressure from small KK and Ranfu Dao. Sleight of Fist, still only level 2, so that will lead to the escape of the Nyx Assassin. Sakata finding 2 heroes with the stun here. Tombstone dropped onto the high ground, however, so they'll have to deal with that. Won't be able to finish off small KK.
Kind of as expected, like Sakata is the one having a good game, but he was set up for this, right? Like he's still barely only ahead of small KK on the net worth charts. Fortunately, won't have a Invis rune to be able to play with on the Ember Spirit. And, well, was that a solo?
Yeah, that was a solo. That was a Blade Mail. Blade Mail duel while Meta was online. He actually just literally 100 to 0'd himself.
Yep. I mean, he's got all of that armor to protect himself unaided. Why not? Oh, and he's gone a Midas
actually,
on a Terror
I just
Blade.
realized how good these Blade Mails are. good into the Terrorblade, obviously, but also Wind Ranger. Who does she focus fire now?
Yep.
If you start the fight, you see small KK and Ionet at the front, you're like, well, I'm never pressing R, I guess.
Seems like it's just going to be a Morphling.
Our scan.
Chase down the Morphling, try and be an anti-carry, but I feel like there's better ones in the game than a Wind Ranger.
Yeah. Small KK finding another kill for himself onto Desire. Désolé, Désolé. By the way, everyone who hasn't heard that song, Désolé by Gorillaz, that track fire. It's pretty
Anything
great.
by the
It's
Gorillaz,
way
honestly.
better than Midas on Terrorblade.
No. 0 stats is not what you want on a Terrorblade. Next Assassin. All right, here's the stun that they've been wanting for. They are just hunting this Legion Commander as much as possible, but Terrorblade is not there.
No, Terrorblade is not there. They still do have the Boundless. Ionet needs some help.
Oh, barely.
Will not arrive in time, and they finally do get something out of this. Not cheap to accomplish, but it does finally end up happening. At the same time, though, while this exact move is taking place, they're still encroaching into the Radiant jungle. Looks like as soon as this LC is back, I think Team Dissolution are going to want to go again and try to kill somebody off here with this Blink
Yeah,
Dagger.
for sure. Yeah, before he died, he was able to buy up that Blink Dagger as well, so didn't actually end up losing any gold. Sure, you give a lot over to the Monkey King, but he wasn't really suffering. You know, like he is still going to be able to get into this decent amount of farm for himself. So, assuming TP into the mid lane, perhaps look to just run it down that mid lane. Actually, just going to run on out. Maybe look to secure up. Ah, yeah, the Wisdom Rune. That must be what he's looking to eye up here. Of course, level 12 on the Legion Commander. Going to allow him to scale just that little bit faster.
Nice.
So maybe that,
Max
maybe
level.
Magic Wand or something like that finished up.
No one buys Magic Wand in this game. I'm sorry, J-Nog. You're not getting it. Not today.
I love it so much, though.
None of
It's
these
so
homies.
efficient.
Nobody went to Ollivanders. No ones for us, bro. Sorry. Gotta just play some honest order, basically. Bottom. Oh,
Feels
God.
bad.
God King just walked under a ward. Ooh, he is super dead. The question is, can his team get here in time to maybe punish an enemy or two? Why do I say that, though? They're not actually deciding to jump on him. I am super surprised that Team Dissolution didn't make just killing him off right now a priority. Small KK just continued to farm middle. Morphling just continued to farm top. What just happened? He was perfectly under vision, Danog.
I guess they feel like, yes, they're very strong, and yes, they're going to find a quick pick off, but they don't want to give Big Brain a chance to be able to come back into this game. You know, man, look at all those occult bracelets. But they just want to get into this next few bits of timings, right? You've got the drums, you can start building into the Tranquils on Aaron, you've nearly got a Manta style on Lonfair, and you've nearly got level 12 on the Legion Commander. So these are pretty big timings to be able to have overall.
Aaron? Okay. Well, I suppose we just see in game one that Aaron's job in this team is to go scout with his body to give the team vision, but this was very not necessary after they'd already decided to vacate the area.
No. Do you
they
also
not-
think that a Radiance is the best option for small KK?
Is he? We'll talk about it in a second. They're gonna kill off this next assassin. This time it shouldn't be too difficult to accomplish. Desire next on the chopping block.
They got the
Underneath the
Wukongs.
tier 2 tower. So Sakata could set up here with the Wukongs. They find the duel though, and Ionet is not inside this. Small KK also able to remnant away from the Wukongs. Only Ranfu down, held inside it. And even then, they still have to deal with his tombstone. Small KK not retreating, waiting to spring a trap onto somebody, and the trap comes out onto CSJ. They will be able to find this Wind Ranger kill as well. And that was one of the most awkward moments for Wind Ranger. She has focus fire, but both her targets have blade mails. Game was super hard in that instance.
It was indeed. And, you know, you've got the diffusal blade. You really want to try and, excuse me, lock down. I would say this Ember Spirit, first and foremost, just take away a lot of that backline dive capability that he's playing for. All right. Do we have time now to talk about this Radiance?
All right, let's talk about this, right? Let's talk about this, right?
I'm not
let's see.
feeling it. Into a Terrorblade with Reflection. You're just turning Radiance back onto your own team.
Okay. Hear me out, right? We saw in game one that Team Dissolution had a predilection of playing very far from one another, right? And they would very rarely all go into one fight at the same time. So maybe the rationale is I'm going to let the other 4 fools go first. They will tank the Reflection, and then I'll come in with the Radiance. There we go.
Maybe he just has an allergic reaction whenever he sees a BKB, because it feels like a pretty damn good BKB game to me.
BKB would have been great, not just for him, but Lanfa. at some point needs BKB or Manta some kind of way to deal with the global silence. And you're talking about Small KK's Radiance being a bit of an awkward decision. For me, bro, why did this Morphling go
Sanjay
S and Y?
Yasha. Yeah, I saw it getting delivered to it, and I'm like, hello? You're playing against Global Silence. Just get Manta Style. Just dispel it. If you want to get the Sanj later to build into a potential Halberd, feels pretty solid, right? Against two ranged heroes into a Monkey King, but that is not the important thing. The important thing is not dying early on, and you know, I would have to say the Manta Style is going to go far more than Sanjay Yasha is going, being able to protect you.
If, for example, if he had Manta, he's not dead right now.
Nope.
He doesn't have Manta. He died. Oh boy. Let's see.
They're their worst enemy right now.
Are there any bizarre itemization decisions on Radiant side? As we're going to see Aaron getting killed off again.
He's like, someone without a blade mail. Well, let's go. I could use focus fire on them. No real odd choices that I'm seeing. You know, the Monkey King going into the Harpoon makes a lot of sense. You know, you want to have that little bit of extra control, a little bit of that extra catch in these team fights. Nyx, Dagon. I mean, it is what it is. You know, you want to be able to maybe make those baits happen in the future. I have to wonder, like, once this does get delivered, are you going to just put CSJ out into this lane? You know, say, hey, go on me. I still feel like he's tanky enough. You can't put Desire out there. He would just get wiped out way too quickly.
Yep. Small KK actually going to get himself stunned up. And, oh, that's a Dagon reveal as well. Aenid, they would press the attack. If these supports, especially Desire, Desiree, Desolé, if he had more experience, that would have been a dead Ember Spirit, but he does not. So
Despacito.
Small KK gets to live. Despacito. Oh, that's a good one.
Just buy the freaking BKB. No, he's already committed with the Sacred.
Nah, he's got Relic. He's actually almost got the full Radiance.
And then he doesn't go BKB, of course.
Exactly. Kaya Sanj, baby. Let's go.
At least
no
LC's
Manta,
buying
no
one.
BKB.
Maybe he's just like, hey, Aiden, make sure you press the attack me, yeah?
Bro, Lanfa's also not still building Manta. What is happening? Dissolution. Boys. Where are the items? Where are the boys game 1? Where are the items in game 2?
Dota could be a very hard game, but it also could be very easy. You know, this feels like a very easy win if they just played normal Dota.
Okay, I finally understand now. I understand. We're going to see them pick off CSJ, or potentially try to. He doesn't have a BKB just yet, or a Rod of Atos, but still alive for now. Small KK pops his blade mail, and that's a jump in from Sakata. Beautiful jump and kill off onto Ranfu Dao. And like you mentioned, there's a double damage Terror Blade. Everybody has to run. They did pop Global Silence for that one. I don't think they had to for the fight, but we do get to see that once Global is online, a rarity right now in 733D, it is literally uncounterable, at least at present.
Without BKBs, for sure. Oh, the DD, sorry. Or are you talking about the Global Silence? Because
the Global, yeah. There's no Lotuses, no BKBs, no Mantas. Not even a Yule Scepter, mate.
Just give me something. Something. LC's got it. I'll take it. And he is really in line to be able to blow some of these heroes up. He'll be spotted out by the Terror Blade. Can they retreat in time, though? Aaron's just once again walked into the meat grinder.
Yep.
Another Blink's coming up in a couple of seconds.
But they're looking for revenge, though. Aenid is chasing. They know Sakata's around, but they lost the vision. They had a little sliver of it as we was jumping from tree to tree with their high ground ward, but went a little bit too far off.
It's a lot of time being spent chasing, though, and not a lot of time actually making something influential happen. Looks like Aenid's going to be able to at least tank up these tower hits so that the siege creep stays alive. They don't have the glyph, so it'll be a tier 2 going in the favor of Team Dissolution.
I remember Fluke once said that, like, whenever he watches this team, he just feels like Aenid he's the guy on this lineup. And the more and more I watch him, I'm starting to be convinced of this as well.
Is he him?
For them, he's him. He's not him in general, but he's him here. He's him on this team.
What did BKB ever do to Small KK? It's what I want to know.
BKBs for scrubs and noobs, bro. You only buy BKB if you're too bad to dodge these spells.
Yeah, that global. Very dodgeable.
Very dodgeable. Why don't you have a constant bottle with an illusion rune inside it, bro? What's your problem?
True. He's got the shield rune. Maybe he feels like that's enough.
I hope he doesn't buy BKB, honestly. Just don't change, bro. Keep it this way. Just don't change.
I'm just rocking back and forth.
Dissolution, despite losing some of these fights, they still found themselves in a pretty decent position around this Roshan. A lot of this due to the fact that ANED did pick up that tier 2 tower down bottom. It'll enable them to ensure they have control of this channel behind the Roshan pit. That'll be an Aegis for the Morphling. I'm not sure what they get more out of this, but it's still very good to be able to take away this objective from a increasingly scary Terrorblade. Make sure he doesn't have an Aegis to play with.
I mean, in the meantime, they took a tier 2 tower up top. You know, I think CSJ was the one that was able to secure it. So, like, they're opening up the map more for themselves to be able to farm. And this is not like a bad late game lineup that they've got on Big Brain, right? They have the potential to be able to scale back into this. It's 23 minutes and you've only got plus 56 damage on the Legion Commander. You know, there's nothing really bad about how Aenid's been playing this game. He just doesn't have the rest of the boys to be able to play with. That's going to help him out though.
Yep. Up to plus 84 right now. Him and Ranfu Dao made a very nice smoke move there. They also left behind little cheeky wards here that Ranfu Dao might want to go back and at least remove their sentry before they lose their own vision. But nicely done by them. Middle though, Aenid almost died, but the reactions from him, he jumps away. He might still get caught out though. As Nyx Assassin, able to chase him. CSJ finds the power shot, and Sakata able to ensure they have the chain disabled so that this Nyx can get the kill.
Didn't have mana because of the Nyx Assassin, so no BKB is going to come out. Diffusal Blade on both the Monkey King and the Wind Ranger too. So, I mean, if you just can't cast spells and if you refuse to buy a BKB beforehand, then you're just going to have no mana and no spells to be able to play with, my guys.
Yep. By the way, do you think BKB should have a mana cost? That feels somehow wrong to me.
I think it should be... Like, what is it now, 50?
Yeah.
50 feels about right. You know, like... I feel like if they're pinpoint enough that you don't have a wand to be able to use and you don't have an Arcane Boots on your team to just get off the BKB, that's kind of on you, you know?
The rune of illusion.
I don't know, man. Every now and then I just have bad flashbacks to the days where Blink Dagger had a mana cost, and I'm just like, wow, Dota's way better not having to worry about it. But I do get the point. You wanna have some skill using the BKB. Mustn't like be a brainless item.
Yeah. I mean, remember when people were just using it as a farming item because you could just get away from everything.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
BKB, what an item. We're not gonna see much of it this game though. Team Dissolution, like you said, have an allergic reaction to it. Well, except for Aenid. Aenid is him primarily
He's
because he
my boy.
bought BKB. Yeah, he's cool. We're not gonna talk trash about him.
So I
With
wonder
this
what they want to
Aegis-
do with the remainder of this Aegis, right? They've got 222 left on it, and I mean, it's a question of, do you want to get into this Aghanim Scepter now to be able to combat the TB, or do you just want to just keep the pressure up? I feel like just play together as a team. The downside is that Big Brain are going to be able to do these sorts of wrap plays that they're trying up towards the top side, you know, keep the wave pushed in. But the thing is, you've got Small KK that's going to be able to deal with it, right? He's going to push this one out with his Radiance. You can push out the next wave with the Radiance, and then just join in with the rest of the boys with his freshly picked up Kyron Sarge.
Hey, but he at least cute Mansa Daynok. He's cool. Well, he might be dead, but at least he has an option. He's dead. Oh my god, he's so dead. Well, Small KK, glad we knew you, buddy. They're gonna take him out still prior to the Mansa being available, and they just easily kill him off. And he was the one that was preventing some of the split push, so they might have to beat a hasty retreat from the rest of the lineup if they want to keep this Mac equilibrium as it is.
Nah, Sakata's coming back. I think it should be A-okay. Hasn't revealed that he's back yet, though, so maybe they're not quite so sure. You might be able to bait a TP out and then immediately go for a team fight.
He has Harpoon at the ready, so they could try find something here. Sadly, they did commit the Wukongs up on top as well as the Global. So Lanfa, with both Aegis and Satanic, does feel really immortal right now. And bro, okay, dude, he's still not queuing like BKB Manta. Lanfa, bro, dude. Somebody, help.
You're not a
He's going for
universal
the ads
hero
first.
either, you know, like, this is... It's not like you're just going to get so much out of all these stats, you know? I don't know,
well.
man.
We're learning something today, Daynok.
You can throw
New
very
ways of
winnable
playing
games.
Dota. Oh, that's old knowledge. Everybody learns that one very early on in their Dota career. We might have a fight breaking out in Dire Jungle as Aenid has been scouted out. CSJ and Sakata jumping onto him. Does pop the BKB though. Getting the duel out as well onto the Monkey King. At the same time, the rest of the damage dealers are being kept away here. So they're able to finish off the LC. And now Sakata finding himself 1v1 next to the Morphling. Easily able to melt him down. Terrorblade has shown up as well, so the second life does not seem very favorable for our Lanfa Morph. That being said though, Small KK has been working miracles on the edges of the fight. They've taken out the supports, now he's putting his attention onto the Terrorblade. They really want the God King. The God King is still standing though, and inside the Wukongs of Sakata, they kill off Small KK. Lanfa is so low on the HP, but he does manage to help kill off the God King. Rod of Atos will come in from CSJ, but they don't have the necessary damage to threaten Lanfa. Eren survives the engagement as well. And what looked like a disastrous fight still ends up going 4-3. But I will say Team Dissolution probably didn't expect it to go as well as it did with how early the LC died.
No, definitely not. And, I could tell the entire time, probably the words in his mouth were, help me out, boys. I've got the Monkey King. He's already popped the BKB. And we've got plenty of damage that really doesn't care about that BKB. The Morphling, the Ember Spirit with this build, like Radiance, sure, there's the damage burn, but you're still dealing a ton of right clicks just off the back of the Sleight of Fist. And, well, the plus side is Lomfer, he's got the Aghanim Scepter. So now you can actually look to turn around what this TB is able to do to you. You could look to take away a little bit of this Wind Ranger's damage that's going to be coming through as well. Universal Hero, yoink away all those stats. So it's a pretty good time that CSJ is going to be able to get into this Lincoln Sphere in just 100 gold.
Not very far away from it. As we have a quick recap of what this fight looked like.
Yeah, sorry. We'll watch the recap and then press me about a point. I have something I just reminded of.
One thing we're looking back on this fight, Small KK is becoming very, very problematic. Like a real issue. And we actually got to see that they didn't catch him with Reflection, right? So they didn't bounce back that Radiance burn against them. And it made the fight, especially here at the end inside the Wukongs, I don't think if he has any other item but Radiance, I'm not sure if the Terrorblade dies there. He missed so many hits before Small KK eventually ended up dying that if he'd gone like a more conventional build, maybe TB can skirt himself away from that fight.
Nah, it was all Eren. Just the impetus shots from long range that it was able to do it. So the point that I was going to raise before was going up against the Morphling. I wonder if this was a decision at the very start of the game that he was like, you know what, I'm going up against Morph, he's got Ags, maybe I just go Midas. It provides me with that attack speed that I was talking about. It still provides me with that scaling potential, and it's not more stats that I'm just going to be giving over to him for free.
It's been paying off for him so far, right? He literally bought Midas as he died the first time in this game. And it's been paying off. Net worth has been on the rise since. However, it might be on the decline right now because Dissolution are smoking. And oh no, look who's far forward. It's the Terrorblade. He doesn't have a BKB or anything. Can they get him the hell out of here? Where's Aenid? Where's Small KK? Where's my disables? Sakata gets a Wukongs on top of the Global Silence. And they mop up Eren. Lanfa forced to leave the fight, but they buy back quickly onto this Enchantress. Small KK jumping the backline, finding the silencer and killing him off. At the same time, Lanfa, he's had all his mana drained away by CSJ's focus fire, and now his life is taken out as well. There was a duel onto the God King, and Aenid and Small KK are able to finish off this Terrorblade. Sakata looking towards Aenid. One more right click will kill off this Legion Commander. We also just lost the Nyx Assassin. And Sakata, although you got the kill, wasn't worth it because Small KK had a double damage rune going this entire time in the fight. Able to win it out for his team in the end there, Danog.
I mean, it was a really ideal placement of that Wukongs, though. There was nowhere for them to run at all on Team Dissolution, even just getting the perfect two-man stun to be able to start the engagement, but kind of felt like another one of those instances, right? Where were the boys? You just needed that Legion Commander there at the start of the fight to be able to lock in onto someone and prevent a lot of that damage coming through onto your high priority heroes, like the Morphling, for example. Like, he was just taken out of that fight far too easily. The plus side is that Eren is really starting to show why this is a good Enchantress game. Like, he has just been chain casting the impetuses. He's really been a big part of the main focus at the start of these engagements. When Monkey King pops the BKB, he's making sure to take out that edge because an alive Enchantress means a TB that's in a lot of trouble.
Small KK able to put some danger onto Desire, just quickly killing him off. Has a full Manta style as well. And did he need the Manta to get that kill? Absolutely not. Was it cathartic? You bet it is.
Bet your ass it was.
Oh, what a game. What a game of Dota this has
What a
been.
day.
This series has been entertaining. For you, boss, what a day, fam. What a day.
Oh, they find another pick off. I mean, the thing is, you're always going to be able to get that initial stun no matter how quick on the fingers you are because of that Carapace.
Oh my god. Carapace out. Do they have the
Diffusal?
damage? Harpoon him back in, but Small KK had access to a remnant on the high ground. He just gets himself out. All right, Danog, no matter what, win, lose, or draw, Small KK is MVP of this game. I will hear no other arguments. Mans has been on another level today. in the
You
game
can't do
two.
that to me. Sakata's
Who's
been pretty
played better
good.
than him in game 2, bro?
Sakata.
No way! Bro, are you not remembering that Small KK went even in an Ember Monkey King lane? Literally
go
impossible to do. And he goes even. That's very impressive.
He went even-ish. It was like 60-40, which is still better than expected. But I mean, Sakata, his Wukongs have been perfect. His Boundless Strikes have been pretty on point. He's still 11-1-7. He's very high up on the net worth. He's constantly been shoving out this top lane to force them to make a bit more of a defensive movement. I'm giving it to Sakata if you ask me.
Hold on, Denok. How many of his kills came because of the fact that the enemy team have no dispels against silence?
You know what? That isn't a factor. You know, that's not a reason to give it over to the Ember Spirit.
What? All right, we have a lot of argument to do once this game is going to be getting to the end. But for now, Dire lineup are trying to jump onto CSJ. The Ember Spirit not going to be able to kill her off just yet as she runs herself out. But
Even
I
using
think
the
Small
psychic
KK also
headband just to
knows,
say, get the hell away from me, Ember Spirit.
get off of me. So, game is slowed down yet again. They're just farming out as much as humanly possible on Dire side.
This would be a
They did
dieback.
get a stun potentially onto Aaron. They're dragging him into the fight, and Aaron is dead. That's a dieback on the Enchantress. Shackle Shot connects onto this Undying. His Tombstone is also not in the best position. Very far from the actual engagement. So I'm not sure if he's going to be able to escape with his life here on Ranfu Dao. Still alive for now. Draws out the Primal Spring from Sakata. And it doesn't feel confident enough to jump in for revenge without Aaron being around. So they just let him go. They are still
see
chasing
him.
though. Look at this, Aeonid. They jumping him. They really want this kill, but he has the BKB TP out, and he should be fine.
Wonder if they're going to get into a point where they're like, we need a basher. We need some sort of way to just keep them held into place because, oh, that's unfortunate. Their spell usage has been pretty on point. Hopefully they don't start committing towards this Roshan 5 per seconds before he's about to make a move up towards the top side of the map. Well, they do pop the drums, so clearly they just get bullied away by the big Roche man. CSJ, come on.
Are we getting one of those Roshan errors? Nope. He's actually going to function as expected. He's headed into the Roshan pit. He's chilling.
Small KK.
And they find Small KK nearby. He does have a lot of danger coming in towards him right now. Can he get out of here? He's throwing out a remnant. He's still
Use
alive.
Manta
Global
early.
Silence will be there. He Manta too soon, so he will die underneath the Global. His team is coming in, though, looking for revenge. They find the duel out onto the TV. TV's dead. Oh my god, Terrorblade actually
Everyone
died
else is
here.
dead, though.
Sakata was forced to drop the Wukong's command here, and
Oh,
it did
another
kill
latch.
several heroes, but sadly, the Shackle Shot latches at the perfect angle, enabling them to kill off Sakata. Lanfa finds himself a double on the Life of Desire, and the chase is on. Can they get out of here, Danog? They really want to run. Lanfa, he gets a little bit of vision. Aaron gets scouted out by the Nyx Assassin and CSJ, and they're going to jump onto Aaron, but that might set them up for the revenge play. Unfortunately, though, the kill happens too fast, so Lanfa can't get the immediate revenge. With the Spy Carapace, Nyx Assassin able to defend himself. But that fight...
Manta, bro. You don't have to use the satanic.
No.
I mean, it's what would you even say? Who is that a good fight for? I mean, the big thing that I'm really just seeing off the back of all of this is that Morphling, whenever he morphs into the Wind Ranger, he just steals so much stats, man. Like, he's literally getting like plus 200 damage off the back of all of this. It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Using it on the Wind Ranger too. So, again,
Okay, we
really
get a chance to see
not
the fight again, right? You know why I think wins this out? I think, honestly, you are very happy if you're Disillusion. The fact that you re-engage the fight after Ember died, stopped them from taking Roche, Lanfa gets to survive the entire engagement. CSJ survives, yes, but like you just mentioned, Morphling is good with Aghanims into her, and the other heroes that he wants to kill in the fight did end up dead. So I'll give it to Nonfa and the crew for that one.
I wonder what his next item even is on this Morphling, right? Like, is this the sort of game where you just go like, do you just want the MKB still against the TB high armor against the Wind Ranger, of course, just for logical reasons? Or do you finally get a dispel for yourself?
We're not getting any dispel, sir. That's not happening in this game. Is there a butterfly on this TB? Nah, he's not building one either. I don't think he needs MKB. Maybe some Daedalus I could see, definitely. I think I'd be okay with that. They do get the Aegis on the Radiant lineup, put it into the hands of the God King on his Terrorblade. So a much, much stronger TB. But more importantly, you have the double life. So Ioned can't just one click remove you from the engagement. You always have something else to do on the second life.
Tower is under attack.
What do you think about the Silver Edge that he's got queued up?
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm fine with it. I just wanted a crit, honestly. I wanted just big damage. So Silver Edge is still fine. I would have
I can
preferred
see it.
Daedalus because I don't see that many like amazing break targets, but still okay.
Can't crit buildings either, unfortunately. So not going to be helpful for their forward push. And I mean, they have played it a very different style than what we were expecting, right? This had all of the indications of just being over in like 25 minutes or so. But, you know, to Big Brain's credit, they were able to make a bit of split pushing happen. You know, that's the sort of thing that you don't want to do if you're going all out into this early push, is be forced back. You don't want to be split up. You want to be grouping around together. And I mean, I suppose for Team Dissolution, at least they have been playing a lot more together this time around than we saw last game.
Yep. There's a joke I've had. I forget which series we did together, but the difference in performance between Game 2 and Game 3 from a specific team made me think that they must have ROTK on speed dial, call them up and say, yo, bro, we need a quick team talk. Help us out. And I think Dissolution might also have the same number. They're in the same WhatsApp chat, man. Like, they are performing so much better in Game 2.
TB, you are very far forward, my guy. You're also under vision. You've also got team coming in to potentially slay you, God King.
Small KK, though, is the one that's going to get caught out first. He's very far forward. Shackle shot, the burst damage from Nyx Assassin, and he's killed off. Ioned, though, does find the duel onto the God King, and they will take away the first life. Sakata with the Wukong still trying to win out the rest of the team fight, as they will eliminate the life of this Legion Commander. No way that Eren survives being eaten up by the CSJ Focus Fire.
Dire's bottom
They do keep the Morphling and the Undying alive, though, but they claim a very big 3 kills. At the same time, though, it did come at the cost of the Aegis taken away from the God King.
Snare, I will not hear the fact that this Ember Spirit deserves MVP of this game. He had chances to be able to get things like a BKB or a Manta or even just anything off to be able to save himself, and you are now going up against, well, 5v3 at the very minimum for 50 seconds.
Yeah.
I just think they might be able to close out at least 2 of these lanes.
And let's see how they plan to defend this. 45 seconds without an Ember, 35 without an Enchantress. Sakata.
That was so close. He nearly ended
Trying
up
to get
killing his
some
own
vision.
teammate there.
Yeah. That was very, very close indeed. They do get a Bounder Strike out onto the Morphling, stunning him up with the ATOS as well. And it coming in for the duel. It gets blocked by the Lincoln Sphere though, but they get the duel instead onto the TB. And that's going to be an easy kill for CSJ. Ranfu Dao will be the last one dead, as the Morphling has already been removed from play. They have a buyback on the Waterway, but that's the only buyback they have available. I don't think this is 2 lanes of Rax here, Daynong. I think this is the game. They don't have any answers on Dissolution.
Nope, they don't. I just feel like, oh, CSJ, you gotta make sure that you're not taking some tier 3 tower hits for no reason. Buyback coming through on the Morphling, just barely having enough net worth for the buyback. Can they find any pickoff, or are you just gonna get picked up yourself?
Morphling gets
How did
shackle
that match?
shotted. Global Silence is there as well. He doesn't have any dispel, so he has no way out of the global. He is dead. Small KK right in front of him. Still holding on to the Manta style, but doesn't really have a way to play back into this fight. It's a 2v5 engagement. Wonderful stun coming in from our Nyx Assassin with the shackle shot follow-up. They should ensure that Small KK dies, and with his death, the prospect of a victory for the side here of Team Dissolution go with him. GG, well played is called. Big Brain take game 2 and take the series in 2-0 fashion.
I will not hear anything about Cicada not getting MVP. 31 out of 33 kills, dying just twice that entire game. Every single Wukong's was perfect. Great setup with the Boundless. Even just the little things like using the Harpoon to pull them back a little bit, right? It's not bringing him to them, it's bringing them to him, keeping them inside the Wukong's ring, dealing an insane amount of damage that game, topping damage as this mid-Monkey King. Well worthy of a last pick, well worthy of an MVP. Cicada, take a bow.
Cicada can take a bow. Big Brain overall can be very happy with their performances, getting themselves a 2-0 here. I will still argue in very high fervence that Desire maybe is a bit more important because they did not itemize to deal with this global. Like,
That's not in his control,
Danog. Bro, how did they only have, at the end of the game, 2 dispels? And one of the dispels only came in the last, like, when did the Manta Style come out for the Ember? It came
Pretty
out
freaking late.
32 minutes in. So, like, 6-7 minutes before the game itself ended overall. Why? What happened? Where were the answers? It was a first phase silencer, and you had a pretty much free game on this hero.
I don't know, man. I really don't know. Even just look at this Wukong. It's like completely seals off 2 different escape points, knows that they're going to be forced back towards the Wind Ranger. It means that they've got no avenues to escape. The Harpoon was able to keep the Legion Commander in the middle of that all. Like, he's just doing everything absolutely perfectly.
Yeah. I will say as well, the one thing that I was very impressed by Cicada doing was him doing the vision scouting that we sometimes see from like position 4 Monkey Kings. He's able to accomplish it from the mid lane and still have massive teamfight prowess. His bounder strikes as well. A lot of teams like use the Monkey King as an initiating hero, right? That'll be the first hero to throw in the stun. More often than not, it was they'd wait for the Nyx. He'd just chill, giving vision, and be like, you stun first, bro. I'll get Boundless afterwards to ensure that I'm right next to the target, able to right-click them down into 0 territory. Shout out to him. All right, fine, Danog. I like you, bro. We'll give it to Cicada. 17-2 and 14 is pretty hot. Yeah, fine.
You got to say the Nyx as well. Like, he played pretty well too. 5, 3, and 17, but he was kind of allowed to do that, right? I mean, there's a reason that we don't see a lot of Nyx Assassin or like a lot of Clinks. And you see a little bit of Bounty Hunter, but they fit sort of similar sorts of roles where if you just group up and play together, which again, Team Dissolution saw that they had the capability to do this in the draft and they had the lanes to be able to do it as well. He really shouldn't have been able to get away with having as good of a game as he did on this Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, lots of things that shouldn't have happened, not just in this series, but today ended up happening within our region here, Danog. It's been a very entertaining day of Dota, but sadly, it has now come to an end. Our first series did go 2-1 in favor of the side of Holy Grail, keeping them completely undefeated within the division. The second game, Big Brain, there was some faltering moments from them, but ultimately, that series, I think, is more of a question of team cohesion more than anything else. Big Brain had it, Dissolution did not, and that's why Big Brain is now in second position, tied up with Team Zero here at the top of the leaderboard. Team Dissolution, unfortunately for them, with this third loss, and given the results ahead of them, 2024 will not include Division 1 Dota, at least at the start of the year, but they still have a decent shot to claim good seeding for the qualifiers for TI, and importantly enough, just to stay in the division, which should be their primary goal from here on out.
I don't think they should have any issues staying in the division, but I think based off of that performance, we saw a lot of individual skill, but I don't think this is a team that should be getting promoted. I think Division 2, kind of like what we saw from Supernova, I think this is just a little bit more reps that they need to put in the training ground, in the gym, whatever you want to call it. But, you could see that the promise is there.
The promise certainly is there. When we started this entire tour, one of the things myself and Fluke said is let's scout for the next up-and-comers. You mentioned Supernova. We know Dong from that team is legitimately one of the next generation of carries. But from this series, Small KK has been growing on me. When we said that during the game that ANIT is kind of him, but Small KK had some very high moments. The floor is not where I want it to be just yet, but the ceiling is certainly sky high. So, Mr. Danog, going forward, we are still having more Dota for the rest of this week, but we are coming to the end of this third tour, the final tour of the year, which is kind of insane. These last set of games, do you see any surprises happening anymore? Or have all the surprises already happened in the division and everything else is just going to go according to plan?
I don't think everything else is going to come according to plan, but I would say probably this next day should be Holy Grail. The Series 2 is kind of a toss-up, but again, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I would say IG Vitality have more potential to cause an upset last series and potentially force that tiebreaker at the very end of it, but it should be an entertaining series regardless.
Unfortunately for both of those teams of Limit Gaming and IG Vitality, that is a series that is at the bottom of our division. So whoever loses will be the first team officially eliminated from the third tour of this year. We will be finding out once that series kicks off exactly what happens. And of course, that first game to see whether or not Holy Grail, if they win, they'll mathematically, I believe, at least confirm tiebreakers to get themselves into Division 1. So certainly a lot to play for on that final day. You do not want to miss it. But we are done with this day. Homie Daynok, shout out to you for holding it down, not just for this series, but in an incredibly crazy day of Dota. Everybody back home, please remember to show your love towards the boy Daynok for putting in this work. Show some love towards our homie Aries as well. And more importantly, show some love towards yourself. Hydrate, look yourself in the mirror, remind yourself that you are worth caring for, worth loving, and come share that love of yourself and of Dota with us in 2 days. Until then, peace out. We're going to be out a couple of days later. Dota 2 will commence here again. Bye-bye. Sleep tight.